The scar. The offer.
Perfect skin is a solved problem. The humans do not seem to know this. I have administered tissue regeneration programs for 4 species across 11 reconstruction zones. The protocol is standardized. Upon arrival in a post-conflict zone, the Hegemony Medical Rehabilitation Division establishes restoration clinics at population centers, staffed with certified regeneration technicians, and equipped with Hegemony standard tissue restoration units. The units are capable of analyzing damaged tissue at the cellular level, mapping the original structure from genetic reference data, and regenerating the tissue to its pre-injury state. The process is painless. The results are indistinguishable from undamaged tissue, not cosmetically similar, identical. The restored area contains the same cell density, the same elasticity, the same pigmentation as the original. No scarring, no trace, as if the injury never occurred. The technology is, by any reasonable measure, one of the Hegemony's finest contributions to post-conflict reconstruction. Physical trauma leaves marks on the body: burns, lacerations, shrapnel fragmentation, surgical incisions, impact damage. These marks impair function, limit mobility, cause discomfort, and serve as persistent visual reminders of the conflict. Removing them is a medical good. This is not a matter of opinion. It is a matter of tissue integrity. I have restored approximately 42,000 individuals across 4 species. The Morin accepted restoration at a rate of 98.6%. The Verath, 97.1%. The Keth, a species with a documented aversion to medical intervention of any kind, still accepted at 89.3%. The Telos, 99.8%. In every case, the residual refusals were attributable to religious prohibition, medical contraindication, or scheduling conflicts. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 12 expecting humans to fall within the standard range. The zone had experienced significant conflict, 18 months of ground engagement before the ceasefire. The human population showed extensive tissue damage, burns from thermal weapons, lacerations from structural collapse, shrapnel scarring across exposed populations, surgical scars from field medical procedures performed under inadequate conditions. I established 4 clinics. I staffed them with 12 technicians. I distributed informational materials in 6 human languages explaining the restoration process, the zero-risk profile, and the availability of treatment at no cost. Then I opened the clinics and waited for the population to arrive. The first week's data was anomalous. Of the 1,400 humans who visited the clinics for initial assessment, 1,162 presented with tissue damage eligible for restoration. Of those 1,162, I expected approximately 1,100 to accept treatment, consistent with the lowest species acceptance rate I had previously recorded. 307 accepted. The acceptance rate was 26.4%. I reviewed the data 3 times. I checked the intake forms for processing errors. I queried my technicians about whether the informational materials had been distributed correctly, whether the translation had been adequate, whether the clinic environments were culturally appropriate. Everything was in order. I expanded the outreach. I added 2 mobile clinics to reach populations in outlying settlements. I produced additional materials emphasizing that the procedure was painless, risk-free, and permanent. I arranged for translators to be present at all consultations to ensure complete comprehension. By the end of the 2nd week, the acceptance rate had risen to 28.1%. This was not a logistical problem. The humans understood the offer. They understood that the technology worked. Many of them examined the results on the individuals who had accepted treatment, ran their fingers across the restored skin, confirmed that the scarring was completely gone, expressed genuine admiration for the technology. Then they declined for themselves. I asked them why. Their answers were, to my understanding, incoherent. I've had it a long time. It's part of me now. I earned this one. My kids have never seen me without it. One woman looked at me as if I had suggested removing her hand and said simply, no. I compiled the refusal data and submitted my first interim report to Division Command. I noted the anomalous acceptance rate and requested guidance. The response was brief. Continue outreach. Adjust cultural messaging. Humans may require additional trust building before accepting medical intervention. This was a reasonable hypothesis. It was also wrong. The humans did not distrust the technology. They did not distrust me. They trusted us perfectly well. They simply did not want their scars removed. On day 18, I began conducting consultations personally. I reasoned that direct engagement might reveal the variable I was missing. Some cultural norm, some communication failure, some element of the refusal that the intake data could not capture. I am not a clinician by training. I am an administrator. But I have conducted thousands of patient interviews across 4 species, and I am capable of listening. The first patient I consulted with directly was a woman named Sierra Matty, age 29. She had a burn scar covering most of her left forearm, a thermal injury sustained during the bombardment of Settlement 4, 14 months prior. The scar was extensive. The tissue was tight, discolored, with an uneven texture that caught the light differently from the surrounding skin. It limited her range of motion by approximately 12%. I explained the procedure. I showed her projection models of the expected result. Her forearm, fully restored, full mobility, and no visible trace. She studied the projections carefully. She asked intelligent questions about the regeneration process, the recovery time, the cellular mechanics. She understood everything. It's remarkable technology, she said. It is, I agreed. Shall I schedule you for treatment? She looked at her forearm. She turned it slowly, examining the scar the way one might examine a piece of equipment, assessing it, noting its features. Then she pulled her sleeve down and said, no, thank you though. I asked why. She was quiet for a moment, then she said, I was in the shelter under the market when the second wave hit. The ceiling came down, there were 9 of us in there. I was closest to the fire line. I used my arm to shield a boy, Tomas, he was 6, while we crawled out through the breach in the wall. She paused. Tomas is fine, not a mark on him. She looked at me. This is what it cost to get him out. If I erase it, what does that mean? That it didn't happen, that it was nothing. I told her that removing the scar would not erase the event. The memory would remain. The act of courage would remain. Only the tissue damage would be repaired. She smiled at me, not unkindly, but with an expression I have since learned to recognize in humans. It is the expression they use when they believe you have said something that is technically correct and entirely wrong. It's not about the memory up here, she said, tapping her temple. It's about the proof right here. She touched her forearm. Tomas is 12 now. Sometimes he sees it and he gets quiet and I know he's remembering. And I tell him this is what people do for each other. This is what it looks like. She left the clinic. I sat with her file open on my console for 11 minutes before I closed it. I did not understand, but I noted for the first time that my lack of understanding might be the relevant data.
The body's record.
They do not see damage. They see something written there. Division Command's revised guidance arrived on day 23. Implement cultural sensitivity modifications. Consider that human refusal may be rooted in distrust of alien medical technology. Recommend peer-to-peer outreach using humans who have accepted treatment. I implemented the guidance. The acceptance rate did not change. I had already known it would not. The humans did not distrust the technology. They were choosing their scars. I requested permission to conduct field research. Division Command approved, noting that extended cultural observation may yield actionable insights for messaging optimization. I do not think they understood what I was actually asking. I was not looking for better messaging. I was looking for the reason that no message would work. On day 26, I visited the reconstruction barracks at Settlement 4, the same settlement where Sierra Maddie had shielded the boy. Corporal Dren Vasic was not difficult to find. He was supervising a work crew clearing debris from a collapsed transit hub. He was a large man, broad-shouldered, with the efficient movements of someone accustomed to physical labor. The scar was the first thing I noticed, a deep, ridged line running from his left temple down across his cheekbone to the edge of his jaw. It was white against his brown skin, slightly raised, and it pulled the corner of his left eye downward by a fraction. It had healed imperfectly, as scars do when treated with insufficient medical resources. I introduced myself. I explained my role. I told him about the restoration program. He listened patiently, the way one listens to a vendor describing a product one has no intention of purchasing. I appreciate the offer, he said, but I'll keep it. I asked if he would tell me about it. He set down the section of pipe he had been carrying and sat on a block of rubble. He did not seem uncomfortable with the question. If anything, he seemed to have expected it. Third week of the ground campaign, he said. My unit was holding the river crossing at Caldon Bridge. They hit us with fragmentation charges, airburst designed to scatter. Most of us got behind cover. I saw a girl in the open, maybe 8, maybe 9. She'd come up from the civilian shelters. I don't know why, kids do things. He touched his face, tracing the line of the scar with one finger the way someone might trace a route on a map. I went out and got her, carried her back behind the wall. A piece of casing caught me on the way here to here. He drew the line again, temple to jaw. Field medic closed it up. Not pretty, but functional. The girl, I asked, alive, living with her family in Settlement 6 now. Her name's Risa. He paused. She writes to me sometimes, little drawings mostly. She drew one of my face once, got the scar right. He almost smiled. She's a terrible artist, but she got the scar right. I told him the restoration could remove it completely. No trace, full symmetry restored. He would look as he did before the injury. He looked at me for a long moment. That's the thing, he said. I don't want to look like I did before. Before, I was a man who hadn't done that yet. Now I'm a man who did. There's a difference. I asked him to clarify. Every morning I look in the mirror and I see it, and I remember that I was fast enough, that I didn't hesitate, that Risa is alive because I moved. He shrugged, that human gesture I have observed thousands of times but still find difficult to classify. It seems to mean both everything and nothing simultaneously. If you take it away, I'll still remember, but the mirror won't. And sometimes the mirror is the one that matters. He picked up the pipe and went back to work. I watched him rejoin the crew, and I noticed that 2 other workers had similar scars, one across the back of a hand, one disappearing under a collar. They worked alongside Vasic with no visible discomfort, no self-consciousness. The scars were simply present, the way a uniform is present or a name. I made a note in my field log. Subject views scar as evidence of action taken. Removal would erase not the memory but the validation of the memory. The body as witness to its own history. I was beginning to understand something, though I could not yet articulate what. Leon Asharo invited me into her home, which surprised me. In my experience, most species prefer to conduct medical discussions in clinical settings. Humans, I was learning, prefer to conduct important conversations in the places where they live. Her home was a reconstruction standard residential unit, prefabricated walls, modular furniture, nothing remarkable in its specifications. But she had altered it. There were colored fabrics hung across the walls. Plants, actual living plants, not decorative replicas, sat on every horizontal surface. A child's drawings were affixed to the food preparation area, held in place with small adhesive strips. The drawings depicted a large figure and a small figure, both with exaggerated smiles, holding hands under a yellow circle that I assumed was the local star. The child was present, a girl of approximately 4 years, sitting on the floor arranging small objects into patterns. She looked up at me when I entered, studied me with the unsettling directness that human children share, and then returned to her objects. "That's Mira," Leon said. "She is healthy." I asked because it seemed like the relevant medical question. Leon smiled. "She is everything." I explained the restoration program. Leon listened, nodding. She was 34 years old. She had a scar running horizontally across her lower abdomen, a surgical incision from an emergency procedure performed during Mira's birth. The birth had been complicated, she explained without elaborating. Field surgical conditions, limited anesthesia, but both she and the child had survived. I showed her the projection model. Complete restoration. No visible trace. She looked at the projection for a long time. Then she looked at Mira on the floor, still absorbed in her patterns. "Do you know what I call it?" Leon asked. "The scar," I said. "The door." She placed her hand flat against her abdomen over the scar with a gesture that I can only describe as protective. Not protecting herself from the scar, but protecting the scar from the idea of its removal. "That's the door my daughter came through." I did not respond immediately. I was processing the metaphor, but something about it resisted the usual translation. "They cut me open on a table in the back of a field hospital," she continued. "The power had gone out twice. The surgeon was working by flashlight at one point. I could hear the shelling, not close but not far enough. And then they lifted her out of me and she screamed this tiny, furious scream, and I thought, there you are." She looked at me. "That scar is the first thing I made for her. Before I fed her, before I held her, before I knew her name, I bled for her. My body opened so she could exist. That's not damage. That's," she paused, searching for the word. "That's the threshold, the line between before her and after her." Mira stood up from the floor and walked to her mother, carrying one of her small objects, a smooth stone polished by handling. She presented it to Leon with great seriousness. Leon accepted it with equal seriousness, examined it, and placed it carefully on the table beside her. "Sometimes she touches it," Leon said quietly. "The scar, she doesn't know what it is yet. She just knows it's part of me, part of the landscape of her mother's body. Someday I'll tell her the story. I'll say, this is where you entered the world. This is the mark you left on me on your way in." She looked at my projection model again, the smooth, unmarked skin. "That looks like someone who was never a mother. I was always a mother from the moment of that cut. I'm not interested in pretending otherwise." I closed the projection model. I thanked her for her time. Mira waved at me as I left, a small, solemn gesture, one hand opening and closing. I walked back to my transport in the late afternoon light, and I thought about the word she had used. Door. Not wound, not injury, not damage. A door. A point of transition between one state and another. The scar as evidence not of something that was done to her, but of something she had done, something she had become. I updated my field log. Subject reframes surgical scar as creation event. The scar marks not a loss but an arrival. The body as record of transformation. The clinical language felt inadequate, but I did not yet have better language to replace it with. Tomek Riznik was 71 years old. He lived alone in a single-occupancy unit in the elder housing complex at Settlement 2. He moved slowly, not from injury, but from the general accumulation of years, which is a form of damage that even hegemony regeneration technology cannot fully address. His unit was spare. A narrow bed, a preparation surface for food, a chair by the window. One framed photograph on the wall, a woman with dark hair and an expression of mid-laugh, caught in the act of finding something genuinely funny. The photograph was the only personal item visible. It was centered on the wall with the precision of something that had been placed, removed, adjusted, and replaced many times until its position was exactly right. I explained the restoration program. Tomek listened politely. He had no major scarring. His conflict exposure had been minimal. He had been evacuated early before the worst of the fighting. His medical file listed only minor tissue damage. "You do have one eligible site," I said, consulting his assessment. "A scar on your right hand, small laceration well healed. The restoration would take approximately 4 minutes." He looked at his hand. The scar was on the web of skin between his thumb and forefinger, a thin, pale line perhaps 3 centimeters long. It was so minor that most species would not have noticed it. It would cause no functional impairment. It was, by any medical standard, trivial. Tomek's reaction was not trivial. He closed his hand into a fist, not aggressively but protectively, the way Leon had placed her palm over her abdomen. He held it against his chest, and he looked at me, and I saw something in his expression that I had not seen in Vasek or Sierra Matti or Leon Asharo. They had been certain. Tomek was something beyond certain. He was defending something. "No," he said. "Absolutely not." I almost did not ask. Something in his posture suggested that the question might be unwelcome, that I would be trespassing on something private. But I had come too far in this investigation to stop at the boundary of discomfort, and Tomek, after a moment, seemed to recognize that I was not asking out of protocol. I was asking because I genuinely did not understand. He opened his hand and looked at the scar. "My wife, Katia," he said. He nodded toward the photograph on the wall. "She died 3 years ago. Before the war, just illness, the ordinary kind." He was quiet for a moment. "When we first met, I was 22, she was 23. She had invited me to her apartment for dinner, the first meal she ever cooked for me. She was making something with onions and peppers, and she handed me a knife and asked me to help." He turned his hand over, examining the scar in the light from the window. I had never cooked anything in my life. I didn't know how to hold a knife properly. I was trying to cut a pepper and I was watching her instead of watching the blade because she was singing while she cooked. She always sang while she cooked, and the knife slipped and I cut myself right here. He traced the line with his other hand, 3 centimeters, a lifetime. There was blood everywhere. Well, it felt like everywhere. It was a small cut, but hands bleed. And Katia dropped what she was doing and took my hand and held it under the water. And she was laughing at me, not unkindly. She was never unkind. And she said, "You're hopeless, Tomek. You're completely hopeless." And she wrapped my hand in a cloth napkin, a nice one with blue flowers on it, I remember, and she held my hand in both of hers while the bleeding stopped. He was looking at the photograph now. The woman mid-laugh. "We were married for 46 years. We raised 2 children. We survived things I won't bore you with. And the last morning, the very last morning when she was in the hospital and I was sitting beside her, she reached over and touched this scar and she said, 'The pepper incident,' and she smiled. And that was the last thing she ever said to me." He closed his hand again, gently this time. "You want to give me new skin, smooth, like it never happened. Like that evening never happened, the peppers, the knife, the napkin with blue flowers, her hands holding mine. He shook his head. This is where she touched me last. Not my face, not my shoulder here, this scar. She found it with her fingers even at the end, even when she could barely see, because she remembered, because it was ours. I sat in that small room with its single photograph and its window light, and I understood that I had been wrong about something fundamental. I had assumed that the humans were refusing restoration because they did not understand what I was offering. They understood perfectly. They understood better than I did. I was offering to erase the record. They were choosing to keep it. I left Tomic's unit and walked through the elder housing complex toward my transport. It was evening. The settlement was quiet. The reconstruction crews had finished for the day, and the residential blocks had settled into the rhythms of domestic life. Cooking smells drifted from open windows. Somewhere, a child was being called inside. I stopped walking and looked at my own hands. I have no scars. Hegemony medical protocol ensures that all personnel tissue damage is restored immediately. I sustained a minor laceration during my second deployment, a sharp edge on a malfunctioning restoration unit. The technician repaired it within 90 seconds. I do not remember which hand it was on. I do not remember the circumstances beyond the basic facts. There is nothing on my body to remind me. Tomek Riznik has a 3-centimeter scar on his right hand, and he can tell you the color of the napkin his wife wrapped it in 50 years ago. I thought about that. I thought about it for a long time. Then I returned to my office and I opened the interim report I had been drafting for Division Command. The one recommending enhanced outreach strategies to improve the acceptance rate, and I deleted it. I started a new file.
What the body knows.
The report said one thing, the truth was another. Official report, Medical Rehabilitation Division Reconstruction Zone 12, Tissue Restoration Program Reporting Officer. Voskel, Grade Roman 3 Medical Administrator Reporting Period. Days 1-45 Summary. The Tissue Restoration Program in Reconstruction Zone 12 achieved an acceptance rate of 31.7% among eligible human subjects, significantly below the cross-species average of 96.2%, and the lowest acceptance rate recorded for any species in the program's history. Contributing factors. Human subjects demonstrated full comprehension of the restoration technology and expressed no significant distrust of hegemony medical capabilities. Refusal was not attributable to logistical barriers, communication failure, religious prohibition, or medical contraindication. Refusal was attributable to a species-specific cultural orientation toward tissue damage that does not conform to hegemony, standard medical taxonomy classifications. Humans assign subjective significance to scar tissue that extends beyond the physical properties of the damage. Scars are retained as markers of personal history, identity, relational bonds, and survival. This orientation appears deeply embedded in the species' cultural framework and is unlikely to respond to adjusted outreach or messaging strategies. Recommendation: continue to offer restoration services to all eligible subjects. Do not implement aggressive outreach or acceptance rate targeting. The current acceptance rate reflects a genuine cultural preference, not a program failure. Classification: routine. No follow-up required. I filed the report. It was accurate. Every word was defensible. Division Command would read it, note the anomalous acceptance rate, file it alongside the hundreds of other reports from hundreds of other reconstruction zones, and move on. The report contained no mention of Sierra Matti, or Corporal Vasic, or Leon Asharo, or Tomek Riznik. It contained no mention of a boy named Tomas, or a girl named Risa, or a daughter named Mira, or a wife named Katia. It contained no mention of a napkin with blue flowers, or a door, or a mirror, or a child's drawing held to a wall with adhesive strips. The report was complete. The report was insufficient. I opened a new file, Personal Observations, not for filing. I came to Reconstruction Zone 12 to repair tissue damage. I understood my assignment in purely medical terms. Damaged tissue exists. Restoration technology exists. The logical outcome is the elimination of the damage. This is how the hegemony understands bodies, as systems to be maintained, repaired, and returned to optimal function. When a system is damaged, you fix it. When it is scarred, you restore it. The body is a mechanism. The scar is a malfunction. Humans do not understand bodies this way. I have spent 45 days among them, and I have come to believe that humans understand the body as a document, not a mechanism, a record, a surface on which experience is written, and the writing is the point. The body is not separate from the life it has lived. The body is the evidence that the life was lived at all. I watched a woman touch a burn on her forearm and tell me it was the price of a boy's survival. And she said it the way one might describe a transaction, not as a loss, but as an exchange she would make again without hesitation. The scar was not the cost. The scar was the receipt. I watched a soldier trace a line on his face and tell me that the mirror needs to remember what he did because memory alone is not enough. It needs to be visible, external, undeniable, written on the surface where he and the world can both read it every day. I watched a mother place her hand over a surgical scar and call it a door, and I understood that she was not speaking metaphorically. She was describing a physical reality. Here is the threshold between her body and her daughter's life. Here is the place where one person became two. The scar is the border marker at the edge of a country that didn't exist before. And I watched an old man close his hand around a 3-centimeter scar and hold it against his chest like something precious. And I understood that I was witnessing a form of memory storage that the hegemony has no category for. The scar on Tomek Riznik's hand is medically insignificant. It affects no function. It impairs no mobility. It causes no discomfort. By every metric the hegemony uses to evaluate tissue damage, it barely registers. It is the most important scar I have ever encountered, because it is not a record of damage. It is a record of love. It is the only physical object in the universe that connects Tomek Riznik to an evening 50 years ago when a woman laughed at him and held his hand in a napkin with blue flowers, and he realized, without knowing it yet, that he had found the person he would spend his life with. The memory is in his mind, yes, but the scar is on his body. And when his wife was dying, when her vision was failing and her strength was gone, her fingers found that scar the way a reader finds a favorite passage. She did not need to see it. She knew where it was. She had been touching it for 46 years. What I offered to do, what the hegemony's technology can do, is erase that passage. Smooth the page. Return the skin to a state of blankness as if nothing had ever been written there. And I understand now why he held his hand against his chest. He was not refusing medical treatment. He was preventing an act of erasure. He was protecting his body's memory of being loved. I have administered tissue regeneration programs for 4 species across 11 reconstruction zones. In every previous assignment, I understood my role clearly. I was repairing damage. I was restoring bodies to their pre-injury state. I was undoing harm. I have never before considered the possibility that a scar might not be harm. The hegemony's medical taxonomy classifies all scar tissue as damage, a deviation from the body's optimal state. And this is true. Scar tissue is structurally inferior to the tissue it replaces. It is less elastic, less sensitive, less functional. By every measurable standard, the body is better without it. But humans do not measure their bodies the way the hegemony does. They measure them the way one measures a landscape, not by optimal function, but by what has happened there. A valley carved by a river is not damaged terrain. A cliff shaped by wind is not a structural failure. The shaping is the history. The marks are the meaning. Scars are the landscape of a life lived in a body that was present for all of it. They are proof not of damage, but of survival, not of what was lost, but of what was endured and what was given and what was loved. I cannot put this in an official report. The hegemony's classification system has no category for meaningful damage, damage that the subject values, damage that the subject has integrated into identity, damage that the subject would defend against repair. The taxonomy assumes that all damage is unwanted. Humans have shown me that some damage is not damage at all. Some damage is a story written on the body, and the humans I have met would no more erase their scars than they would erase the events that caused them. The scar and the story are the same thing. The body and the life are the same thing. To restore the skin to blankness is to suggest that the life that marked it was something to be corrected, and the humans know, in a way that I am only beginning to understand, that it was not. It was something to be kept. My final morning in Reconstruction Zone 12. Equipment packed. Clinic scheduled for transfer to my replacement, a junior officer named Taryn Saul, who arrived yesterday with the same confidence I had carried 47 days ago. She reviewed the acceptance rate data and frowned. 28.1% is far below standard, she said. What was the barrier? I considered how to answer. I could have said, there was no barrier. I could have said, the acceptance rate is accurate and reflects the population's informed preference. I could have said, you will understand when you meet them. Spend time in the settlements, I said. Talk to them, not in the clinics, in their homes. Ask them about their scars. She looked at me with the expression that young officers use when they believe a senior colleague has gone slightly native. The protocol calls for clinic-based consultations. The protocol is adequate, I said, but it is not sufficient. Go to the settlements. I do not know if she will. I hope she does. I walked through Settlement 4 one last time on my way to the transport hub. The morning was cool. Reconstruction crews were already at work. The sounds of machinery, of voices calling coordinates, of hammers and lifters, and the steady rhythm of rebuilding. I passed a woman I did not recognize. She was carrying a child on her hip, a boy, perhaps 2 years old. She had a scar across the back of her left hand, old and faded, and the boy was tracing it with his finger as she walked, following the line of it the way one might follow a path on a map. She was talking to him softly, and he was listening with the total absorption of the very young, his small finger moving along the scar as if reading something written there. I stopped. I watched them pass. She did not notice me. The boy was reading her skin. She was telling him the story. And the scar was there between them, holding the two things together, the event and the telling, the body and the meaning, the wound and the love. I looked down at my own hands, smooth, unmarked, perfectly restored. No evidence of the 11 reconstruction zones, the 4 species, the 42,000 procedures. No evidence of Reconstruction Zone 12. No evidence of anything. My hands are the hands of someone who has never been anywhere, never done anything, never been changed by what I witnessed or moved by what I heard. My body carries no record of Sierra Matty's forearm, of Vasik's jawline, of Leon Asharo's door, of Tolmik Riznik's 3 centimeters of love. I have been here for 47 days, and my skin is the same as the day I arrived. The humans would look at my hands and understand something about me that I am only now understanding about myself. I have no scars, and for the first time in my career, I am not certain that this is the better way to be. The transport was waiting. I boarded, the doors sealed. Reconstruction Zone 12 fell away beneath me with all its damaged, meaningful, irreplaceable skin. I carried nothing with me but the memory and the understanding that for humans, memory alone is never quite enough. They want the mark. They want the proof. They want the body to testify to what the mind remembers. They want the scar. And I think they may be right.
The farewell. The scheduling problem.
Every species departs on time. One does not. I have managed population transit scheduling for the Hegemony Transport Logistics Division for 11 years. In that time, I have overseen the departure of approximately 460,000 individuals across 9 species, spanning evacuation operations, sector relocations, personnel deployments, and standard civilian transfers. My scheduling methodology is straightforward. Calculate the boarding window based on species physiology, transport capacity, and embarkation infrastructure. Publish the departure schedule. Enforce adherence. The system is efficient because it is predictable. Every species has a boarding profile, the average time from arrival at the departure zone to full embarkation, and that profile, once established, holds. The Verath board in 6 minutes. The Morin require 11, owing to their equipment protocols. The Keth, who travel in bonded clusters, board in 9 minutes provided the clusters are pre-sorted. My scheduling variance, the difference between published departure time and actual departure time, averages 3.7% across all operations. This is the lowest in the division. I have received 2 commendations for operational efficiency. My systems work because I respect the data, and the data respects the schedule. When I was assigned to the Sector 12 hub, a major transit node handling relocations for the post-reconstruction population redistribution, I expected the standard challenge of volume management. The hub would process approximately 8,000 individuals per cycle across 14 species, including humans. I had not previously managed human transit operations. My predecessor's notes were surprisingly sparse on the subject. One had written in a margin annotation I nearly overlooked, "Build extra time." I did not build extra time. Extra time is the enemy of efficient scheduling. I built a standard boarding profile based on human physiology, bipedal, unassisted locomotion, average walking speed, no special equipment requirements, and calculated a boarding window of 8 minutes per transport, with a 2-minute buffer for variance. The first human transport was scheduled for 0740 hours. Cycle day 1. It departed at 0831. The 51-minute delay was, by any operational standard, catastrophic. I pulled the transit logs immediately. The transport had a capacity of 240 passengers. All 240 were registered and confirmed. The embarkation infrastructure was standard covered walkway, boarding ramp, sequential entry. No equipment failures. No security incidents. No weather delays. The passengers had arrived on time. Many had arrived early. This was the confounding element. The humans were not late. They were present at the departure zone well within the published window, some as early as 90 minutes before the scheduled departure. They were there. The transport was there. The boarding ramp was there. They were not boarding. I reviewed the surveillance data. The departure zone was full of humans. They were standing in clusters, twos, threes, small groups. Some were seated on benches or on their luggage. They were talking. They were holding each other. Some were weeping. Children were running between groups, being caught, held, released, caught again. One elderly woman was gripping the arms of a younger man and speaking directly into his face from a distance of approximately 10 centimeters, and the young man was nodding repeatedly, and neither of them was moving toward the boarding ramp. I observed this for 12 minutes from the operations center before issuing the first boarding announcement. All passengers for Transport 7 Alpha, please proceed to the boarding ramp. Departure is imminent. No one moved. I issued a second announcement. A third. On the fourth, approximately 60 passengers began making their way toward the ramp. The remaining 180 continued standing in the departure zone, engaged in the same behaviors, talking, holding, weeping. The 60 who had begun boarding were moving at approximately 1/3 normal walking speed, and many of them kept turning around to look back at the people they had left behind. The full boarding process took 43 minutes. The published window was 8. I compiled 14 days of departure data across all species processed through Sector 12 Hub. The Verath departed within their boarding window on every occasion. The Morin exceeded their window twice by a combined total of 7 minutes due to equipment irregularities. The Keth were early on 4 occasions. The Tanith, the Dren, the Salvari, all within acceptable variance. The humans exceeded their boarding window on every departure. Every one. 14 days, 31 human transports, 31 delays. The average overage was 47 minutes. The minimum was 22 minutes, a small transport of 40 passengers relocating to a nearby sector. The maximum was 1 hour and 19 minutes, a large deployment transport carrying personnel to Reconstruction Zone 4. I disaggregated the data by transport type. Evacuations, average overage 38 minutes. Standard relocations, 44 minutes. Personnel deployments, 53 minutes. Family separations, transports where household members were being sent to different destinations, averaged 61 minutes. The correlation was not with logistics. It was not with transport size, boarding infrastructure, time of day, or passenger demographics in any standard sense. The correlation was with something I had to create a new variable to describe. I labeled it non-passenger presence. In every human departure event, individuals who were not traveling were present in the departure zone. They arrived with the passengers. They occupied the departure zone for the duration of the pre-boarding period. They engaged in sustained physical and verbal contact with the passengers, and they did not leave until the passengers boarded. No other species exhibited this behavior. When a Verath departed, the Verath walked to the boarding ramp and boarded. Other Verath were not present. When Morin deployed, the deploying Morin assembled at the departure zone and embarked. Non-deploying Morin were elsewhere. The departure zone, for every species except humans, contained only the individuals who were departing. For humans, the departure zone contained the individuals who were departing, and on average, 1.7 additional individuals per passenger who were not departing. This meant that a transport of 240 passengers generated a departure zone population of approximately 650 people. Of those 650, only 240 needed to board. The remaining 410 were there for no logistical reason I could identify. I implemented what I believed was the obvious solution. On cycle day 15, I restricted departure zone access to ticketed passengers only. Non-passengers would wait in the general concourse. The departure zone would contain only those who needed to board. The boarding window would normalize. The result was not what I anticipated. The humans did not comply. Or rather, they complied with the letter of the restriction while defeating its purpose entirely. Non-passengers gathered at the boundary of the departure zone, pressed against the barriers, reaching through, calling out. Passengers who had entered the zone came back to the boundary to be closer to the non-passengers. Some passengers refused to proceed past the barriers at all, standing at the entry point, turned backward, still talking to, still holding the hands of, the people on the other side. The boarding time for the first restricted transport was 1 hour and 4 minutes, 17 minutes longer than the unrestricted average. I observed the departure from the operations center. What I saw at the barriers disturbed me in a way I could not immediately articulate. The humans on either side were reaching for each other, hands through the gaps in the railing, faces pressed close, children lifted up so that the adults on the other side could touch their faces. One woman was gripping the barrier with both hands and weeping, and the man on the other side was gripping the same section of barrier and saying the same phrase over and over. I enhanced the audio. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. He was not conveying information. She already knew this. He was performing a repetition that served some function I could not identify, a function that required proximity, physical contact if possible, and that could not be accomplished remotely. I rescinded the restriction after 2 cycles. The delays were longer, the humans were distressed, and my scheduling variance had worsened. The solution had been technically correct and practically catastrophic. Something was happening at the departure zone that my logistics framework could not accommodate, because it was not logistics.
The observations.
Some inefficiencies are not failures. They are the system working exactly as intended. I positioned myself in Departure Zone 3 on Operations Day 18. Transport 9 Delta, a relocation transport carrying 170 passengers to Sector 9, primarily family units being redistributed to new settlement areas. I wore a standard logistics uniform and carried a data pad. I intended to observe the departure behaviors at close range, document the specific interactions causing delay, and identify potential intervention points. The departure zone filled early, as the data predicted. Passengers and non-passengers arrived together in mixed groups, many of them physically connected, holding hands, arms around shoulders, children carried on hips. They moved into the zone and formed clusters, and the clusters were stationary. No one approached the boarding ramp. No one organized their luggage for embarkation. They stood and they talked and they held each other, and the clock advanced. I focused on one group near the center of the zone. An elderly woman, I estimated her age at approximately 70 standard years based on physiological indicators, was kneeling on the ground before a small child of approximately 4 years. The child's parents stood nearby, their luggage assembled, their boarding passes visible in hand. They were ready to depart. The grandmother was not ready for them to depart. She held the child's hands. She was speaking rapidly and quietly, and I moved closer to hear. "And you remember to wear your warm coat when it's cold. Promise me. And eat your vegetables, even the green ones. I know you don't like them, but they make you strong. And be kind to your mother. She's going to be tired. The move is hard. You help her when you can. Can you do that? You're such a big girl. Such a big girl." The child nodded solemnly. The grandmother pulled the child into an embrace. She held her. She released her. She looked at the child's face, smoothing the hair back with both hands. She appeared to be finished. She was not finished. And don't forget, when you're scared at night, you think about Nana and you remember that Nana loves you all the way across the sky. Can you remember that, all the way across the sky? The child nodded again. All the way across the sky, she repeated. The grandmother's face did something I could not classify, a compression of features that was not pain, not exactly, though it resembled pain. She pulled the child close again. I watched for 19 minutes. In that time, the grandmother released the child and pulled her back 7 times. Each time appeared to be the final embrace. Each time the grandmother found something else, another instruction, another reassurance, another thing she needed the child to know before the distance between them became too great for knowing. You brush your teeth, both sides, I'm serious. If you have bad dreams, you tell your mother, she'll sit with you, just like I did. I put something in your bag, don't open it until you get there. It's a surprise. The child's parents waited with a patience that suggested they had expected this. The father checked his boarding pass twice. The mother put her hand on the grandmother's shoulder, not to rush her but to be connected to the same circuit of contact. The first boarding announcement came. The parents looked toward the ramp. The grandmother did not. One more thing, she said. She said this 4 times. Each time there was one more thing. The things were not important in any informational sense. The child would not remember most of them. The instructions were redundant. The parents were competent. The reassurances were repetitive. The child already knew she was loved. But the grandmother could not stop saying them because the saying of them was not about the information. It was about the contact. Each word was a thread, and she was spinning thread as fast as she could because the moment she stopped, the thread would end, and the child would walk up the boarding ramp and the distance would begin. The second boarding announcement came. The parents gently lifted the child. The grandmother stood. She was trembling. "Call me when you get there," she said. "Promise me." "I promise, Mama," the child's mother said. She was weeping. "Take care of my baby." "I will. I love you, I love you, I love you." She said it 3 times. Each time was not a repetition. Each time was a separate act, a laying down of something, like placing stones in a foundation, as though if she said it enough times it would become structural, load-bearing, capable of holding weight across the distance that was about to open between them. They walked toward the ramp. The grandmother stood in the departure zone and watched them go. She did not move until the boarding ramp retracted. She did not move for 6 minutes after that. She stood in the empty zone with her hands at her sides, looking at the space where the transport had been, and she whispered something I could not hear. I noted in my file, non-passenger remained in departure zone for 26 minutes after transport departure. No logistical explanation. Transport 12 Gamma, a deployment transport. 190 personnel assigned to Reconstruction Zone 4. The deployment was classified as extended duration, a minimum of 14 months. I observed a pair of young men standing near the eastern wall of the departure zone. One was in deployment uniform, his kit bag at his feet. The other was in civilian clothing. They were approximately the same age, mid-20s, and they stood close together, shoulders almost touching. They were not weeping. They were not embracing. They were laughing. One of them said something and punched the other's shoulder. The other staggered theatrically, said something back, and punched the first one's shoulder in return. They both laughed. The laughter was loud, louder than the ambient noise of the departure zone warranted. It carried. I moved closer. Their conversation was fragmented, non-linear, and baffling. "Remember when you fell off the roof at Keth Station?" "I didn't fall, I was pushed. By wind." "By wind, right. You screamed like a..." "I did not scream." "You screamed." Jara has it recorded. Jara records everything. That's not evidence, that's surveillance. More laughter, another shoulder punch. The deploying man shifted his weight, glanced at the boarding ramp, glanced back. "You're going to be terrible at this," the civilian said. "I'm going to be great at this. You can't even build a shelf. Reconstruction is not shelves. Everything is shelves. The universe is shelves." They were not talking about shelves. I understood this even without a framework for what they were actually talking about. The words were placeholders. They occupied the silence that would otherwise require the two men to acknowledge what was happening. One of them was leaving for 14 months. The other was staying. The distance would be vast, the communication limited, the reunion uncertain in the way that all things are uncertain in post-reconstruction zones. They could not say this, or they would not. Instead, they talked about shelves and rooftops and a woman named Jara, and they punched each other's shoulders with a force that was not playful. It was deliberate, measured, as though the impact of fist against muscle was a form of communication that their words could not perform. The boarding announcement came. The deploying man picked up his kit bag. He slung it over one shoulder. He turned to his friend. The laughter stopped. They stood facing each other for approximately 4 seconds without speaking. 4 seconds is not a long time by any chronological measure. It was long enough for something to change between them, some surface to crack, some performance to falter. "Don't do anything stupid," the civilian said. His voice was different now, quieter. The performance register had dropped away. "Define stupid." "Anything I would do." That eliminates basically everything fun. The civilian's jaw tightened. He reached out and gripped the deploying man's shoulder, not a punch this time. A grip, firm, sustained, the fingers pressing into the fabric of the uniform. "Come back," he said. 2 words, no qualification, no humor, no deflection. The first unguarded statement either of them had made in the 30 minutes I had been observing. The deploying man put his hand over his friend's hand on his shoulder. He held it there. "I'll come back." "You better." I said, "I'll come back." They embraced. It was sudden and fierce, the kind of physical contact that looked from a distance like collision rather than affection. They gripped each other hard, faces turned away, and held for approximately 8 seconds. When they separated, both of them blinked rapidly and looked in different directions. "Get out of here," the civilian said. His voice was rough. "You get out of here. I'm the one with the boarding pass." One more shoulder punch, lighter this time, almost gentle. The deploying man walked toward the ramp. Halfway there, he turned back. "Hey, what?" "The shelf thing, that was one time. It was 3 times. It was one time that happened 3 times. The civilian laughed. It was not the same laugh as before. It was shorter, thinner, and it broke at the end, and the breaking was the most honest sound I had heard in the departure zone. The deploying man raised one hand, a gesture I had seen humans make, palm facing outward, fingers spread. A wave. Then he turned and boarded. The civilian stood in the departure zone for 9 minutes after the transport sealed. He did not speak. He did not move. He stood with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the boarding ramp, and his jaw was set in a way that I recognized after 3 weeks of observation as the human effort to prevent weeping. I made a note. The laughter and the weeping serve the same function. They are different containers for the same content. The content is the farewell. Transport 15 Beta, a split assignment transport. Passengers being sent to 4 different sectors. Among the crowd, I identified a pair standing near the western wall. A man and a woman. Their luggage suggested they were both traveling but to different destinations. 2 kit bags, 2 boarding passes, 2 separate sector assignments visible on the tags. They were being sent to different places. From each other. They were not speaking. They stood facing each other, foreheads touching. His hands were on her shoulders. Her hands were on his chest. Their eyes were closed. They were breathing. I could see the rise and fall of their chests, and their breathing had synchronized, the same rhythm, the same depth, as though they were running on a single system. I noted the time, 0714. The departure zone moved around them. Other passengers said their farewells, the weeping, the embracing, the phrases repeated like incantations. Boarding announcements came and went. The couple did not move. I watched them the way I watch data streams, with sustained attention and the expectation that the pattern would resolve. In data, patterns always resolve. A trend emerges, a correlation appears, a cause is identified. I waited for the pattern to resolve. It did not resolve. They stood forehead to forehead, not speaking, not moving, breathing together, and the minutes passed. At 0719, the woman's right hand moved from his chest to the side of his neck. The adjustment was minor, a shift of centimeters, but it changed something. He exhaled audibly. His grip on her shoulders tightened fractionally. The contact deepened without changing its form. At 0722, his lips moved. I could not hear the words if there were words. Perhaps it was only breath shaped like language. She tilted her head slightly, pressing her forehead more firmly against his, and whatever he said, she answered with the same barely visible lip movement. I was standing 4 meters away with a data pad in my hand, and I felt, I am recording this with precision because the feeling was precise. I felt that I was witnessing something that was not meant for observation. Not because it was private in the way that security classified information is private, but because the act itself existed in a space between two people that had no room for a third. I was watching something that required exactly 2 participants, and that could not accommodate a witness without being changed by the witnessing. I stayed anyway. I am a logistics officer. My function is observation and optimization, but my data pad remained at my side, and I did not take notes until afterward, and this was the first time in my career that I chose not to record in real time. They stood forehead to forehead for 11 minutes. At 0725, the first boarding call for the woman's transport, Sector 9. She did not move. At 0727, the second call. Her fingers tightened on his neck. At 0729, the final call, she pulled back, slowly, as though separating from something adhesive, something that resisted the pulling. She looked at his face. He looked at hers. They were both doing the thing with their jaws, the prevention of weeping. "I'll find you," she said, quietly. Not a promise of logistics, not "I'll transfer" or "I'll request reassignment." Just "I'll find you." As though the universe were a place where people could be lost and the finding of them was an act of will rather than navigation. "I know," he said. She picked up her kit bag. She walked to the boarding ramp. She did not look back, and I understood that the not looking back was as much a part of the farewell as the 11 minutes of forehead contact, that the farewell had a structure, a form, and the final element was the walking away, and the walking away had to be clean or the entire structure would collapse and she would turn around and the 11 minutes would have to begin again. He watched her board. He picked up his own kit bag. His transport was not departing for another 40 minutes. He had 40 minutes in the departure zone with nothing to do but stand in the space where she had been. He stood there. He did not sit. He did not check his boarding pass. He stood in the exact spot where they had stood together, and he breathed, and the breathing was still synchronized to a rhythm that no longer had a second participant, and I watched his chest rise and fall at the pace of an absent partner, and I wrote nothing.
The adjustment.
The schedule was never the problem. The schedule was the smallest thing in the room. I returned to my office and sat with the data for 2 days. The data was comprehensive. 14 days of baseline observation, 9 days of direct field study, 3 documented departure events analyzed at close range. The numbers were clear. Human departure events required an average of 47 minutes beyond the standard boarding window. This was consistent, predictable, and this was the word I kept returning to: structural. It was not caused by confusion, disorganization, or non-compliance. It was caused by a behavior that the humans performed at every departure, with every departing individual without exception. They said goodbye. I had no hegemony term for this. The concept existed in human language as farewell or goodbye, words that I had previously understood as simple departure indicators, the verbal equivalent of a navigation beacon signaling course change. I had been wrong. The farewell was not a signal. The farewell was an event, complex, multi-participant, emotionally dense, physically manifested, and temporally unbounded. It began when the departing individual and their associates arrived at the departure zone, and it ended when physical separation was enforced by the boarding process. Left to its own duration, it showed no natural termination point. The grandmother would still be finding one more thing to say. The friends would still be punching each other's shoulders. The couple would still be standing forehead to forehead. The farewell, I realized, was the human acknowledgement of what departure actually meant. Every other species I had managed treated departure as a logistical event, a change of location, a transition from one coordinate to another. The Verath walked to the ramp and boarded because boarding was the next step in the process. The Morin assembled and embarked because the deployment order specified embarkation. Humans did not experience departure as a change of coordinates. They experienced it as a tearing. Something was being pulled apart, something that existed between the departing individual and the individuals who remained. And the farewell was the human effort to hold that something together for as long as possible before the tearing became unavoidable. I understood, sitting at my desk with my data and my scheduling software, that I could not optimize this. You cannot optimize grief. You cannot schedule love. You cannot build a boarding window that accommodates the human need to stand in the presence of someone they may not see again and say, one more time, the things that need to be said even though they have already been said 100 times. I opened a new memorandum file. The memorandum, as I drafted it, to Hegemony Transport Logistics Division, Scheduling Standards Board from Tavren, Population Transit Scheduling Officer, Sector 12 Hub Subject. Scheduling Modification, Human Transit Operations Summary. Based on 25 days of operational data and direct behavioral observation, I am recommending the addition of a standardized pre-departure assembly period to all human transit operations. The recommended duration is 45 minutes, to be added to the published schedule prior to the boarding window. Justification: human departure events consistently exceed standard boarding windows by an average of 47 minutes. Data attached. This overage is not attributable to logistical failures, infrastructure limitations, or passenger non-compliance. It is attributable to a species-specific behavioral pattern, a pre-departure social ritual that humans perform universally, and that cannot be eliminated without significant distress responses and increased boarding resistance. See Cycle Day 15 restriction data. Attached. The behavioral pattern involves sustained physical and verbal interaction between departing passengers and non-traveling associates. The behavior appears to serve a social bonding and emotional regulation function analogous to, but significantly more complex than, pre-departure grooming behaviors documented in the Keth. I paused at this line. The comparison to Keth grooming was technically defensible. The Keth do perform brief physical contact rituals before cluster separation, but comparing the grandmother's 19 minutes of final instructions to Keth grooming was like comparing a river to a drainage pipe. Both carry water, but one of them carved a canyon. I left the comparison in the memorandum. The Scheduling Standards Board would understand the analogy. They would not understand what I had actually seen, because what I had actually seen could not be communicated through a memorandum. It could only be communicated by standing in a departure zone and watching a woman press her forehead against a man's forehead for 11 minutes, and understanding that the 11 minutes were not a delay. They were the point. Operational impact. By incorporating the pre-departure assembly period into the published schedule, departure variance is projected to decrease from the current 47-minute average to under 5 minutes, bringing human transit operations within standard division parameters. The total transit timeline will increase, but the scheduled departure time will be met consistently, eliminating cascading delays to subsequent operations. This was true. The numbers supported it. By building the farewell into the schedule instead of fighting it, my variance would normalize. My efficiency metrics would improve. The division would see a logistics officer who had identified a problem and solved it through scheduling adjustment. They would not see a logistics officer who had watched two friends punch each other's shoulders because they could not say, "I love you," and "I'm afraid you won't come back," and "You are the most important person in my life" in words, so they said it in bruises. I submitted the memorandum. The Scheduling Standards Board approved the modification in 6 days. The approval noted my innovative behavioral accommodation strategy and recommended it as a template for other species-specific scheduling adjustments. They commended the data analysis. The first human transport under the new schedule was Transport 22 Alpha, a relocation transport, 180 passengers, Sector 7 destination. Published pre-departure assembly, 45 minutes. Boarding window, 10 minutes. Scheduled departure, 0835. I was in the departure zone at 0745. The humans arrived in their clusters as they always did. Passengers and non-passengers together, intertwined, inseparable. They moved into the zone, and the zone filled with the sound and motion that I had come to recognize as the ecology of the human farewell. The speaking, the holding, the weeping, the laughter, the shoulder punches, the repeated phrases. I stood near the eastern wall and I watched. A mother was crouching before a teenage boy, straightening his collar, telling him things he clearly already knew. He was rolling his eyes in the way that human adolescents do, but he was not pulling away. He let her straighten the collar. He let her tell him to eat properly and sleep enough and call home. He let her, because the letting was his farewell, his way of giving her something to do with her hands and her words while the minutes ran down. 2 elderly men sat on a bench, shoulders touching, not speaking. They had the look of people who had said everything a long time ago and were now simply being together, sharing the same air, the same bench, the same last 45 minutes. A group of young women surrounded one of their number, the traveler, and they were all talking simultaneously, laughing, crying, taking photographs, embracing in rotating combinations, and the noise they generated was extraordinary, and the joy and the grief in it were so intertwined that I could not have separated them with any instrument ever built. The boarding announcement came at 0825. The humans began their migration toward the ramp slowly, still talking, still touching, the last thread spinning out to their finest point. The mother kissed the teenager's forehead. He let her. He hugged her briefly, fiercely, and then he turned and walked and did not look back, and his not looking back was the same gift the woman had given the man on operations day 23, the clean break that preserves the structure of the farewell. The elderly men stood from the bench. The one who was departing put his hand on the other's arm. They looked at each other. One of them nodded, that was all, a nod. It held 40 years, I do not know this. I am speculating. But I watched the nod and I felt the weight of it, and the weight was not the weight of a gesture. It was the weight of accumulated time, every shared meal, every conversation, every silence compressed into a single movement of the head. The young women released their friend in a final eruption of embraces, and she walked to the ramp wiping her eyes and laughing, and they called after her, "Send pictures. Don't forget us. Call me the second you land." And she called back, I love you all," and the words were not information, they were architecture. They were the last beams placed before the structure had to stand on its own across whatever distance was coming. The passengers boarded. The boarding took 9 minutes. The ramp retracted at 0834. Transport 22 Alpha departed at 0835. On schedule. I stood in the departure zone as the non-passengers began to leave. Some left quickly, the teenagers, the friends, the ones who had made their farewell loud and fast. Some left slowly, the mothers, the elderly, the ones who stood in the empty spaces where their people had been, reluctant to break the last thread of proximity. The departure zone emptied. I checked my data pad. Departure variance, 0 minutes. Scheduled departure time met exactly. My efficiency metrics were flawless. I put the data pad in my pocket. I had spent 11 years optimizing transit schedules. I had processed 460,000 departures. I had never understood what a departure was until I stood in a room full of humans tearing themselves apart so they could let each other go. The official record would show that I modified the human transit schedule for throughput optimization. The modification was sound. The metrics supported it. The Scheduling Standards Board had commended the approach. The official record was complete and it contained nothing. What it did not contain, what no logistics report could contain, was what it cost a grandmother to let go of a child's hands. What it cost 2 friends to punch each other's shoulders instead of saying what they meant. What it cost a woman to pull her forehead away from a man's forehead and walk up a boarding ramp without looking back. The farewell is not a delay. The farewell is the last act of love before distance makes love theoretical, before "I love you" becomes a transmission sent across space rather than a thing spoken into the warmth of someone's neck. Humans know this. They know it in their bodies, in their voices, in their hands that grip and release and grip again. They know that departure is not a coordinate change. It is a wound, and the farewell is not a ritual. It is a bandage applied in advance, pressed down firmly, held in place with words and touches and laughter and tears, because once the transport seals, there will be nothing to press against the wound but memory. I added 45 minutes to the schedule. It was the most important scheduling decision I have ever made, and it had nothing to do with scheduling. The departure zone was empty. The transport was gone. The next one was in 90 minutes. I remained at my post, and I waited for the next group of humans to arrive and begin the long, inefficient, logistically inexplicable, absolutely necessary work of saying goodbye.
The drawing. The catalog.
Not everything displayed on a wall is meant to be admired. I have cataloged the cultural output of 5 species for the Hegemony Cultural Output Assessment Division. The methodology is standardized. I deploy across the reconstruction zone, conducting systematic surveys of all visual and material artistic production. objects created by the species that serve no immediate survival function, but demonstrate intentional aesthetic effort. I photograph, measure, classify, and evaluate each item according to the hegemony standard cultural assessment framework. The resulting cultural profile is used for diplomatic preparation, population management, and integration forecasting. The framework evaluates cultural output along 6 measurable axes: technical proficiency, material sophistication, compositional coherence, symbolic density, aesthetic innovation, and cultural continuity. Each axis is scored on a 12-point scale. The aggregate score produces a cultural output rating that allows cross-species comparison. The system was developed over 6 decades from data spanning 23 species and has proven capable of capturing the full range of known artistic production. The Morin, with their bioluminescent body paintings, scored highest in aesthetic innovation. The Verath, with their architecturally integrated stone carvings, scored highest in cultural continuity. Every species has a profile. Every profile tells you something useful about how that species thinks, what it values, what it considers beautiful. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 11 with my assessment tools, my scoring templates, and my expectation that the human cultural profile would be complex but ultimately quantifiable. I had reviewed preliminary reports. Humans were known to be prolific producers of visual art, unusually prolific, in fact, for a species at their developmental stage. I was not prepared for the scope of what I would find. The initial survey was promising. Reconstruction Zone 11 had been a moderately urbanized region prior to the conflict: 2 cities, a network of smaller towns, agricultural periphery. Despite significant structural damage, artistic production had already resumed at remarkable rates. Within my first week, I cataloged over 300 discrete works of visual art across the zone. Structural murals, 67 documented, ranging from simple color applications to complex narrative scenes spanning entire building facades. Average cultural output rating, 6, 4 out of 12. Sculptural works in wood, stone, and repurposed conflict debris, 41 items, average rating 5. 9. One sculptor had carved a series of faces from the broken concrete of a destroyed overpass. Textile and fiber art, 83 items, surprisingly robust for a post-conflict population, with patterns showing strong cultural continuity. Decorative ceramics, 34 items. Kilns had been among the first non-essential infrastructure rebuilt, which I noted as culturally significant. The human cultural profile was shaping into something coherent, a species with broad aesthetic interests, moderate to high technical proficiency, strong cultural continuity despite the disruption of conflict, and notable material resourcefulness. The profile would be complex but contained within the framework. By the end of week 2, I had cataloged over 600 works and was preparing my preliminary assessment. Then I found the anomaly. It began with a home visit in Settlement 4. I was conducting interior surveys, cataloging artistic production displayed within residential spaces, which often reveals more about cultural values than public art. The home belonged to a family of 4, 2 adults, 2 children. The living space was small, a prefabricated reconstruction shelter approximately 40 square meters. On the wall above the heating unit, the most prominent wall in the main living space, I found an image. It was executed on a thin sheet of fibrous paper. The medium appeared to be colored wax sticks, crude pigment delivery tools with minimal precision. The image depicted, I studied it for some time, what I believe was intended to be 4 figures standing in front of a structure. The figures were composed of single vertical lines for bodies, horizontal lines for arms, and circles for heads. The proportions were not merely inaccurate, they were anatomically impossible. The largest figure's arms emerged from its head. The smallest figure appeared to have 6 limbs. The structure behind them, presumably their dwelling, was a trapezoid leaning at an angle that would indicate structural failure in any actual building. The sky was green. The ground was orange. I assessed it against the framework. Technical proficiency, 0. 2 out of 12, motor control consistent with a child between 3 and 6 years of age. Material sophistication, 0. 1. Wax pigment on utility paper, the lowest quality materials in the zone. Compositional coherence, 0. 3. Symbolic density, 0. 4. Aesthetic innovation, 0. 0. Cultural continuity, 0. 0. Aggregate cultural output rating, 0. 17. The lowest score I had ever assigned to any object produced by any species. Lower than the random marks made by domesticated animals that I had once, as a calibration exercise, run through the framework to establish a noise floor. I noted the score and moved to photograph it. As I did, I noticed the placement again, above the heating unit, the central wall, the position of highest visibility in the home. There were 3 other images on the walls, 2 competent watercolor landscapes and a textile hanging with an intricate geometric pattern. All 3 scored above 5. 0. All 3 were hung in secondary positions, a side wall, a corner, behind the door. The child's drawing held the place of honor. I flagged this as a display anomaly and continued my survey. The anomaly repeated. Over the next 4 days, I conducted interior surveys of 41 residential spaces across 3 settlements. In 34 of them, 83%, I found at least one child-produced image displayed in a position of prominence. In 19 of the 34, the child's image occupied the single most prominent display position in the home. In every case, works of objectively superior quality were displayed in secondary positions, or stored, or not displayed at all. I expanded my survey to non-residential spaces. The pattern held. In the Reconstruction Zone's administrative center, a child's drawing was pinned to the wall behind the director's desk. A crayon image of what appeared to be a bird, or possibly a cloud, rendered in aggressive purple. The director had a competent charcoal portrait on the side wall. The child's drawing occupied the wall she faced every day. In the medical clinic in Settlement 2, the entire corridor wall was covered in children's drawings, dozens of them, taped and pinned in overlapping layers. I counted 47 individual images. Not one scored above 0. 5. Together, they occupied approximately 12 square meters of wall space that could have displayed anything. In the reconstruction workers' break room, children's drawings were pinned to lockers, taped to the inside of lunch containers, tucked into the frames of safety notices. By the end of week 3, I had cataloged 214 children's drawings displayed in positions of prominence. Their average cultural output rating was 0. 19. They were, by every measurable standard, the worst art in the Reconstruction Zone, and they were the most prominently displayed art in the Reconstruction Zone. My framework had no mechanism for this. Cultural output quality and display prominence are positively correlated in every species I have profiled. The best work occupies the best positions. This is so fundamental to the methodology that it is not stated as an assumption. It is treated as a given. The humans had inverted it. I needed to understand why.
The evidence.
What is measured is not always what matters. I identified the subject during a routine site survey at Reconstruction Project 7, a structural rebuild on the eastern perimeter of Settlement 4. The foreman's name was Dawood Cavan. He was a large man, heavily built, with the kind of physical authority that made work crews move without being told twice. He managed a team of 30. He was efficient, focused, and notably competent at the complex logistics of structural reconstruction. I had no professional interest in him. I was there to document a mural being painted on the completed western wall of the project. What caught my attention was his hard hat. Standard issue reconstruction safety helmets are bright orange, unadorned, functional. Cavan's had an image affixed to the front with adhesive tape, heavily reinforced, multiple layers. The tape itself discolored from sun exposure. The image was a piece of paper approximately 10 centimeters by 15 centimeters, so battered and creased that it had the texture of soft fabric. It had been rained on. The colors had bled. I could make out a large figure, presumably an adult, and a smaller figure beside it. They appeared to be holding hands, though the line connecting them could also have been a rope, or a snake, or a structural error. The figures were standing on a line that might have been the ground. Above them was a yellow circle, the sun, I assumed, though it had been drawn so close to the larger figure's head that it could also have been a hat. I approached Cavan during a break period. "I am cataloging artistic production in the reconstruction zone," I said. "I notice you have an image on your safety equipment." He looked at me as though I had asked why he was breathing. "My daughter drew it," he said. "Your daughter? How old is she?" "She was 4 when she made that. She's 6 now." I noted the timeline. The drawing was approximately 2 years old. Given its condition, the water damage, the sun bleaching, the mechanical wear, it had been attached to the hard hat for most or all of that period. "Is your daughter in Settlement 4? Something shifted in his face. "No, she's in Settlement 11 with her mother, 300 kilometers east." He paused. "I get to see them every 8 weeks if the transport schedule holds." I examined the drawing again. It was, if possible, even less accomplished than I had initially assessed. The proportions were not merely wrong. The smaller figure was larger than the larger one. The color choices were random. The line quality suggested the child had been drawing on an unstable surface, possibly her own lap. "May I ask why you display it on your safety equipment? It would be better preserved if stored in a protected." "Because she made it for me," Cavan said. He said this in the tone that humans use for statements they consider self-evident. "She sat down at the table and she picked up the crayons and she thought about her dad and she made something for me. This," he tapped the helmet gently over the drawing, "is her thinking about me. I carry it so she's with me while I work." I asked the obvious question, "But you could carry a photograph. A photograph would be a more accurate representation of your daughter and would be more durable." "I have photographs," he said. "Photographs are what she looks like. This is what she made. This came out of her. She decided to make something and she decided to give it to me. That's different." He put his helmet back on. The drawing faced outward, visible to his entire crew, to anyone who looked at him. This man who directed 30 workers and rebuilt shattered buildings carried on his head, in the position of maximum visibility, a smeared and rain-damaged image that would score 0.12 on my assessment framework. I thanked him and noted the interaction. I did not yet understand it, but I noted the phrase he used. She decided to make something and she decided to give it to me. And I felt, for the first time, that the framework might not be asking the right questions. I returned to the medical clinic on assessment day 27. The wall of children's drawings had grown since my first visit, 61 images now, up from 47. The clinic's lead physician was Dr. Lena Vasic, A woman in her late 40s with steady hands and the kind of fatigue that has moved past exhaustion into a permanent state. I requested an interview. "The drawings on the corridor wall," I said. "Can you explain their purpose?" "Purpose," she repeated as though testing the word. "Their function, why they are displayed. Children who come to this clinic are scared," she said. "A lot of them have been through things that would break adults. Shelling, displacement, losing family. They come in here and they see the instruments and another adult who's going to do something to them and they shut down. They go quiet. Some of them shake." She produced a battered tin box from behind her desk, colored pencils, crayons, stubs of chalk. "So I give them these and paper, and I tell them they can draw me something while they wait, anything they want. And the results are displayed on the wall. Every single one, every drawing any child has ever made in this clinic goes on that wall. I have never refused one. I have never taken one down." I looked at the corridor wall through her open door. 61 images, stick figures, animals with wrong numbers of legs, houses floating above the ground, a drawing that consisted entirely of concentric circles in red, a battle scene, small figures, explosions, the sky filled with marks that could be smoke or rain, a flower nearly the size of the paper with petals in every color available. "When a child comes back for a follow-up," she continued, "the first thing they do is look for their drawing on the wall. They find it. Every time. They see that it's still there, that this thing they made is still in the place where they put it, and something changes. They stand a little straighter. They are a little less afraid." She paused. "Do you know what it means to a child to see that something they created has been kept? Especially a child who has lost things, a home, a parent, a sense that the world is a place where things stay. They made something and it stayed." "But the artistic quality," I began, "is completely beside the point," she said, and her voice had an edge I recognized as protective. "A child who draws me a picture is telling me they trust me enough to show me what's inside their head. A 4-year-old who hands you a drawing is handing you a piece of themselves, the bravest thing they know how to do. The drawing is terrible. The act is extraordinary." I photographed the wall. 61 acts of trust, taped to plaster. The newest ones bright and vivid, the oldest ones curling at the edges, their tape yellowing. The drawing is terrible. The act is extraordinary. It described something my framework had no access for. I was beginning to understand that my scoring template was evaluating the wrong object. On assessment day 31, I was conducting a survey of the open-air market in Settlement 4 when I noticed an elderly woman seated on a bench near the textile stalls. She was not buying or selling. She was sitting in the weak afternoon sun with her hands folded in her lap, watching the market traffic with the particular stillness of someone who has stopped being in a hurry about anything. What drew my attention was the object she wore around her neck. A small case, handmade, stitched from scrap leather, suspended on a thin cord. It rested against her sternum, the way I had seen humans wear religious symbols or identification tags. But it was neither. I approached and identified myself. The woman's name was Petra Halst. She was 73 years old. "May I ask about the object you wear?" I said. She looked down at it, and her hand came up and closed over it with a gentleness that I can only describe as the way one holds something that could shatter. "It's a drawing," she said. She hesitated, then opened the case and withdrew a piece of paper folded into quarters. She unfolded it with movements so practiced that I understood she had done this thousands of times, always the same way, always along the same creases. The paper was old, deeply old, not in the way of archival documents stored in controlled conditions, but in the way of something that has been carried and handled and wept on and slept beside for decades. The creases were soft as cloth. The colors had faded to ghosts of themselves. In places, the paper had worn through entirely along the fold lines. The image was barely visible. Two figures, one tall, one short, standing next to something angular that might have been a house. Above them, a strip of blue. Below them, a strip of green. In the upper corner, a yellow circle. "My grandson drew this," Petra Halst said. "Tomek. He drew it when he was 5 years old, at my kitchen table on a Sunday morning while I made breakfast. He used the crayons I kept for him in the drawer by the window." She recited these details with the precision of facts preserved long past the world that produced them. 30 years ago," she said. "He gave it to me and said, 'This is you and me at your house.' I put it on my refrigerator. It stayed there for 15 years. I waited. Tomek died in the war. He was 32. I lost my home 2 months later. The shelling took the whole street. Everything from before was gone. The photographs, his school reports, his clothes, everything." She looked down at the drawing. "I had this in my coat pocket. I had put it there the week before when they told us to evacuate to take what mattered most." She touched the paper very lightly, tracing the outline of the smaller figure. "Out of everything in that house, 40 years of living, I took this." "His hands made this," Petra Halst said. "He was 5. He sat at my table and he held the crayons in his small hands and he made this for me. Everything else is gone. The crayons are gone. The table is gone. The kitchen is gone. He is gone." She folded the paper along its ancient creases, each fold exact, and placed it back in the case. "But this is here. His hands made it. That is in the paper. You cannot take that out." She closed the case and held it against her chest and looked at me. And I understood that I was not looking at art. I was not looking at cultural output. I was looking at the last physical evidence that a specific pair of small hands had once existed and had chosen, on a Sunday morning 30 years ago, to make something for someone they loved. I returned to my quarters that evening. I did not open my assessment framework. I sat at my desk and I looked at the wall, which was bare, and I thought about what it would mean to have something on it, something terrible and precious and irreplaceable, made by small hands that no longer existed. I did not have such a thing, and sitting alone in my quarters, I felt the absence of it like a hole in the wall where something should have hung.
The report.
Some things can only be measured by what they cost to lose. The cultural profile for Reconstruction Zone 11 should have been straightforward to compile. I had cataloged 849 works of visual and material art across the zone. The data was clean, comprehensive, and well-organized. Average cultural output rating across all competent adult-produced works, 5. 8 out of 12, placing humans in the upper middle range for species at their developmental stage. Strengths in material resourcefulness and cultural continuity. Notable prolificacy. A species that produced art in volume under adverse conditions with moderate to high skill. This was the profile the data supported. It was accurate, and it was incomplete in a way that I could not ignore, because woven through the data, in every home, every office, every clinic and break room and shelter, were 214 objects that scored an average of 0, 19, and occupied the most prominent display positions available. If I included them in the aggregate, they dragged the zone's average cultural output rating down to 4. 1. If I excluded them, the profile omitted the single most ubiquitous category of displayed art in the entire zone. Neither option produced an accurate profile. I tried reframing. Perhaps the children's drawings served a religious function, icons, talismans, protective symbols. No correlation with any documented religious practice. They appeared in homes of believers and non-believers alike. Perhaps a status function, displaying a child's drawing as a social signal indicating parenthood, family, biological success. More promising, but it failed to account for the construction workers who displayed nieces' and nephews' drawings, the clinic wall where the drawings came from unrelated patients, the administrative director whose displayed drawing was from a child she had never met, a girl in the settlement school who had drawn a picture of the lady who runs things and delivered it to the office. Perhaps a developmental documentation function, preserving records of offspring's cognitive progress. This would explain display in homes but not in workplaces, not in public buildings, and not the case of Petra Halst, who was not documenting development but preserving the last physical trace of a dead man's childhood. I eliminated every hypothesis I could construct. None survived contact with the full data set. On assessment day 35, I stopped trying to force the data into the framework and sat with the observations themselves. Dawood Cavan, the foreman, she decided to make something and she decided to give it to me. He did not describe the drawing, he described the decision. Dr. Vasic, a 4-year-old who hands you a drawing is handing you a piece of themselves. She did not evaluate the artistic content. She evaluated the act of offering. Petra Halst, his hands made it. That is in the paper. She did not preserve the image. She preserved the physical evidence that a specific person had created something with their own body and given it to her. The pattern was consistent. In none of the 214 cases I had documented did any human reference the quality of the drawing. Not once. No one said, "Look at this beautiful artwork my child made." They said, "My daughter made this for me. The children drew these. My grandson made this." Made, gave, made for, drew for. The verbs were not about the object, they were about the action, the creation and the giving. I sat at my desk and I understood finally what I had been measuring wrong. The framework evaluates cultural output as an object, a thing with properties that can be scored, technical proficiency, material sophistication, aesthetic coherence. These are properties of the object, but the children's drawings were not being valued as objects. The object was, in every measurable sense, worthless. The humans knew this. Cavan did not believe his daughter's drawing was technically accomplished. Vasic did not display the clinic drawings because they were aesthetically significant. Halst did not carry a 30-year-old piece of paper because it was a masterwork. They valued the drawings because a child had chosen to make something and chosen to give it to someone. The drawing was proof of a decision. A small person with limited skills and unlimited intent had sat down and thought about someone and made something for them. The artistic quality was irrelevant. It could have been a scribble, a smear, an unrecognizable blob of color. What mattered was that it had been made by those hands for that person. The child's drawing was not art in any sense my framework could process. It was evidence. Evidence that someone small had thought of you. Evidence of love expressed through the only medium a child has full command of, the impulse to create and the impulse to give. And humans kept this evidence. They mounted it on hard hats and taped it to office walls and carried it in leather cases around their necks for 30 years. They kept it in the most prominent positions available, not despite its lack of quality, but because quality was never what they were measuring. They were measuring. Someone thought of me. I filed the cultural profile for Reconstruction Zone 11 on assessment day 37. The main body contained the standard analysis, 849 cataloged works, aggregate ratings, comparative positioning. Thorough, accurate, complete. Attached to it, I filed Anomaly Addendum 1, non-skilled artistic production as relational evidence, cultural display patterns inconsistent with quality prominence correlation. The addendum, was 14 pages long. My previous anomaly addenda had averaged 2 to 3 pages, but I could not say what I needed to say in 2 pages, and I had determined that saying it mattered more than saying it efficiently. I documented the phenomenon, 214 child-produced images, average rating 0, 19, displayed in the highest prominence positions in the zone. I presented the 3 case studies with direct quotations. I presented the pattern of language, the consistent emphasis on the act of making and giving rather than the properties of the object made, and I presented my finding. The children's drawings are not valued as cultural output. They are valued as relational artifacts, physical evidence of an act of creation performed by one person for another. The artistic quality is irrelevant. What is valued is the act itself. A child's decision to make something and to give it to someone specific. The drawing is proof that the recipient existed in the child's mind as someone worth creating for. This proof is treasured above technically superior work, above culturally significant pieces, above everything, because it answers a question that humans, particularly in post-conflict conditions, need answered. Does someone think of me? No other species I had assessed displayed low-quality artistic output in positions of prominence. The framework had no mechanism for evaluating relational artifacts because, until this assignment, I had not known they existed. I recommended that the framework be expanded. I did not have a specific proposal for how. Some things, I wrote, and I was aware that this was an unusual statement for an assessment report, may resist measurement not because they are unmeasurable, but because measurement is not the correct response to them. I submitted the report. I packed my assessment tools. I prepared to leave Reconstruction Zone 11. On my last evening, I walked through Settlement 4. The sun was low. The reconstruction shelters cast long shadows across the unpaved streets. I passed the construction site where Cavan's crew was finishing for the day. I could see his hard hat, the battered drawing facing outward, as he spoke with a colleague. I passed the clinic, where through the window I could see the wall of drawings, illuminated by the corridor's fluorescent light, 61 scraps of color and line in impossible proportion. I passed Petra Halst's bench in the market square. She was not there. The bench was empty, but I thought of her and the thought of her, the leather case against her chest, the paper soft as cloth, the careful unfolding, produced in me a response that I could not classify using any framework I possessed. I returned to my quarters. I sat at my desk. The wall in front of me was bare. In 4 weeks of assessing human cultural production, I had cataloged 849 works of art. I had scored and classified works of genuine skill and beauty, landscapes that captured light, sculptures that gave form to grief, textiles whose patterns encoded generations of tradition. But the works that will stay with me, the ones I will carry when every rating and every score has faded from my memory, are the ones that scored 0, 19. The stick figures with arms growing from their heads, the houses that would collapse under their own geometry, the suns with faces and the green skies and the flowers as tall as buildings, the drawings made by small hands with crayons and cheap paper and given to someone as proof that the someone mattered. Cavan carries his daughter's drawing on his hard hat because that is where he needs it most. Vasik's wall says, "You are safe here. What you make will be preserved. You matter." Halst's grandson is gone. The house is gone. The crayons are gone, but the choice is still there, folded into the paper, carried against her heart. I am a cultural assessor. I have spent my career measuring art. I am very good at what I do, but I have never made something for someone. I have never sat down with crude tools and limited skill and made a thing, a terrible, lopsided, beautiful thing, and given it to a person I loved and said, without words, "I was thinking of you. I made this because you exist and that matters to me." The humans do this. They teach their children to do it before they teach them almost anything else. The first thing a human child creates is a gift, and the recipients keep these gifts forever on their walls, on their hard hats, around their necks, because the gift answers the oldest question, the one that every conscious being asks and that most of us have no mechanism to answer. Am I in someone's thoughts? The drawings say, yes, you are. Someone small thought of you, and this is the proof, and it will remain the proof long after the child's hands have grown or stilled, long after the crayons have been used up, long after the paper has softened to clothe. That is what the drawing means. That is all it has ever meant. I packed my equipment. I filed my report. I left the wall bare. But I understood as I left Reconstruction Zone 11 that the bare wall was a kind of absence I had not known I carried. And I understood that the humans, with their crude drawings and their impossible stick figures and their lopsided houses under green skies, the humans had answered a question I had not known I was asking, and the answer was on their walls.
The storm watch. The warning.
Every species seeks shelter. That is the baseline assumption. I have managed environmental safety operations for the Hegemony Environmental Safety Division across 3 reconstruction zones and 11 species. The work is straightforward. Atmospheric monitoring equipment is deployed across the zone, a sensor network calibrated for barometric pressure, wind velocity, electrical discharge potential, precipitation density, and thermal gradient instability. The sensors feed data to my modeling suite, which projects atmospheric conditions with 97% accuracy at the 12-hour horizon and 89% accuracy at the 48-hour horizon. When conditions exceed safety thresholds, I issue directives. Shelter in place for moderate events. Evacuation to hardened structures for severe events. Full underground retreat for catastrophic events. The protocol is built on a single behavioral constant observed across every species the hegemony has cataloged. All motile organisms avoid environmental hazard. This is not learned behavior. It is not cultural. It is the most fundamental survival response in the biological record. Detect threat, reduce exposure, wait for threat to pass. The Karath burrow. The Morin cluster beneath their canopy structures. The Verath seal their atmospheric membranes and enter low metabolic suspension. The specific response varies. The underlying logic does not. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 14 on a clear day, 22 degrees Celsius, wind from the southeast at 11 kilometers per hour, relative humidity at 61%, no atmospheric instability detected within the 72-hour projection window. A standard deployment. I calibrated my sensor network, established communication protocols with the zone's human administrative authority, and began monitoring. The zone contained approximately 19,000 human inhabitants in various stages of reconstruction settlement. Infrastructure was partial, power grids at 67%, water reclamation at 81%, permanent shelter construction at 43%. A significant portion of the population still occupied temporary modular housing with limited structural reinforcement. I reviewed the zone's atmospheric history. Reconstruction Zone 14 was situated in what the humans called a temperate continental climate band, a region characterized by wide seasonal temperature variation, and critically, significant convective storm activity during the warm months. The data indicated an average of 37 severe atmospheric events per warm season, including electrical storms, high-velocity wind events, and heavy precipitation. 37 severe events per season for a population in temporary housing with incomplete infrastructure. I flagged this as a high-priority monitoring assignment and began building my storm response models. The first significant atmospheric event developed on monitoring day 9. My sensor network detected a pressure differential forming along the western boundary of the zone at 0347 hours. By 0600, the modeling suite projected a Category 3 convective storm, electrical discharge activity, wind gusts exceeding 90 kilometers per hour, precipitation rates exceeding 40 millimeters per hour, reaching the populated eastern sectors by approximately 1400 hours. I issued a shelter-in-place directive at 0615 hours, 8 hours before projected arrival. This was generous lead time. The directive was transmitted on all communication channels, zone-wide audio broadcast, personal communication devices, visual signage activated at all primary intersections. The message was clear and unambiguous. Severe atmospheric event approaching. All personnel to remain in or return to hardened shelter by 1200 hours. Maintain shelter until all clear is issued. I had issued identical directives in 3 previous reconstruction zones. Average compliance across 11 species, 98.6%. The remaining 1 to 2% was accounted for by communication failures, mobility limitations, and individuals engaged in critical operations that could not be interrupted. These were known quantities with known mitigations. I monitored compliance through the zone's population tracking system, a grid of motion sensors and thermal imaging arrays that provided real-time location data for all inhabitants. By 1100 hours, compliance was at 87% and rising. Individuals were moving from work sites, market areas, and open spaces toward shelter structures in an orderly pattern. This was consistent with expected behavior. Final compliance typically peaks in the last hour before event arrival, as the remaining workers complete their tasks and move inside. By 1200 hours, the directive deadline compliance was at 94.3%. I waited for it to rise further. In previous zones, the final 3 to 5% typically came in within 30 minutes of deadline. By 1230 hours, compliance was at 94.1%. By 1300 hours, 1 hour before projected storm arrival, compliance was at 94.3%, the same as at 1200. 1,083 individuals were not in shelter. I checked the population tracking data for failures. The system was functioning normally. I checked communication channels. The directive had been received on all registered devices. I checked the locations of the non-compliant individuals, expecting to find them en route to shelter, delayed by distance or logistical constraints. They were not en route. They were stationary. I examined their positions. They were not trapped. They were not in locations that lacked shelter access. In many cases, they were within 30 meters of adequate shelter. Some were on the rooftops of shelter structures. They were outside. They were not moving. I contacted the zone's human liaison officer, a man named Desi Karim, at 1315 hours. You have 1,083 individuals outside of shelter, I said. The storm will arrive in approximately 45 minutes. Yeah, Karim said. They'll be fine. They will not be fine. Wind gusts of 90 kilometers per hour are projected, along with electrical discharge activity and heavy precipitation. Individuals exposed to these conditions are at risk of injury from airborne debris, electrical strike, hypothermia from wet exposure, and Officer Pelsura, Karim said. He had a particular tone that I had begun to catalog: slower speech, lowered pitch, the vocal pattern humans use when they believe they are being patient. They know the storm is coming. That's why they are outside. I waited for clarification. The statement appeared to contain a logical error. Some folks like to watch storms, he said. It's a thing. A thing, I repeated. A human thing. I asked him to elaborate. He said that a portion of any human population will voluntarily go outside during severe weather events to observe them, to watch lightning, feel wind, stand in rain. He said this was common. He said it was not considered aberrant behavior. He said, and I recorded this verbatim, my grandmother used to sit on her porch for every thunderstorm, said it reminded her she was alive. I asked whether these individuals were aware of the risks. Oh, they know, he said. They just don't care. Well, they care, they just think it's worth it. I asked what precisely was worth risking injury from a Category 3 convective storm. Karim paused. You'd have to ask them, he said. The storm arrived at 14:07 hours. I monitored from my operations center, a hardened structure at the zone's administrative hub. My screens showed atmospheric data, population positioning, and structural integrity readings across the settlement. The storm was performing within projected parameters. Wind gusts peaked at 93 kilometers per hour. Electrical discharge rate averaged 1 strike per 8 seconds across the zone. Precipitation was heavy and sustained. I watched the population tracking display. The 1,083 non-sheltered individuals did not move. Some shifted positions slightly. I tracked several moving from ground level to elevated positions, rooftops, balconies, a hillside on the eastern perimeter of the settlement. They were not sheltering from the storm. They were positioning themselves to see it better. I ran the data through my risk models. Probability of injury from electrical strike at their exposure levels: 0.03 per individual. Probability of injury from wind-driven debris: 0.07 per individual. Probability of hypothermia from wet exposure at current temperatures: negligible. The individual risk was low, but it was not zero, and it was entirely voluntary. These individuals were choosing to increase their hazard exposure for no identifiable benefit. I searched the hegemony behavioral database for analogs. Voluntary hazard exposure without survival benefit. The database returned 2 results, both classified as pathological behaviors: Karath juveniles entering toxic zones during neurological development disorders, and Morin reproductive age males approaching predator territories during hormonal imbalance episodes. Both were treated as medical conditions requiring intervention. But the humans outside were not juveniles with neurological disorders. They were not hormonally impaired. They were distributed across every age group. I identified individuals ranging from approximately 6 years old to over 80. They were distributed across occupations, income levels, and settlement sectors. There was no demographic pattern that would indicate a shared pathology. The storm passed by 15:30 hours. I issued the all-clear at 15:47 hours after confirming structural integrity across the zone. Total injuries: 2. 1 individual struck by a displaced roofing panel, minor laceration. 1 individual slipped on a wet surface, minor contusion. Both were among the sheltered population. The 1,083 who had stood outside in a Category 3 storm, 0 injuries. I stared at my report for a long time before filing it.
The Watchers.
They were not ignoring the danger. They were including it. By Storm 4, I had developed a new research protocol. The standard safety models could not account for the behavior, so I would observe it directly. I had submitted a request to the Hegemony Behavioral Research Division for guidance on voluntary hazard exposure in non-pathological populations. The response, received on monitoring day 16, consisted of a single line: no precedent found. Field observation recommended. I went outside. Storm 4 was a Category 2, less severe than the first, but still well above safety thresholds. Wind gusts projected at 70 kilometers per hour, moderate electrical discharge activity, sustained heavy rain. I issued the shelter-in-place directive at 0800 hours. By 1200 hours, compliance had settled at its now familiar plateau, 93.8%. Approximately 1,200 individuals outside shelter. I sealed my environmental suit, activated my recording equipment, and left the operations center at 12:15 hours. The wind hit me immediately. Even through the suit's dampening systems, I registered the force of it, a lateral pressure against my thorax that required postural compensation. Rain struck the suit's exterior in a continuous percussive pattern. Visibility was reduced to approximately 200 meters. The sky was a uniform dark gray, the clouds low and fast-moving, textured like something living. I made my way to a residential sector on the zone's northern perimeter, where population tracking showed a cluster of 17 non-sheltered individuals atop a modular housing unit. The structure was 3 stories, temporary construction, reinforced polymer walls, flat roof with drainage channels. Not designed as an observation platform, the individuals had accessed the roof via an exterior maintenance ladder. I climbed the ladder. The wind intensified with elevation. Rain ran in sheets across the flat roof surface. There were 6 of them. Not 17, the population tracker had included individuals on adjacent structures. 6 humans, all young, the age range I had learned to classify as teenagers, approximately 14 to 18 years. 3 male, 3 female. They were seated near the roof center, arranged in a loose semicircle facing west, facing the storm. They were not wearing environmental protection. Their clothing was saturated. Their hair was plastered to their heads. Water ran down their faces. They were laughing. I approached and identified myself. They were not alarmed by my presence, though one of them, a male with dark hair and what I would later learn was called a grin, said, "Hey, the weather lady came outside." This produced more laughter. I noted that my title had been inaccurately rendered but did not correct it. "You are aware that a shelter-in-place directive is in effect," I said. "Yeah," said another, a female, short-haired, sitting cross-legged with her arms spread wide as if trying to catch the rain. "No. You are exposed to wind, electrical discharge, and precipitation. Your current position offers no structural protection." "That's kind of the point," the dark-haired male said. I asked them to explain. They looked at each other. There was a brief exchange of facial expressions that I could not fully interpret, a communication modality humans use that conveys complex social information through minute muscle movements. Then the short-haired female pointed west. "Look," she said. I looked. The storm front was visible as a wall of darker cloud advancing across the landscape. As I watched, an electrical discharge occurred, a branching filament of ionized atmosphere connecting cloud to ground approximately 4 kilometers distant. The light was brief and intense, a fractured white line against the gray. The sound followed, a deep, rolling compression wave that I felt in my thoracic cavity before I registered it acoustically. The teenagers reacted with immediate vocal intensity. They shouted, not words, sounds, exclamations. The dark-haired male raised both fists above his head. The short-haired female threw her head back and made a sustained, high-pitched vocalization. These were not distress responses. I had cataloged distress vocalizations. They were sharp, involuntary, accompanied by withdrawal behavior. These sounds were voluntary, sustained, and accompanied by expansive physical movement, bodies opening outward, toward the stimulus rather than away from it. I cross-referenced with my behavioral database. The closest match was a response pattern I had previously only observed in contexts of social bonding and recreational enjoyment, celebration. They were celebrating. An electrical discharge in a dangerous storm, and they were celebrating. Another discharge, closer, brighter. The sound was louder, arriving faster. One of the males who had been quiet stood up, spread his arms wide in the rain, and turned in a slow circle, face upward, eyes closed. That one was close, the short-haired female said. Her voice was raised over the wind, but the tone was not alarm, it was excitement. Did you feel it? They all had. I had felt it too through my suit, a faint electrical tingle, the ambient field disturbance from a nearby discharge. It was a hazard indicator. My suit's warning system had registered it as a low-level electrical exposure event. The humans had felt the same thing and responded with delight. I stood on that rooftop for 43 minutes. I recorded everything. The teenagers continued to watch the storm, narrating the lightning to each other, comparing the shapes of discharges, debating which direction the next one would strike, competing to see who could stand the longest with arms outstretched before the wind knocked them off balance. They were soaked and cold and laughing, and I could not classify what I was witnessing. When the storm began to abate, they climbed down the ladder, still talking, animated, bumping shoulders in that physical contact pattern humans use to express group affiliation. One of them turned back to me and said, "You should come next time without the suit." I noted the suggestion without comment. A man, mid-30s, heavy build, work-roughened hands, sat in a low chair with a child on his lap. The child was small, perhaps 4 years old, female. She was wrapped in a heavy fabric covering, a blanket, thermal insulation, and tucked against the man's chest. His arms were around her. They were both watching the sky. Lightning. A discharge to the northwest, broad and branching. The light illuminated the underside of the cloud layer in a brief, flickering wash. 3 seconds later, the sound arrived, a low, sustained rumble that built and then faded over approximately 6 seconds. The child flinched at the sound. A small, involuntary contraction, shoulders rising, head ducking toward the man's chest. A standard threat response, developmentally appropriate. My models predicted this. What my models did not predict was what the man did next. He did not take the child inside. He did not cover her ears. He did not increase the physical shielding around her. He loosened his hold slightly, turned her so she could see the sky more clearly, and pointed. "Did you see that one?" he said.
Yep.
His voice was calm, warm, pitched at the volume and frequency humans use for reassurance, but the content was not reassurance. It was engagement. He was directing her attention toward the stimulus that had frightened her. "It was big," the child said. Her voice was small, but the flinch response had not repeated. "Real big," the man said. "You know what makes that sound?" The child shook her head. "The lightning is so hot that it makes the air explode," he said. "The air right where the lightning was, it gets so hot so fast that it expands, and that expansion is the thunder. You're hearing the air get surprised." "The air gets surprised. The air gets surprised," he confirmed. "It didn't know the lightning was coming either." The child considered this. Another discharge farther away, a dim flicker behind the clouds. The rumble was softer, delayed. The child did not flinch. She pointed. Was that one far away? Farther away, yeah. You can tell by how long it takes the sound. Count the seconds between the light and the sound, and that tells you how far. The next discharge was bright and relatively close. The child watched the flash, then began counting 1, 2, 3, 4 until the thunder reached them. 4, she said. 4 seconds, about a mile away. Is that close? Close enough to feel it. The child pulled the blanket tighter around herself, but she did not turn away. She watched. Another discharge. She counted again. 6. Moving away from us, the man said. The storm's passing through. I observed them for 22 minutes. In that time, the man did not once suggest going inside. The child's fear response, evident at the first thunder, was completely absent by the end. She had learned in 22 minutes in the arms of her father on a porch in a storm to replace the fear response with active observation. She had learned to count thunder. She had learned to estimate distance. She had learned that the air gets surprised. I reviewed my data that evening, cross-referencing with hegemony developmental behavior records. In every species I had studied, parental behavior during environmental hazard events was categorized under a single heading: protective shielding. The parent places itself between the offspring and the threat. The parent moves the offspring to shelter. The parent reduces the offspring's sensory exposure to the threat. This man had done the opposite. He had held the child. Yes, physical contact, thermal regulation, emotional anchoring. These were protective behaviors, but he had also turned her toward the lightning. He had explained the mechanism behind the thunder not to reduce her fear through understanding, though that was a secondary effect, but to increase her engagement with the phenomenon. He was teaching her to be interested in the thing that frightened her. I found no precedent for this in the behavioral database, not in any species. I wrote in my observation log, the adult male did not shelter the child from the storm. He sheltered the child within the storm. He used his physical presence as a platform from which the child could safely engage with the hazard rather than avoid it. The fear response was not suppressed, it was transformed. Transformed into what? I am not yet certain. The child was counting thunder. She was smiling. I added a note that I later considered deleting but did not. I do not have a category for what he was teaching her. Hazard appreciation is the closest term I can construct. It is inadequate. Storm 8 was the strongest event of the season. Category 4, wind gusts exceeding 110 kilometers per hour, sustained electrical activity, torrential precipitation, localized hail. I issued evacuation orders for temporary housing sectors and shelter in place for all permanent structures. Compliance was 95.1%, the highest I had recorded. The storm was severe enough to bring even some of the habitual watchers inside. Not all of them. Population tracking showed 47 individuals outside shelter. Most were in small groups, the rooftop teenagers, porch sitters, a cluster near the reconstruction market, who I had observed during previous storms. I had begun to recognize the regulars. One individual was alone. The tracking data showed a single thermal signature on the eastern hillside, an elevated grassland area at the settlement's perimeter, exposed, unsheltered, approximately 300 meters from the nearest structure. I checked the data twice. One person on a hillside in a Category 4 storm. I went out. The walk to the hillside took 14 minutes. The wind was the strongest I had experienced in the field. My environmental suit stability systems were at 70% compensation. Rain was not falling so much as being driven horizontally, and the droplets were cold enough to register as thermal anomalies on my suit's surface sensors. Twice, I considered turning back. The hazard models for my own species placed my risk level at moderate. I found her at the crest of the hill. She was old. I had learned enough about human aging markers to estimate approximately 75 to 80 years. Small-framed. White hair, cut short, plastered to her head by the rain. She wore a long coat, heavy fabric, not waterproof, and boots. No hat, no gloves, no environmental protection beyond what the coat provided. The coat was soaked through. She must have been cold. She was standing perfectly still. Her face was turned slightly upward into the wind and rain. Her eyes were closed. She was not watching the storm. She was standing in it. I approached to within 5 meters. She did not move, did not acknowledge my presence. I considered the possibility that she was experiencing a medical event, loss of consciousness while standing, disorientation, cognitive failure. But her posture was wrong for that. She was not rigid or slumping. She was balanced, weight distributed evenly, knees slightly bent, as if she had been standing in wind for a long time and her body had adapted to it. Her face was not slack. There was an expression on it that I studied for a long time, recording from multiple angles, the closest word I could find, cross-referencing with my limited database of human facial expressions, was peace. I stood 5 meters from her on a hillside in a Category 4 storm and watched her stand in the rain for 11 minutes before I spoke. "You are in danger," I said. I had to raise my voice to be heard over the wind. She opened her eyes. They were pale, a light color that the rain made brighter. She looked at me with no surprise, as if she had known I was there the entire time. "I know," she said. "Your shelter directive requires you to be in a hardened structure. I know that too. May I ask why you are here?" She looked at me directly, not at my suit or my recording equipment, but at my face, or where my face was behind the suit's visor. Then she looked back at the sky. "My husband used to bring me here," she said. "When we were young, before the war, there was a bench. It's gone now." She was silent for a moment. The wind gusted and she adjusted her balance, a small practice shift. She had done this before, many times. "He loved storms," she said. "He said they were the only honest thing. The sky doesn't pretend. It doesn't hide what it is. When it's angry, you know. When it's beautiful, you know. He said everything else in life was people trying to be something they weren't, but a storm." She paused. A discharge overhead, the flash so close that the thunder was simultaneous. A single concussive event that I felt in my skeletal structure. She did not flinch. "A storm is just itself." "Your husband," I said. "Is he the war?" she said, simply. The way humans say things that are too large for elaboration. The rain intensified. I watched water run down her face. Her eyes were open now, watching the clouds roll and fracture above us. "I come out for every storm," she said. "Everyone. In the old settlement and now here. People think I'm crazy." She looked at me again, and something moved in her expression, a slight curve of the mouth, the configuration humans call a sad smile, which I have never fully understood because the two components seem contradictory. "Maybe I am. But when I stand out here and the wind hits me and the rain hits me and the thunder comes through my chest, I'm not old. I'm not alone. I'm not in a reconstruction zone on a planet that's still half rubble. I'm just here, right here, the same way the storm is here. No pretending, no hiding." She closed her eyes again. "It's the closest I get to honest," she said. I stood with her for another 9 minutes. I did not speak again. She did not speak again. The storm moved over us and through us and past us, and she stood in it the way a stone stands in a river, not resisting, not yielding, simply present. When the rain began to ease, she opened her eyes, looked at the sky with an expression I can only describe as gratitude, and began walking back down the hill. She moved slowly. Her coat was heavy with water. She did not look back. I remained on the hillside for 4 minutes after she left, though I could not have explained at that time why.
The report.
The storm does not care if you are watching. That may be the point. I filed my environmental safety report for Reconstruction Zone 14, Storm Season 1 on monitoring day 50. The safety data was straightforward. 8 significant atmospheric events, 12 minor events, total injuries across the season, 17 all minor lacerations, contusions, 1 sprained ankle, no fatalities, no serious injuries, no structural collapses. By the quantitative metrics of my division, the season was an unqualified success. The behavioral data was not straightforward. I had observed the storm-watching behavior across all 8 significant events. The participating population varied between 4 and 7% of the zone total, with the percentage loosely correlating to storm severity in a pattern that I initially misread as inverse, more severe storms producing more watchers, not fewer, before recognizing that this was, within the framework of the behavior itself, perfectly logical. The humans were not miscalculating risk. They were seeking intensity. I had compiled 47 hours of field observation data. I had conducted informal interviews with 31 storm watchers across various demographics. I had cross-referenced my observations with the Hegemony Behavioral Database, the Xenological Behavioral Archive, and 6 independent species behavior studies. There was no precedent. No other species engaged in sustained, voluntary, non-pathological exposure to environmental hazard for the purpose of sensory and emotional experience. The behavior existed in the database only as a symptom of neurological dysfunction or hormonal imbalance. I was required to classify it. The Hegemony Environmental Safety Division does not accept unclassified behaviors in final reports. Every observed behavior must be categorized, assessed for risk, and assigned a recommended response protocol. I created a new classification: Voluntary Environmental Hazard Observation, Non-Pathological, VHAN. I defined it as the deliberate, sustained exposure to environmental hazard conditions for the purpose of sensory engagement, emotional experience, and aesthetic appreciation, observed in human populations at rates of 4 to 7% during significant atmospheric events. I wrote the risk assessment. Low. The VHAN population had sustained fewer injuries than the sheltered population across the entire season. Their behavior, while inconsistent with standard hazard avoidance models, did not constitute a meaningful safety risk. I wrote the recommended response protocol: observation only, no intervention required. I stared at the report on my screen. It was complete. It was accurate. Every data point was correct. Every classification was defensible. It said nothing. VHAN. Voluntary Environmental Hazard Observation, Non-Pathological. The term was correct. The teenagers on the rooftop had been voluntarily observing environmental hazards. The father on the porch had been engaging in environmental hazard observation with his offspring. The old woman on the hillside had been conducting non-pathological voluntary exposure, and none of those descriptions captured what I had actually witnessed. The teenagers were not observing hazards. They were alive in a way that I had not previously seen humans be alive, their faces open, their voices loud, their bodies oriented toward the thing that could hurt them, and the joy in them so immediate and unguarded that it registered on my instruments as a collective biometric event. Their heart rates were elevated, their respiration rapid, their skin conductivity high, all indicators of stress response, and all accompanied by laughter. The data said fear. The observation said something else entirely. The father was not engaging in hazard observation with his offspring. He was handing his daughter something invisible and enormous, a way of seeing the world that included danger as a component of beauty. He was teaching her that the universe is vast and powerful and indifferent, and that the proper response to this is not to hide from it but to sit in its lap and count the seconds between the light and the sound. The old woman was not conducting non-pathological voluntary exposure. She was standing in the rain on a hillside where her dead husband once brought her, and she was finding, in the honest violence of the storm, a kind of truth that the rest of her life did not contain. My report said none of this. It could not. The hegemony standard behavioral taxonomy does not contain categories for all. It does not contain categories for the relationship between beauty and danger, or for the way a species might seek out the thing that diminishes them because the diminishment itself is valuable. Because standing small before something vast is, for humans, not a failure of survival instinct, but an exercise of something deeper than survival instinct. I filed the report. It was accepted without comment. I added a personal observation log as an appendix. This was unusual, but not prohibited. I wrote, "The classification Vihan is accurate in the way that describing water as two hydrogen atoms bonded to one oxygen atom is accurate. It identifies the components. It does not describe the experience of thirst, or of rain, or of the sea. The humans who go outside in storms are doing something that my professional vocabulary cannot name and my behavioral models cannot predict. They are placing themselves deliberately in the presence of power that exceeds them, not to challenge it, not to survive it, to witness it, to feel it move through them, to be for a moment not the masters of their environment but its audience. I do not fully understand this, but I have observed it enough to know that it is not a failure of judgment. It may be the opposite. The final storm of the season arrived on monitoring day 58. Category 3. Wind, electrical activity, heavy rain. I had issued the directive, monitored compliance, 94.2%, consistent with the seasonal average, and confirmed that all safety systems were operational. My monitoring duties were effectively complete. The report was filed. The season's summary was drafted. I had 7 days remaining in Reconstruction Zone 14 before reassignment. I sat in my operations center and watched the storm approach on my atmospheric display. The pressure front was broad and well organized, a classic convective system, the kind that produces sustained electrical discharge and the deep, rolling thunder that I had heard so many times through my suit's audio dampeners. I thought about the teenagers, the way the dark-haired boy had raised his fists to the lightning, the way the short-haired girl had spread her arms to catch the rain. I thought about the father, the way he had turned his daughter toward the thing that frightened her. The air gets surprised. I thought about the old woman, the way she had closed her eyes, the way she had called it honest. I turned off my recording equipment. I removed my environmental suit. Underneath, I wore the standard issue hegemony duty uniform, thin fabric, not waterproof, not insulated. I had not been outside without the suit since arriving in the zone. The uniform felt insubstantial. I felt insubstantial. I walked to the door of the operations center. The storm was close now. I could hear it, truly hear it, without the suit's audio processing. The sound was different, unfiltered, larger, less data and more presence. A low, continuous pressure of sound that was not any single thing but the accumulation of wind and rain and distant thunder into a single, sustained chord. I opened the door. The wind took my breath. Not metaphorically, The physical force of it against my face disrupted my respiration for a full second. I gasped, and the gasp filled my mouth with rain. Rain. Not data points, not precipitation at 42 millimeters per hour rain. On my face, on my hands, on the thin fabric over my shoulders. It was cold, colder than I expected. Each drop was a small, distinct impact, and there were thousands of them, and the cumulative sensation was unlike anything my environmental suit had transmitted. The suit had reported rain as a surface event. Without it, rain was everywhere. In my eyes, running down my neck, soaking through the uniform to my skin. I was immediately thoroughly wet. I walked away from the operations center. There was a low rise behind the building, not a hill, barely an elevation, but enough to clear the roofline. I climbed it. The wind was stronger at the top. I stood there. The sky was extraordinary. I had observed storms through my suit's visor, through my atmospheric displays, through data readouts and probability models. I had never seen one. Not like this. The clouds were not a uniform gray mass, as I had described them in 16 separate observation reports. They were alive, rolling, churning, layered in shades of gray and purple, and a dark, luminous green that I had no color designation for in my reporting vocabulary. They moved with a speed and complexity that no atmospheric model had captured. They were not weather. They were architecture. They were a cathedral built from water vapor and electrical potential, and they were rebuilding themselves continuously, and they were vast. Lightning. Not electrical discharge, lightning. A fracture in the sky, white-violet, branching in 5 directions simultaneously, each branch splitting into smaller branches, the whole structure existing for less than a second and illuminating the cloud architecture from within so that I could see the depth of it layer upon layer, kilometers deep, lit from inside like something dreaming. The thunder came through my chest. I understood. Not intellectually. I had understood intellectually for weeks. I understood the way the old woman understood, the way the father understood, the way the teenagers understood without needing to understand at all. The storm did not care that I was watching. It did not know I existed. It was not performing for me. It was not dangerous at me. It was simply entirely itself, a vast, indifferent expression of physical forces that exceeded me in every measurable dimension. And I was standing in it, small, wet, cold, unprotected, present. This was what the humans sought, not the danger, not the beauty, not even the awe, though awe was part of it. They sought the honesty. The old woman had said it, and I had recorded it without comprehending it. A storm is just itself, and standing in a storm, you are just yourself. There is no pretending in a thunderstorm. There is no performance. There is only the rain and the wind and the lightning and you, and the rain does not care about your title or your classification system or your report. And for a moment, just a moment, you are free of all of it. You are a small, warm, living thing in the presence of something immense, and the immensity does not diminish you. It locates you. It tells you exactly where you are and exactly how large you are, and there is a relief in that, a relief so profound that I did not know I needed it until I felt it. I stood in the rain for 37 minutes. I counted lightning. I let the thunder come through me. The water ran down my face and I did not wipe it away. When the storm passed, moving east, trailing curtains of lighter rain behind it, I stood on that low rise and watched it go, and I felt something that my behavioral taxonomy does not contain and that I will not attempt to classify. I went back inside. I changed into dry clothing. I sat at my monitoring station and confirmed that the storm had passed without incident, no injuries, no structural damage. The all clear, issued automatically by the system I had programmed. On my screen, the season's final report glowed with the patient authority of complete data. Every storm cataloged, every behavior classified. VHAN, voluntary environmental hazard observation, non-pathological. A clean, defensible category. A box that contained nothing of what it described. I did not amend the report. It was technically correct, and the hegemony requires technical correctness. But I opened my personal observation log, and I wrote one final entry. I went outside. I removed my suit, and I stood in the rain, and I watched the lightning, and I let the thunder move through me. I was cold and wet and small, and the storm was vast and indifferent and beautiful, and I understand now why they do it. Not because I can explain it, I cannot. Not in any language the hegemony would accept. I understand because I felt it. They go outside because the storm is honest, because the universe is enormous and violent and does not care about them. And there is a freedom in being uncared for by something that large. They go outside because standing in rain reminds them that they have skin, because thunder in the chest reminds them that they have a chest, because lightning, for one fractured second, shows them the size of the sky they live under every day without seeing. They go outside because they are a species that looked at the things that could kill them and found them beautiful, and I do not think they chose this. I think it is built into them at a level deeper than choice, deeper than culture, deeper than survival. Something in them reaches toward the vast. Something in them needs to be small. I am not human. I did not evolve under open skies with electrical storms and wind and rain, but I stood where they stand and I saw what they see, and I will not call it a behavioral anomaly. I will not call it non-pathological voluntary exposure. I will call it what the old woman called it, honest. My assignment in Reconstruction Zone 14 is complete. My equipment is packed. My reports are filed. Tomorrow I transfer to Reconstruction Zone 7, a desert climate, minimal atmospheric activity, low environmental hazard rating. I find myself hoping for wind.
The old coat. The distribution report.
The numbers were nearly perfect. That was the problem. I have overseen material distribution operations in 4 reconstruction zones across 3 species for the Hegemony Supply Chain Efficiency Division. The methodology is standardized. Upon completion of hostilities and establishment of a reconstruction framework, the division assesses the material needs of the affected population and provides replacement goods, clothing, tools, shelter components, nutrition supplies, manufactured to hegemony specifications. These goods are, in every measurable respect, superior to whatever the population was using prior to the conflict. Hegemony textiles are thermally adaptive within a 12-degree range, abrasion-resistant to 4,000 cycles, moisture-wicking, self-repairing at the microfiber level for minor damage, and precision-fitted using biometric scanning at the point of distribution. They are, objectively, better. In my 4 previous assignments, adoption rates for distributed clothing ranged from 97.2% to 99.8%. The residual non-adoption was attributable to documented causes, sizing errors, sensory sensitivities in certain species, religious garment requirements that could be accommodated with minor modifications. In each case, the non-adoption percentage was small, explicable, and resolvable. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 14, a human settlement of approximately 11,000 individuals in the temperate zone of their northern continent, 40 days ago. The population had survived a prolonged conflict that destroyed most of their manufacturing infrastructure. Their existing clothing was, by any material standard, inadequate. Threadbare fabrics with no thermal regulation, damaged seams, worn soles on footwear that provided minimal impact protection. Sizing was inconsistent, garments too large, too small, improvised repairs with incompatible materials. Distribution was completed on day 12. Every individual in the zone received a full allocation, 2 sets of outer garments, 3 inner layers, footwear, head covering, and weather-resistant overgarment. Each item was biometrically fitted. Each item was demonstrably superior to what the individual was currently wearing. By day 40, adoption stood at 91.3%. 91.3%. In any other context, this would be an acceptable metric. It was not acceptable to me, because I understood what the number meant. It meant that approximately 957 individuals in Reconstruction Zone 14 had received new, superior clothing and chosen not to wear it. I pulled the distribution records. Every individual in the 8.7% non-adoption group had confirmed receipt of their allocation. The goods had been delivered, accepted, and I verified this through shelter inspection reports stored. The new garments were folded in storage compartments, hung on hooks, placed in containers. They were present in the individual's living spaces. They were not being worn. Instead, these individuals continued to wear their old clothing. I reviewed the observation data from our monitoring systems and compiled an inventory of what the non-adoption group was actually wearing. Coats with torn linings and patched elbows, jackets with broken fasteners, held closed with improvised ties, footwear with soles worn smooth, offering no traction and minimal protection. Hats faded by sun exposure until their original colors were barely distinguishable. Scarves with frayed edges. Gloves with holes in 3 or more fingers. None of these garments met minimum material adequacy standards. Several posed measurable risks. The worn footwear increased fall probability by an estimated 34%. And the thermally inadequate coats would provide insufficient protection during the approaching cold season. I flagged the non-adoption as a material efficiency anomaly and opened an investigation. My initial hypothesis was straightforward: a distribution failure. Perhaps the new garments had defects I had not identified. Perhaps the biometric fitting was miscalibrated for human proportions. Perhaps there was a cultural prohibition I had not been briefed on. I scheduled interviews with a sample of the non-adoption population. My first interview was with a woman named Marta Kowalski, age 63, Settlement Sector 4. She had confirmed receipt of her full clothing allocation on day 9. I met her at her shelter unit. She was wearing a coat. I should describe the coat, because the coat is important. It was a long outer garment, what humans call an overcoat, made of a heavy woven fabric in a dark color that had faded unevenly, suggesting decades of exposure. The lining was visible through a tear along the left side seam. The original lining material had been replaced at least twice, based on the layering of different fabrics visible at the tear. The collar was worn to a soft texture that bore no resemblance to the original weave. Both elbows had been patched and the patches themselves had been patched. The buttons were mismatched, 3 different sizes, 2 different materials. By every metric in my assessment framework, this garment was inadequate. Thermal rating, functionally negligible. Structural integrity, compromised at 7 points. Weather resistance, none. Expected remaining service life, 1 season, perhaps 2 with significant repair. The new hegemony overgarment I had distributed to her was rated for thermal regulation across a 20-degree range, had a projected service life of 12 years, and was fitted precisely to her body dimensions. "Mrs. Kowalski," I said, "my records indicate that you received your clothing allocation on day 9, but have not adopted the distributed garments. I am here to identify any issues with the distribution, sizing, material sensitivity, functional concerns, so that I can resolve them." She looked at me. She was a small woman with deep lines around her eyes and hands that moved constantly, adjusting the coat, smoothing the lapel, touching the collar. Her fingers moved over the fabric the way I had seen humans touch other humans, with attention, with familiarity. "There's nothing wrong with your clothes," she said. "They are very nice. I put them in the cupboard. You are still wearing your previous garment." "Yes." "May I ask why?" "The new overgarment is superior in every measurable respect: thermal regulation, durability, weather resistance, fit." She was quiet for a moment. Her hand rested on the coat's lapel, and her thumb moved across the fabric in a small, repetitive motion. "This was my husband's coat," she said. I waited for her to continue, because I assumed there was a practical reason forthcoming. Perhaps the coat had been modified for a specific function. Perhaps there was a cultural significance to spousal garments that required accommodation. "He wore it every day," she said. 31 years. He was a tall man. It was too long on me when I started wearing it after he passed. I had it taken in, but I kept the length. He liked the length." She paused. "He died in the 2nd year of the conflict. Heart gave out. Not the fighting, just his heart. He was carrying water up 6 flights because the pumps were gone, and his heart stopped on the 4th floor." She told me this without visible distress. Her voice was even. Her hand continued its small motion on the lapel. "The coat was on the hook by the door when they brought him back. I put it on that evening. It still smelled like him, that machine oil smell he always had from the factory. The smell is gone now. It's been 5 years, but when I put it on," she stopped. She looked at me as though assessing whether I could understand what she was about to say. "When I put it on, I am not alone." I noted her response. I did not understand it, but I noted it precisely. "Mrs. Kowalski, I want to confirm, you are aware that your current garment does not provide adequate thermal protection for the approaching season." "I am aware. And the distributed garment would provide significantly better protection." "I am sure it would. But you do not intend to wear it." She touched the collar of the coat, the soft, worn collar that had been touched 10,000 times before. "No," she said, "I do not." I recorded the interview and marked the case file. Non-adoption cause: sentimental attachment to previous garment. Not a distribution defect. Not a sizing error. Not a cultural prohibition. Sentimental attachment. I wrote the words and I did not know what they meant. I knew each word independently. Together, they described something I had never encountered in 4 previous distribution operations across 3 species.
The investigations.
They were not keeping old things. They were keeping the people who had worn them. Sierra Okonkwo was the most conspicuous case in the non-adoption group. I noticed her before I reviewed her file, because the jacket was impossible to miss. It was a heavy canvas work jacket, the kind humans use for manual labor in harsh conditions, in a dark green that had faded to something closer to gray. It was, by my visual estimate, designed for someone approximately 20 centimeters taller and 15 kilograms heavier than the woman wearing it. The shoulders extended well past her own, creating a drooping silhouette. The sleeves had been rolled back 3 full turns, exposing the jacket's inner lining at the cuffs. The hem fell nearly to her knees. She was 24 years old, small-framed. The jacket made her look like a child wearing an adult's garment, which, in a sense, she was. I observed her for 2 days before requesting an interview. During those 2 days, I noted that she wore the jacket continuously, to her assigned reconstruction work, to the communal dining facility, to the distribution center where she picked up nutrition supplies. The temperature during this period ranged from 12 to 19 degrees, well within the comfort range that would require, at most, a light outer layer. The heavy canvas jacket was grossly inappropriate for the conditions. She sweated visibly during the warmer hours but did not remove it. I met her at the reconstruction site where she was assigned. She was carrying debris light work, sorting materials for recycling. The jacket's excess fabric caught on edges and obstacles as she moved. It was not only thermally inappropriate, it was a workplace hazard. "Miss Okonkwo," I said, "I'm conducting follow-up assessments on the clothing distribution. I see you are still wearing your previous garment." She looked down at the jacket as though she had forgotten she was wearing it. Then she pulled it tighter around herself, a gesture I had seen humans make not when they were cold, but when they were guarding something. "Yeah," she said. "Your distributed allocation includes a fitted work jacket rated for the conditions at this site. Lighter, properly sized, with reinforced contact points for material handling. It would be significantly more practical. I know, I've seen it, it's fine. But you prefer to wear this one." She was quiet for a moment. Her hands went into the jacket's pockets, both of them buried to the wrists in pockets that were far too deep for her arms. "This was my brother's," she said. "Kalu, he worked construction, real construction, not this." She gestured at the debris. Bridges, towers, the big stuff. This was his work jacket. He was 28 when we had to evacuate. The column, you probably have the data, the column moved north for 11 days. It was cold. Nighttime especially, it got bad. I didn't have the right gear. I was 19, I'd packed stupid things, I had a bag full of, I don't know, things I thought mattered. Books, a music player. I didn't bring a coat. She said this with the particular human expression I was beginning to recognize, the one that combines acknowledgement of past foolishness with something warmer. Not regret, tenderness toward the person they used to be. Third night I was shaking so hard I couldn't walk straight. Kalu just took this off and put it on me, didn't say anything, just put it over my shoulders and kept walking. He walked the rest of the evacuation in a shirt. 11 days. His arms were by the end, his skin was cracked from the cold. He never asked for it back. She pulled the jacket tighter. He didn't make it. Day 9, there was a collapse, a bridge the column was crossing. He was helping people across. He got 14 people to the other side. He was going back for the 15th when it went. Her voice did not break. It thinned the way a wire thins under tension, but it did not break. I was already on the other side, wearing his jacket. I stood with her in the sorting area amid the recyclable debris, and I understood something for the first time. The jacket was not clothing. It had not been clothing since the 3rd night of the evacuation. It was the last thing her brother had given her. It was the weight of his arms on her shoulders. It was 11 days of cold that he endured so she would not have to. "The sleeves," I said. I do not know why I said it. "You roll them." She looked at her cuffs, 3 rolls of heavy canvas exposing the worn lining. "Yeah, they're way too long." She almost smiled. Kalu had these huge arms, gorilla arms we used to say. He'd reach across a table and grab whatever he wanted. You couldn't stop him. She held up her own small hands lost in the rolled fabric. "I like having the extra sleeve. It's like he's still." She stopped. She withdrew her hands into the sleeves entirely, until only her fingertips showed. "It's stupid. I know it's stupid. It doesn't fit, it's too hot, it catches on everything. Your jacket is better. I know your jacket is better. But you will not wear it," I said. "No." She held up the sleeve-swallowed hands. "I will not." Thomas Brant was a large man with scarred hands and a manner that suggested he did not enjoy conversations that were not about concrete, steel, or load-bearing calculations. He was a structural engineer assigned to the reconstruction zone's heavy building crew, foundations, frameworks, load-bearing walls. Important work, dangerous work. He was wearing boots that should have been decommissioned years ago. I had reviewed the site safety reports before requesting the interview. Brant had been flagged twice for footwear-related incidents, both times. Loss of traction on inclined surfaces resulting in falls. Neither fall caused serious injury, but both were preventable. The safety officer had recommended replacement footwear. Brant had declined. The boots were heavy leather, a style humans call work boots, originally designed for industrial and construction environments. They had been well made once. The leather was thick, the construction was solid, the ankle support was engineered for load-bearing work. But they were old. The leather had softened past its structural rating. The stitching had been repaired in multiple locations with thread that did not match. And the soles were the critical failure point. They were worn completely smooth. Where tread patterns had once provided grip on steel, concrete, and wet surfaces, there was now a flat, polished surface that offered approximately the same traction as bare skin on glass. I met Brant at the end of his shift. He sat on a steel beam, unlacing the boots slowly, with the deliberate movements of someone whose body hurt. "Mr. Brant, I'm investigating non-adoption of distributed footwear. Your safety record shows 2 traction-related falls in the last 30 days. The distributed work boots have reinforced tread rated for all construction surfaces. May I ask why you have not adopted them?" He looked at the boots in his hands. He held them the way I had seen Kowalski touch her coat, not as objects but as presences. "These were my father's boots," he said. "He was a bridge builder, not the designing the building. He stood on steel 100 meters up and he put the pieces together. He did it for 22 years. He wore these boots every day." Brant turned one of the boots over and showed me the sole, smooth, worn, useless by any functional measure. "You see this?" He ran his thumb across the flat surface. "This used to have tread, deep tread for walking steel. My father walked across every bridge he ever built in these boots. The Kavashev span, the North River crossing, the harbor arch, that was his last one, the one they put his name on." He set the boot down carefully, the way one sets down something fragile, though the boot was not fragile. It was the least fragile thing in the conversation. "He died 6 years ago. Lungs. The old construction materials, they didn't know back then what the dust would do. He was in the hospital for 4 months. At the end, he couldn't walk. He asked me to bring the boots. He wanted them by the bed, not to wear, just by the bed, where he could see them." Brant cleared his throat. He was not a man who enjoyed talking about these things. His hands, thick and calloused and built for gripping steel, held the boots with a gentleness that contradicted every visible feature of his body. I took them after. I'd already been wearing the same size since I was 17, my father and I, same feet, same hands, same everything. I put them on and they fit. They fit perfect. He paused. "They still fit perfect." "Mr. Brant," I said, and I heard something careful in my own voice that I had not planned. "The soles have no remaining tread. You work on inclined structural surfaces daily. The fall risk is significant. I know. The distributed boots would eliminate that risk entirely. I know that too, but you will continue wearing these." He looked at me. His expression was not defiant. It was not irrational. It was the expression of a man who had weighed 2 things and chosen the one that mattered more. "My father walked across 23 bridges in these boots. When I wear them, I walk where he walked. Not the same bridges, those are gone, most of them, but the same," he searched for the word. The same path, the same kind of work, the same boots touching the same kind of steel. He'd understand that. If he could see me up there on the framework wearing his boots, he'd know exactly what I was doing. He'd know I was still building. He laced the boots back on, tight, precise, the practiced motion of a man who had laced these specific boots thousands of times. "Your boots are better," he said. "I'm sure they are, but they haven't walked across anything yet." Henrik Vasic lived alone in a shelter unit in Sector 7. He was 78 years old, thin in the way that age makes people thin, not from deprivation but from the body's slow withdrawal. He moved carefully. He spoke carefully. He had the manner of someone who had learned that everything worth doing was worth doing slowly. He was wearing a coat. I must describe this coat precisely because precision is the only way I know to convey what I saw. It was a mid-length garment, falling to just below the knees. In silhouette, it was unremarkable, a standard human overcoat. But the surface was extraordinary. It was composed almost entirely of patches, small rectangular sections of fabric, different colors, different textures, different weights, overlapping and adjoining in a pattern that covered nearly the entire garment. I counted later from my observation images, 47 distinct patches visible from the front alone. The original fabric was detectable in only 3 small areas: a section near the right shoulder, a strip along the interior of the left pocket, and a triangular piece at the base of the collar. The patches were not haphazard. Each one was affixed with small, precise, overlapping stitches, a consistent technique across all 47 patches, despite the varied fabrics. The stitching was uniform. The same hand had made every repair. I knocked on Vasic's door. He opened it slowly and looked at me with mild curiosity, the expression of a man who had lived long enough that very few things surprised him. "Mr. Vasic, I'm from the Supply Chain Efficiency Division. I'm following up on the clothing distribution. I see you received your allocation, but I haven't worn your coat. Yes, come in." His shelter unit was spare and orderly. A narrow bed, a small table, a chair, a storage unit. On the storage unit, still in its distribution packaging, was the hegemony over garment I had issued him, sealed, untouched, exactly as it had been delivered. He sat in the chair. I remained standing, though he gestured toward the bed as a seat. The coat was on him, all 47 patches, all the precise stitching, all the ghost of the original fabric barely visible underneath. "Your coat," I said. "It has been repaired extensively." "Yes." He looked down at it with an expression I could not have named 40 days ago but was beginning to recognize. It was the way humans looked at things they loved. "Lena, my wife, she patched it every winter. Every year something would wear through. An elbow, a pocket, the lining around the collar where I turned it up against the wind. And every year she would sit in the evening with her sewing kit and she would cut a patch and she would stitch it on." He touched one of the patches, a faded blue rectangle on the left breast, above where a human's heart sits. "This one was from a dress she didn't wear anymore. This," he touched another, a darker fabric on the right sleeve, "was from a curtain we had in our first apartment 42 years ago." His fingers moved across the coat's surface like a man reading a map. "This was from a shirt our daughter outgrew. This was from a tablecloth we used at, I think it was the anniversary, the 20th. Each patch had a provenance. Each small rectangle of fabric had been cut from something that had existed in their life together, and each one had been affixed to his coat by his wife's hands. She had this way of stitching," he said. He showed me the edge of a patch near the cuff. The stitches were small, even overlapping slightly, each one laid against the previous one at a consistent angle. "She learned from her mother. You can see every stitch the same. Even when her hands started to shake the last few years, she kept the stitches even. She was very determined about it." He was quiet for a moment. His hand rested on the coat, flat palm against the patchwork. She died 3 years ago. January. It was cold. She had been ill for a while, but that last October, she patched the left pocket. She could barely hold the needle. It took her 3 evenings. I told her to leave it, I could take it to someone, but he stopped. He pressed his palm flat against the left pocket, the last patch his wife had ever sewn. She said she wanted to do it herself. She said nobody else would do it right. I stood in Henrik Vasik's shelter unit and I looked at the coat and I saw it finally for what it was. It was not a garment. It had not been a garment for decades. It was a record, a physical, tactile, wearable record of 40 years of one woman's attention to one man. Every patch was a decision she had made. This fabric, this placement, these stitches. Every repair was an act of care so small and so repeated that it had become invisible to everyone except the man who wore it and the woman who mended it. The coat was a conversation. 40 years of a woman saying without words every winter, "I see that you are worn. Let me fix you. Let me keep you whole." And now she was gone and the coat was still here and every stitch was her handwriting. And the man wore it not because it kept him warm. It did not keep him warm, not anymore. Not with the lining worn through and the original fabric nearly gone, but because taking it off would be like putting down the last letter she ever wrote him. "Mr. Vasik," I said, "the approaching season will be cold. This coat will not provide adequate protection. I know. Would you consider wearing the distributed overgarment over this coat, as an outer layer for thermal protection with your coat underneath?" He looked at me. It was a long look, and in it was something I did not expect: appreciation. Not for the suggestion, though he appreciated that too. Appreciation that I had proposed a solution that did not require him to take the coat off. "That is a kind thought," he said. "I will consider it." I left his shelter unit. I stood outside in the corridor and I looked at my data tablet, at the non-adoption case file, at the field marked cause of non-adoption where I had written sentimental attachment for Marta Kowalski 43 days into the distribution. The words were insufficient. They were as inadequate as the coat was for the winter. But they were the words I had.
The amended report.
The most efficient material is not always the most valuable. Distribution Efficiency Report, Reconstruction Zone 14, Filing Day 55. I began the report with the standard metrics. Total population, 11,042. Goods distributed, 11,042 full clothing allocations. Adoption rate, 91.3%. Non-adoption rate, 8.7%, 957 individuals. Distribution defects identified, 0. Sizing errors, 0. Material sensitivities, 0. The metrics were clean. The non-adoption was not attributable to any failure of the distribution system. The system had performed flawlessly. Every individual had received superior goods, properly fitted, fully functional. The goods were available, accessible, and objectively better than the garments they were intended to replace. I reached the section of the report designated non-adoption analysis, and I stopped typing. For 4 previous assignments, this section had been brief. A paragraph, sometimes 2. The causes were always mechanical: a sizing error, a material incompatibility, a cultural requirement that could be accommodated. The recommendation was always the same: correct the defect, redistribute, close the case. I could not write that paragraph for Reconstruction Zone 14. I reviewed my interview notes. 43 interviews conducted across the non-adoption population. I had spoken with widows wearing their husbands' coats, with children wearing parents' shoes, with a man who wore a scarf knitted by a friend who died in the evacuation. The scarf was unraveling, and he carefully reknitted each evening what had come undone during the day, because the original pattern was his friend's, and he was preserving it stitch by stitch. With a woman who wore a hat so faded its color was unidentifiable. It had been red, she told me, red like the flowers in her mother's garden, and her mother had given it to her the day she left home, and her mother's village no longer existed, and the hat was the only red thing she had left from a world where red meant flowers. I had documented 43 cases. Each one was different. Each one was the same. The objects were not clothing. They were not material goods performing a material function. They were, and I wrote this in the report, knowing that the division would not fully understand it, knowing that I barely understood it myself, repositories of relational history that the wearer values above the material properties of the object itself. I wrote the analysis section with care. The 8.7% non-adoption population retains previous garments not due to any deficiency in the distributed goods, but due to a phenomenon I have designated object bond, the human practice of assigning persistent emotional and relational value to physical objects based on their history of use by or association with specific individuals. Object bond does not correlate with material adequacy. The retained garments are, without exception, materially inferior to the distributed replacements. In many cases, they are materially inadequate, failing to meet minimum thermal, structural, or safety standards. The individuals retaining them are aware of this inadequacy. They retain the garments despite it. Object bond appears to derive from the human cognitive tendency to embed memory, emotional connection, and identity within physical objects. The retained garment is not valued for what it does provide protection, warmth, coverage, but for what it represents, a relationship, an experience, a person who is no longer present. The garment functions as a physical anchor for an intangible connection that the wearer is unwilling to sever. This behavior has no equivalent in my previous 4 distribution assignments. The Varath, the Morin, and the Keth do not form object bonds. They assess material goods by material properties and adopt superior replacements without exception. Humans are the first species I have encountered for whom an object's history can outweigh its function. I paused at the recommendation section. Standard protocol for non-adoption above 5% was to recommend corrective intervention, identification of the adoption barrier, targeted redistribution, and if necessary, mandatory replacement of good that posed safety risks. I could not recommend mandatory replacement. I could not write, in official division language, that Marta Kowalski should be required to remove her dead husband's coat, that Sierra Okonkwo should be ordered to take off the jacket her brother put on her shoulders before he died, that Henrik Vasic should surrender the 40-year record of his wife's hands. I could not write it because it would be efficient, and efficiency was my mandate, and for the first time in my career, I understood that efficiency was not sufficient. My recommendation section read, Recommendation. Classify the 8.7% non-adoption as a permanent cultural exemption under Provision 7. 3. Species-specific behavioral accommodation. Do not pursue corrective intervention. Maintain distributed garments in individual storage allocations as supplementary inventory available at the individual's discretion. Supporting rationale. The retained garments serve a function that the distributed replacements cannot replicate, and that the division's material assessment framework does not currently measure. The replacement of these garments would eliminate this function, without the individual's consent, constituting a material loss that our efficiency metrics are not calibrated to detect. Supplementary recommendation. For individuals in the non-adoption group whose retained garments pose measurable safety risks, inadequate thermal protection, compromised structural integrity, traction deficiency, offer layered solutions, distributed garments worn over or under the retained garments, rather than replacement solutions. This approach addresses the material deficiency while preserving the object bond. I reviewed the report. It was the most unusual efficiency report I had filed in my career. The metrics were clean. The analysis was thorough. The recommendation was, by division standards, irregular, a permanent exemption for nearly 9% of the population, with no corrective action plan. I appended a final note, a section that did not conform to any standard report template, but that I felt was necessary. Addendum. Officer's observation. In the course of this investigation, I have observed a phenomenon for which the division has no assessment category. Humans do not experience material goods solely as material. They experience them as extensions of their relationships, their memories, and their identities. A coat is not a coat if the person who wore it is loved and gone. A pair of boots is not footwear if the person who wore them walked a path the wearer is trying to follow. A patched garment is not damaged goods if every patch was placed by hands that will never stitch again. The 8.7% non-adoption in Reconstruction Zone 14 is not a distribution failure. It is evidence that humans possess a capacity our material frameworks do not account for. The ability to transform objects from functional goods into irreplaceable artifacts through the accumulation of lived experience and emotional investment. We can manufacture a superior coat. We cannot manufacture the 40 years of stitching that make Henrik Vassak's coat what it is. We can distribute replacement boots with perfect tread. We cannot distribute the 23 bridges that Thomas Brandt's father walked across. We can provide a fitted jacket in the correct size. We cannot provide the weight of a brother's arms on a cold night. These objects are not inferior materials retained by irrational individuals. They are the most valuable things these people own, and their value is a kind our efficiency metrics were never built to measure. I filed the report on the evening of day 55. The acknowledgement came within hours, received, logged, forwarded to the Efficiency Review Board. It would be evaluated. There might be questions. The exemption might be approved, might be denied, might be sent back for revision. The process would proceed as processes do. I began packing for my departure. My next assignment was already scheduled: Reconstruction Zone 22, a Morin settlement. Standard distribution. Expected adoption rate above 98%. Clean metrics. I folded my uniform and placed it in my transit case. Hegemony standard issue, thermally regulated, fitted, durable, self-repairing. I had worn this uniform for approximately 4 months. In 2 months, it would be cycled out and replaced with an identical one. The replaced uniform would be recycled. The fibers broken down and reconstituted into new garments that would be issued to other officers who would wear them for 6 months and cycle them out in turn. I held the uniform and I tried to feel something for it. I searched for a connection, some sense of history, of accumulation, of the months I had worn it, the interviews I had conducted in it, the reconstruction sites I had visited, the conversations with Kowalski, Okonkwo, Brandt, Vasek. There was nothing. The uniform was a uniform. It performed its function and it carried nothing beyond that function. It had no history because it was designed not to have history. It was designed to be replaced. I set it in the transit case, and I understood what the 8.7% had that I did not. Not a superior garment, not a warmer coat or a sturdier boot or a better fitted jacket. They had garments that meant something. Garments that could not be cycled out and reconstituted because they contained something the fibers could not be broken down into: the presence of people who were loved, the echo of hands that had stitched and given and walked and held. On the morning of my departure, I walked through the settlement toward the transit point. It was early. The light was thin and gray, the cold season beginning to settle over the zone. Breath was visible. People moved between shelters, heading to work assignments, bundled against the chill. I saw Henrik Vasic. He was walking slowly along the main path, moving toward the communal facility for the morning meal. He was wearing his coat, the coat of 47 patches, of 40 winters, of one woman's hands, over it, and I noted this with something I can only describe as satisfaction. He wore the distributed hegemony overgarment, unsealed, hanging open, the thermally superior fabric serving as a shell around the garment beneath. He had taken my suggestion. The new coat protected the old coat from the weather. The old coat protected something the new coat never could. He moved carefully on the path, the way old men move when the ground might be uneven and their bones are not what they were. The coat, the real coat, the patchwork one, was visible beneath the hegemony garment. The faded blues and grays and browns of 40 years of fabric, cut from dresses and curtains and tablecloths and shirts, stitched with small, precise, overlapping stitches by hands that knew exactly what they were doing and why. I watched him walk, the most inefficient garment in Reconstruction Zone 14, wrapped around the most fragile body, carried by the slowest feet. By every metric in my assessment framework, this was a failure, a suboptimal material outcome in need of correction. It was the most beautiful thing I had seen in 4 assignments across 3 species. I stood at the edge of the path, and I watched an old man walk to breakfast in a coat made of memory, and I amended my understanding of value one final time. We can build a perfect coat. We can engineer it to regulate temperature, resist weather, repair itself, outlast any natural fabric by decades. We can make it light, strong, fitted, flawless, but we cannot make it matter. The humans keep their old coats, their torn jackets, their smooth-soled boots, their faded hats, not because they do not understand material superiority. They understand it perfectly. They simply understand something else as well, something we have not learned, something our efficiency metrics cannot quantify, something that may be the most important thing about them. They know that some things cannot be replaced, not because replacements do not exist, but because the original was never just an object. It was a hand on a shoulder during a cold night. It was a stitch made by lamplight every winter for 40 years. It was a pair of boots that walked across 23 bridges. It was a husband's coat, still warm with the shape of him, 5 years after his heart stopped on the 4th floor. The old coat is not inferior material. The old coat is the most valuable thing in the Reconstruction Zone. And I, with all my metrics and all my thermally regulated, self-repairing, biometrically fitted efficiency, I have nothing in my transit case that anyone would refuse to replace.
The competition. The hostile event.
2 groups of humans were fighting. The spectators were encouraging them. I had seen conflict before. I had never seen anything like this. I have monitored group dynamics for the Hegemony Social Behavior Analysis Division across 8 species and 23 post-conflict reconstruction zones. The work is preventive. My division exists because conflict in the hegemony's experience does not end when the weapons stop. It migrates. The physical violence becomes social violence, faction formation, resource hoarding, territorial disputes between Reconstruction groups, the slow crystallization of grievance into organized hostility. Every species does this. The Korath formed armed enclaves within 60 days of ceasefire. The Melith established exclusion zones around water sources within 30. The Verath, who were thought to be above such behavior, began systematic resource denial to rival settlement clusters within the first year. My role is to detect the precursors before they escalate. I observe social groupings, monitor resource distribution patterns, catalog intergroup interactions, and assess the trajectory. When I identify emerging hostility, I file an early warning report. The Oversight Bureau can then intervene, mediation, resource rebalancing, leadership engagement, before the violence reasserts itself. I have filed 11 early warning reports across my career. 9 were acted upon. 7 of those interventions prevented significant escalation. My assessment methodology has a documented accuracy rate of 87%. I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 14, a large zone encompassing 3 human settlements that had been on opposing sides during the conflict. The settlements, Caro, Lakefield, and Bridgepoint, were rebuilding in close proximity, sharing supply lines and reconstruction infrastructure. The Oversight Bureau considered this a moderate risk assignment. 3 formerly hostile populations, limited resources, shared infrastructure, overlapping territorial claims, a standard recipe for post-conflict faction violence. I arrived prepared to watch for the usual indicators: in-group favoritism in resource allocation, exclusionary social clustering, verbal hostility toward out-group members, territorial marking behavior. The first 19 days were unremarkable. The humans cooperated efficiently. Resource sharing was equitable. Social clustering occurred along settlement lines, as expected, but cross-settlement interactions were frequent and non-hostile. I observed no exclusionary behavior, no territorial disputes, no verbal aggression between groups. My preliminary assessment was cautiously optimistic. Perhaps the humans were still in the cooperative phase, the initial period of post-conflict goodwill that, in most species, degrades within 60 to 90 days as resource competition intensifies. On day 20, my assessment changed entirely. I was conducting a routine perimeter observation of the Caro settlement boundary when I heard it, a sustained, collective vocalization from an open area approximately 300 meters to the east. The sound was loud, rhythmic, and unmistakable in its character. It was the sound of a crowd. I had heard crowd vocalizations before. On Korath Prime, the formation of armed enclaves was preceded by rally gatherings, large groups vocalizing collective identity, building emotional intensity, preparing for confrontation. The acoustic signature was distinctive, rhythmic, escalating, punctuated by sharp peaks of collective response to provocative stimuli. The sound from the east matched this signature almost precisely. I adjusted my route and approached. What I found in the clearing confirmed my worst assessment. 2 groups of humans, approximately 15 per side, were engaged in organized physical conflict. They had divided themselves by color, one group wearing red garments tied around their arms or torsos, the other wearing blue. They occupied a defined territorial space, a roughly rectangular area that had been cleared and marked with lines scratched into the earth. The 2 groups were physically contesting control of this space. The violence was structured. The groups moved in coordinated formations. Individuals from one group would advance into the other's territory and be met with physical resistance, bodily collisions, grappling, forceful displacement. I observed a red-garmented human running at full speed directly into a blue-garmented human, both of them going to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Others converged on the impact site. There was shouting. Arms were raised. Around the territorial boundary, approximately 80 spectators were arranged in two distinct clusters, one aligned with each color group. They were vocalizing continuously. The vocalizations were aggressive, sharp, rhythmic chanting, sustained shouting when one group gained territorial advantage, groans and hostile outcries when the opposing group advanced. I observed spectators making threatening gestures, raised fists, aggressive posturing, forward-leaning stances. I noted the demographic composition of the groups. The red-garmented combatants appeared to be predominantly from Caro settlement. The blue-garmented combatants appeared to be predominantly from Lakefield. The spectator clusters aligned accordingly. Caro residents supporting red, Lakefield residents supporting blue. This was exactly the pattern I had been trained to detect. Two formerly hostile populations, divided into identified factions, engaged in organized physical conflict over contested territory, with spectators reinforcing group identity through collective aggressive vocalization. I began documenting immediately. I recorded everything. The physical contact was sustained and intense. I observed direct body-to-body collisions occurring at intervals of approximately 15 to 30 seconds. The humans were running, grappling, pushing, striking the ground after being forcibly displaced. Several were visibly injured, limping, bleeding from abrasions, clutching strained limbs. They continued fighting. The emotional intensity was escalating. One confrontation near the center of the territory produced a heated verbal exchange between a red combatant and a blue combatant, faces close, voices raised, finger pointing. Other combatants converged. The spectators responded with increased volume. For a moment, I believed the structured conflict would collapse into uncontrolled violence. A single human, not wearing either color, intervened, separating the two individuals and making decisive gestures. The confrontation de-escalated. The structured conflict resumed. I noted this individual, an authority figure perhaps, a faction leader attempting to maintain controlled escalation, keeping the violence organized, preventing it from exceeding useful limits. This was consistent with the Melith pattern, where interfaction conflicts were moderated by designated mediators who ensured the violence remained symbolic rather than lethal. The conflict continued for what I estimated to be approximately 45 minutes. I documented 73 individual physical contact events, 12 instances of disputed territorial control, 4 heated verbal confrontations, and 2 instances of humans being removed from the field with apparent injuries. At the conclusion, one group, the blue-garmented Lakefield faction, appeared to achieve territorial dominance. Their spectators erupted in sustained aggressive vocalization. The red-garmented Caro faction displayed clear distress signals, lowered heads, hands on knees, slumped posture. One red combatant sat on the ground and struck the earth with his fist. I was composing the header of my early warning report when something happened that my 8 species, 23 zone experience had not prepared me for. The blue combatant who had been involved in the most heated verbal confrontation, the one who had been face to face with the red combatant, shouting, pointing, walked directly toward the same red combatant. I tensed. Post-conflict retaliation. I had seen it before. The winner approaches the loser and the real violence begins. The blue combatant extended his hand. The red combatant took it. They clasped hands, a firm, sustained grip. And then the blue combatant pulled the red combatant toward him and they embraced. Both arms. Full contact. The embrace lasted approximately 3 seconds. Then the red combatant said something I could not hear, and the blue combatant laughed. Around them, the same pattern was repeating. Red and blue combatants were approaching each other and engaging in identical bonding behaviors, clasped hands, embraces, open palm contact on backs and shoulders. The spectators were intermingling. A woman who had been shouting aggressively from the Caro spectator cluster was now in conversation with a man from the Lakefield cluster, both of them gesturing and vocalizing in a manner I could only characterize as animated but positive. Someone produced containers of water and began distributing them to both groups. Someone else brought food, wrapped packages that were shared without regard to color affiliation. The two groups that had been physically fighting minutes earlier were now sitting together on the ground, eating, drinking, talking, laughing. The red combatant who had struck the earth with his fist in apparent rage was now sitting beside a blue combatant, sharing a food package, describing something with expansive hand gestures. The blue combatant was nodding and responding with what appeared to be admiration. Both groups, intermingled and indistinguishable, walked back toward the settlement together. I stood at the edge of the clearing with my documentation tablet and my half-composed early warning report, and I could not reconcile what I had just witnessed with any behavioral model I had ever been trained to apply. They had been fighting. I had watched them fight. The physical contact was real. The bruises and abrasions were real. The exhaustion was real. The emotional intensity was real. And then they stopped fighting and embraced each other and shared a meal and went home together as though the entire event had been, I did not know what it had been. I deleted the header of my early warning report and opened a new file. Observation Day 20. Anomalous intergroup behavior. 2 factions, identified by color, engaged in organized physical conflict for approximately 45 minutes. Conflict terminated. Factions immediately integrated. Bonding behaviors observed between former combatants. No residual hostility detected. Classification: unknown.
The evidence.
I watched them do it again and again, and every time the pattern held struggle then unity. I did not understand, but I kept watching. 3 days later, I was notified by the settlement liaison, a human named Dara Vasic, that another such event was scheduled. The humans were planning these conflicts in advance. I asked Vasic what the event was. She said, football match. Crew 6 versus Crew 9. Should be a good one. Crew 9 hasn't lost all season. I asked her to define season. She explained that the crews had organized a recurring series of these events, a structured sequence of physical conflicts between designated groups, occurring at regular intervals, with outcomes recorded and accumulated over time. She called it a league. The humans had systematized intergroup conflict. They had created an infrastructure for it. I attended the event with my documentation equipment and a determination to understand what I was observing. The match took place in the same clearing, which I now noticed had been improved. The boundary lines were more precisely drawn. 2 structures of metal tubing and netting had been erected at opposite ends of the territory, and a small elevated platform had been constructed for spectators. This was not improvised. This was an established venue. Approximately 120 humans attended. The combatants, I did not yet have a better word, were more formally organized than before, each group of 11 wore matching garments. They performed preparatory physical rituals, stretching, running in place, coordinated movements. They appeared focused, serious. Several had wrapped their joints in supportive bandaging. They expected to be injured. They proceeded anyway. The event began when the neutral authority figure, I learned he was called a referee, placed a spherical object at the center of the territory. The two groups immediately contested control of the object. The conflict was more structured than the first event I had witnessed. The humans were not simply contesting territory. They were contesting control of the spherical object, which they propelled using only their lower limbs and heads. The objective, as far as I could determine, was to direct the object into the netting structure at the opposing group's end of the territory. When this was achieved, which occurred 4 times over the course of the event, the successful group displayed intense positive emotional response, while the opposing group displayed distress. I watched with increasing attention. The physical intensity was real. I observed full-speed collisions, contested aerial maneuvers, sliding contact with the ground that produced visible abrasions. One participant was struck in the face by the spherical object and fell. He lay on the ground for several seconds. His teammates did not come to his aid. Instead, they continued contesting the object. An opponent paused briefly to look down at the fallen human, then continued playing. The fallen human got up. His nose was bleeding. He wiped the blood on his sleeve and re-entered the contest. I documented this. A combatant, injured, receiving no aid from his group, voluntarily returning to the conflict. In the Korath faction model, this would indicate extreme in-group pressure. The individual fears social punishment for withdrawal more than he fears physical harm. But the injured human's body language did not suggest coercion. His expression, as best I could interpret human facial configuration, appeared to be enthusiasm. The emotional dynamics were complex. At one point, a participant from Crew 6 committed what the referee judged to be an illegal physical contact against a participant from Crew 9. The referee halted the event and imposed a penalty. The Crew 6 participants protested vehemently. The Crew 9 participants celebrated. The spectators from both factions escalated to near-hostile vocalization levels. 30 seconds later, the event resumed as though the confrontation had not occurred. The match lasted approximately 90 minutes. Crew 9 prevailed, having directed the object into the netting structure 3 times to Crew 6's 1. The reaction was what I had observed before, but now I watched more carefully. The participants approached each other. Every participant from Crew 9 made physical contact with at least one participant from Crew 6, clasped hands, embraces, palm strikes to the back. There was conversation. I moved closer to listen. A Crew 9 participant said to a Crew 6 participant, "That tackle in the second half, you nearly broke my ankle." The Crew 6 participant said, "You were too slow." They both laughed. The Crew 9 participant said, "Next time I'll be ready for it." The Crew 6 participant said, "Next time I'll be faster." They clasped hands again and separated. I wrote in my notes, both combatants reference a future conflict with apparent anticipation. Neither expresses desire to avoid future physical confrontation. Both appear to regard the encounter as a positive experience despite the physical cost. The loser does not display submission or resentment. The winner does not display dominance over the loser. The interaction between individual combatants after the event is qualitatively indistinguishable from friendly social bonding. I did not file an early warning report. I was no longer certain what I was warning about. On day 31, I observed a different form of the behavior. The event was a foot race. Individual humans running a prescribed course of approximately 5 kilometers through the settlement and surrounding terrain. 37 humans participated. Approximately 200 spectators lined portions of the route. This event had no factions, no colored garments, no opposing groups. Individual humans running the same course competing against each other for positional advantage. The simplest possible competitive structure, who can cover the distance fastest. The winner was a young woman from Bridgepoint Settlement, lean, fast, clearly a practiced runner. She completed the course in what the spectators indicated was an impressive time. The crowd response was enthusiastic. She was congratulated, embraced, given water. She appeared pleased, but she was not the human who received the most sustained crowd response. That distinction belonged to the last-place finisher. He was an older human, perhaps 60 years by their biological reckoning, with a pronounced limp that I initially attributed to a reconstruction injury. He ran slowly. He was still on the course long after the other 36 participants had finished. The spectators, who had begun dispersing after the leaders completed the course, stopped and turned when they realized someone was still running. They lined the final stretch of the course. They began vocalizing. The vocalization was not the aggressive, competitive chanting I had heard at the football matches. It was different, rhythmic but warm, rising in volume as the old man approached. They were shouting his name. They were clapping, a percussive behavior produced by striking the palms together that I had observed in other positive social contexts. Some were shouting encouragement, "Come on, Hal," and "You've got this," and almost there. The old man did not accelerate. He could not, his body was at its functional limit. He was breathing in labored gasps, his face flushed, his gait uneven. But he did not stop. He crossed the finish line approximately 14 minutes after the winner. The crowd response was louder and more sustained than it had been for the winner herself. The humans surrounded him. They embraced him. They brought him water and supported him as he recovered. The winner, the young woman from Bridgepoint, approached him and clasped both of his hands and said something I could not hear over the crowd noise. He nodded, and his eyes produced moisture, and the crowd vocalized again, and I stood at the edge of the course with my documentation tablet and tried to construct a model that could accommodate what I had just witnessed. The dominance hierarchy model predicted that the winner should receive the maximum social reward and the loser should receive the minimum. This was inverted. The slowest human, the one who performed worst by every objective metric, received the most enthusiastic positive social response. I queried Vasic. I described the event and the crowd response and asked her to explain the discrepancy. She considered the question and said, "Hal lost both his legs in the bombing. Those are prosthetics. He only started walking again 8 months ago." I reviewed the data. The pronounced limp, the uneven gait, the physical limitation. The crowd was not celebrating his speed, I said. "No," said Vasic. They were celebrating the fact that he was running at all. They were celebrating the fact that he refused to stop. I wrote in my notes, the competitive event has 2 simultaneous evaluation criteria. Criterion 1, objective performance, speed, skill, outcome. The winner of this criterion receives social reward. Criterion 2, subjective effort, the degree to which the participant challenges their own limitations. The winner of this criterion also receives social reward, and in some cases, the subjective effort criterion produces a greater social response than the objective performance criterion. The humans evaluate not only what was achieved, but what it cost to achieve it. This was not a dominance hierarchy. It was something else. Something that valued struggle itself, independent of outcome. On day 38, I entered the communal shelter in the Caro settlement to observe evening social dynamics and found a competition already in progress. The structure was minimal. A table, two chairs, two humans facing each other, right arms locked at the hand, elbows braced on the table surface. The objective, to force the opponent's hand to the table. This was competition reduced to its simplest physical expression. Two bodies, one point of contact, one axis of force, no territory, no objectives, no team coordination, pure, direct physical opposition. 20 or so humans were gathered around the table. There was no factional division. The spectators supported whichever participant produced the more entertaining struggle. The vocalization was constant but casual laughter, encouragement, commentary. The emotional tone was dramatically different from the football match. There was no aggression. The atmosphere was warm, dense with interpersonal connection. The stakes, I learned, were as follows. The loser purchased a beverage for the winner from the shelter's communal store. The cost was trivial, approximately the value of 10 minutes reconstruction labor. The winner gained a drink. The loser gained nothing. And yet the humans competed with genuine intensity. Faces reddened, arms trembled, veins surfaced in foreheads. One match lasted over 2 minutes, an eternity of sustained isometric exertion that left both participants physically depleted. When it ended, the larger human forcing the smaller human's hand to the table, both participants exhaled explosively, shook their hands to restore circulation, and immediately began analyzing the match. "You almost had me when you shifted your grip," the winner said. "I know, I waited too long. Next time I'll commit earlier," the loser said. The loser purchased the drink. They sat together and consumed their beverages and continued discussing the match with the detailed analytical attention that I would have expected from a post-operation military debriefing. I observed the tournament for approximately 2 hours, 14 matches, 7 winners, 7 losers. And then I noticed the individual who finally disrupted every remaining model I was trying to apply. Her name was Soren Cade. She was a small human, perhaps 30 years of age, with narrow shoulders and arms that were visibly less muscular than most of the other participants. She entered the tournament and lost her first match in approximately 8 seconds. It was not competitive. She stood up, laughed, purchased the drink for her opponent, and immediately challenged another participant. She lost again, 12 seconds. She purchased another drink. She challenged a third opponent. She lost a third time. This match was longer, approximately 20 seconds, and when her hand was forced to the table, she exhaled sharply and said, "20 seconds, that's a record for me." Her opponent, a man twice her weight, grinned and said, "You're getting stronger." "One more," she said. I watched Cade compete 4 more times over the course of the evening. She won none of the matches. She purchased 7 beverages for her opponents. She left the shelter with a lighter supply credit and visible soreness in her right arm. She was smiling. I intercepted her outside the shelter. I identified myself and asked if she would answer a question about the evening's activity. "Sure," she said. "You lost every match," I said. "I did. You spent resources on beverages for others with no return. That's the tradition, yes. You are physically smaller than most participants, and the probability of your winning any given match was low." "Extremely low," she agreed. "Why did you participate?" She flexed her right hand, wincing slightly. "Because last month I couldn't hold on for more than 5 seconds. Tonight I hit 20. She looked at me with an expression I could not classify. "I'm getting better. The only way I know that is because those people in there pushed me hard enough to find out." She went back to her quarters. I remained outside the shelter and wrote in my notes for a long time.
The understanding.
The humans do not compete to defeat each other. They compete to discover themselves. The opponent is not the enemy. The opponent is the mirror. I spent 7 days reviewing my data before composing the report. I had documented 41 competitive events across 26 days of focused observation. Football matches, foot races, wrestling contests, arm wrestling tournaments, a throwing competition where humans hurled a heavy stone for distance, a climbing race up a damaged building facade, and several events I could only describe as cooperative competitions. Teams of humans racing to complete reconstruction tasks against other teams doing identical work. 41 events, hundreds of participants, thousands of spectators, 0 post-event hostility incidents, 0 faction escalation, 0 territorial disputes arising from outcomes. I had prepared to file an early warning report. Instead, I was filing a behavioral analysis, a new category of human social behavior that the hegemony's framework had no classification for. I attempted to construct the analysis using existing models: proxy conflict model, competition as a substitute for actual violence, a controlled release of intergroup aggression that prevents genuine hostility from building. This model predicted that the groups most prone to conflict would compete most frequently, and that competition would correlate with reduced intergroup tension. The data partially supported this. Competitive events between Caro and Lakefield crews occurred frequently, and intersettlement relations were positive. But the model could not explain intrasettlement competition, which was equally common. Humans from the same settlement, the same crew, sometimes the same family, competed against each other with equal intensity. There was no intergroup tension to release. They competed anyway. Dominance display model, competition as a mechanism for establishing social hierarchy. Winners gain status, losers accept subordinate position. The data directly contradicted this. I had observed losers receive equal or greater social reward than winners. I had observed the same individuals lose repeatedly and gain social standing through their persistence. The correlation between competitive success and social status was weak and inconsistent. Aggression management model, competition as a safe outlet for biologically driven aggressive impulses. The humans need to fight, so they channel the impulse into structured events with controlled consequences. This predicted reluctant participation from non-aggressive individuals and eager participation from highly aggressive individuals. The data showed the opposite. Participation was broadly distributed across personality types. Some of the most enthusiastic competitors were individuals who, in every other context, displayed no aggressive tendencies whatsoever. Soren Cade, who lost 7 consecutive arm wrestling matches with apparent delight, showed no aggressive behavior in any of my 26 days of observation. None of the models held. The behavior was not proxy conflict, not dominance display, not aggression management. I returned to Cade's words. The only way I know that is because those people in there push me hard enough to find out. I reviewed the post-match conversation between the 2 football players. Next time, I'll be ready for it. Next time, I'll be faster. I reviewed the crowd response to the old man finishing last in the foot race. The loudest cheer not for the fastest runner but for the one who struggled most. I reviewed 41 events, and I looked not at who won but at what both sides said afterward, and I found a pattern that none of my models had been designed to detect. In every post-event interaction I documented, the conversation between competitors focused not on the outcome but on the experience. They discuss specific moments of the competition, a particular move, a decision, a moment where the balance could have shifted. They analyze their own performance, what they did well, what they would change, what they learned about their own capabilities, and they attributed their learning to their opponent. You pushed me hard today. You forced me to find another gear. You showed me where I was weak. You made me better. The opponent was not the obstacle. The opponent was the instrument. I composed my report. Behavioral Analysis Report. Cost Gen Social Behavior Analysis Division Subject. Organized Competitive Behavior. Human Reconstruction Zone 14. Observation Days 20-45 Summary. The behavior designated as sport or competition by human populations does not correspond to any existing behavioral model in the hegemony social analysis framework. It is not proxy conflict, dominance display, or aggression management. I propose it be classified as a new behavioral category, voluntary cooperative self-testing. The defining characteristics of the behavior are as follows. 1. It is voluntary. No human is compelled to participate. Many participants choose to compete despite low probability of victory and certainty of physical discomfort or injury. 2. It is cooperative. Though the structure is oppositional, the function requires the active participation of an opponent. The opponent is not merely an obstacle. They are a collaborator in the process. Without a worthy opponent, the experience is diminished. Both participants contribute to and benefit from the encounter. 3. It is self-testing. The primary function of the behavior is not to defeat the opponent, but to discover the participant's own capabilities. The opponent provides the resistance necessary for this discovery. Humans cannot determine what they are capable of in isolation. They require someone to push against. 4. The outcome is secondary to the process. Winners and losers both report positive experiences. The loser who performed well receives social validation. The winner who faced a weak opponent reports less satisfaction than the winner who faced a strong opponent. This is inconsistent with any resource competition or dominance model, where outcome is the primary metric. 5. The behavior strengthens intergroup bonds rather than weakening them. Post-competitive social interaction between opponents consistently displays positive bonding characteristics. Former competitors report increased trust, respect, and social connection, precisely the opposite of the hostility predicted by proxy conflict models. I filed the report. I expected questions. The division would find my analysis unusual. A species that organizes simulated conflict for self-improvement, where the loser gains as much as the winner, where the struggle is the product, not the victory. The concept sits outside hegemony behavioral science. In every species we have studied, conflict is a cost. It is endured because the stakes, territory, resources, reproductive access, survival justify the expenditure of energy and the risk of injury. No species voluntarily incurs the costs of conflict without material stakes, except humans. Humans incur the costs deliberately. They seek out the struggle. They value the bruises and the exhaustion and the defeat because these things are evidence proof that they pushed against something hard enough to discover what they could withstand. The injury is not a price paid for a prize. The injury is the receipt that confirms the transaction occurred, and the transaction is not between the human and some external reward. It is between the human and themselves. I had come to Reconstruction Zone 14 looking for intergroup hostility. What I found was a species that had taken the raw materials of conflict, physical opposition, emotional intensity, partisan loyalty, the desperate desire to prevail, and built from them something that made conflict unnecessary. The humans who competed against each other on the football pitch did not want to destroy each other. They wanted to test each other. And in the testing, they built the trust and respect and mutual understanding that made real conflict between them almost impossible. The settlements of Cairo, Lakefield, and Bridgepoint were not at risk of faction violence. They were playing football. On my final evening in Reconstruction Zone 14, I walked through the Cairo settlement to complete my closing observations. The sun was low. The reconstruction crews were finishing their shifts. The settlement was settling into its evening rhythms. I passed the communal shelter where the arm wrestling tournament had been held. The door was open. Inside, I could see Soren Cade sitting at the table, right arm braced, hand locked with a new opponent. A young man I had not seen before, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age. He was clearly inexperienced. His grip was uncertain, his posture was wrong, and Cade was adjusting him, moving his elbow, correcting his wrist angle, showing him where to position his shoulder. She was teaching him. The woman who had lost every match she entered was teaching someone else how to compete. The young man braced himself. They began. Cade pushed. He resisted. His arm trembled. His face reddened. He held for 8 seconds before his hand touched the table. He looked up at her. 8 seconds, she said. Not bad for a first time. That was hard, he said. It's supposed to be hard, she said. That's the point. She released his hand and reset her position. Again, he nodded. He braced his arm. She took his hand. I stood in the doorway and watched them push against each other, two humans, one of whom could not win and one of whom did not know how yet, struggling against each other in a shelter built on the ruins of a war, and both of them growing stronger with every second the other refused to yield. I did not document it. I did not record the time, the duration, the participants' physiological indicators. I simply watched. 41 events, hundreds of participants, a species that builds itself by pushing against itself, that finds its limits by testing them against the limits of others, that turns the raw material of conflict, the aggression, the intensity, the will to prevail into something that makes them more than they were before the struggle began. The hegemony has encountered species that cooperate, species that compete, species that fight, and species that submit. We have never encountered a species that does all of these things simultaneously and calls it a game. I watched Cade and the young man reset for their third round, and I understood something that my report could document but never fully convey. The opponent is not the enemy. The opponent is the most generous thing one human can offer another, the resistance without which growth is impossible, the mirror in which capability becomes visible, the force that says, "Show me what you can do," and means it as a gift. The young man held for 11 seconds on his third attempt. Cade told him he was improving. He asked to go again. She said yes. I turned from the doorway and walked back through the settlement toward my quarters. Behind me, through the open door, I could hear the sounds of two humans struggling against each other for nothing and gaining everything. My report was filed. My analysis was complete. The division would make of it what they would. I had come to watch for conflict. I found something better.
The first snow. The approaching season.
Winter is a dataset. The humans have not yet received it. I have monitored seasonal weather transitions on 3 post-conflict worlds for the Hegemony Environmental Monitoring Division. The work is essential and, in my experience, underappreciated. Reconstruction planners focus on materials, logistics, labor, the immediate infrastructure of rebuilding. They tend to treat weather as a background variable, a fixed condition to be noted in the planning documents and then ignored. This is an error. Weather is not a background variable. Weather is the medium in which all reconstruction occurs. It determines which materials survive, which crops take hold, which building designs function, and which fail within 3 rotations. A reconstruction plan that does not account for seasonal weather patterns is not a plan. It is a wish. I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 14, a temperate region in the northern hemisphere of Earth, encompassing approximately 12,000 square kilometers of mixed terrain, river valleys, low hills, remnant forest, and the scattered infrastructure of a human population center that had been partially destroyed during the conflict and was now in the early stages of rebuilding. My assignment was to establish a comprehensive seasonal weather monitoring station, compile a climate profile for the zone, and provide ongoing advisories to the Reconstruction Administration. I arrived in early autumn by the human calendar. The air was cooling. Leaves on the deciduous vegetation were changing color, a chlorophyll reduction phenomenon I had read about in the planetary briefing but which was, I will note, more visually striking than the briefing suggested. The trees turned gold and red and amber, and then the leaves fell, and within 3 weeks the forest canopy was bare. I recorded all of this. Temperature decline, consistent with models. Precipitation shift from liquid to mixed, on schedule. Photoperiod reduction, as calculated. My monitoring station was operational, my instruments calibrated, my predictive models running. I could tell the Reconstruction Administration with considerable precision what the weather would do for the next 90 days. What I could not tell them, what it had never occurred to me to model, was what the humans would do in response. I prepared a cold weather advisory for the Settlement Administration, a document I had produced in various forms for each of my 3 previous assignments. The advisory was comprehensive. It addressed thermal management, insulation requirements for human habitation structures, heating fuel estimates based on projected temperatures, recommendations for window sealing and draft reduction. It addressed precipitation management, drainage modifications for snow accumulation, de-icing protocols for critical pathways, roof load calculations for structures not designed to bear snow weight. It addressed behavioral modification, reduced outdoor work schedules during extreme cold, protective clothing requirements, caloric intake adjustments to compensate for increased thermoregulation demands. I submitted the advisory to the Reconstruction Coordinator, a human named Foreman Castellan, on day 31 of my assignment. Autumn was ending. My models showed the first significant snowfall event within 14 to 18 days. Castellan read the advisory. He read it thoroughly. I observed him turning each page, pausing, occasionally nodding. When he finished, he looked up at me. "This is very detailed," he said. I confirmed that it was. "You've got the heating estimates, the insulation specs, the work schedule modifications, it's all here." I confirmed that it was all there. He set the document down. He was quiet for a moment, a silence I could not classify, neither agreement nor objection. "You know," he said, "it's going to snow soon." I confirmed this. I had just submitted a 14-page advisory about precisely that subject. "The first snow since the war ended," he said. He said this in a tone I logged as reflective, lower volume, slower cadence, eyes directed at the window rather than at me. "A lot of people here haven't seen snow in 3 years. Some of the kids, the youngest ones, they've never seen it at all." I did not understand why he was telling me this. The advisory addressed children. Section 7, Pediatric Cold Exposure Protocols. I had recommended limiting outdoor exposure for juveniles to 30-minute intervals during temperatures below -5 degrees Celsius. Castellan looked at me for a moment longer, then nodded once and said, "I'll distribute this to the section leads. Thank you." He did not mention the children again. I returned to my monitoring station and continued refining the precipitation forecast. The first snowfall began at 04:17 local time on day 47. I was awake. I had been monitoring the atmospheric conditions through the night, temperature holding at -2 degrees Celsius, humidity at 94%, cloud cover complete, barometric pressure in the range associated with precipitation events. My models had predicted the onset within a 48-hour window. The snow arrived near the center of that window, which was gratifying. I recorded the initial conditions: crystal structure, stellar dendrites, 6-branched, consistent with the temperature and humidity profile. Accumulation rate approximately 1.2 centimeters per hour. Wind light, variable, 3 to 7 kilometers per hour. Visibility declining but adequate. The snowfall was moderate, steady, and projected to continue for approximately 9 to 12 hours, depositing a total accumulation of 8 to 14 centimeters. I compiled a real-time weather update and transmitted it to the settlement administration at 05:00. Snowfall in progress. Accumulation expected. Refer to cold weather advisory sections 2 through 5 for relevant protocols. I recommended activating the heating augmentation plan and adjusting the day's outdoor work schedule per section 6, subsection 3. By 06:30, the ground was white. The settlement, the low buildings, the reconstruction scaffolding, the unpaved roads, the equipment yards, was covered in a uniform layer of frozen precipitation. The monitoring station's exterior cameras showed a transformed landscape. Every surface softened, every sharp edge rounded, every color muted beneath a continuous white layer. It was, from a purely visual standpoint, a significant change. I noted this in my log. At 07:00, the settlement began to wake. I observed this through my monitoring station's external cameras and through the communication channels I monitored as part of my environmental assessment duties. What I observed did not match any protocol in my advisory. The first indication was the communication traffic. Between 07:00 and 07:15, the settlement's internal communication network experienced a 400% increase in message volume. I initially interpreted this as an emergency response, perhaps structural failures from snow load or heating system malfunctions. I scanned the messages for distress indicators. There were none. The messages were not emergency communications. They were, I struggled to classify them in real-time exclamations, single word or single phrase transmissions repeated across dozens of channels. Snow. It's snowing. Look outside. Wake up, it's snowing. These were not informational transmissions. Every person in the settlement could observe the snowfall by looking out a window. The messages did not convey new data. They conveyed, I noted this with confusion, the fact of noticing, as if the snowfall did not fully exist until it had been announced, shared, confirmed by others. By 07:30, my external cameras showed movement across the settlement. People were emerging from their shelters, not in work gear, not carrying tools or equipment, not proceeding to their assigned reconstruction tasks. They were walking into the streets in whatever clothing they had been wearing indoors. Some had coats. Many did not. They were looking up. I watched from my monitoring station as the settlement, 1,143 registered residents, a functioning reconstruction workforce with daily production targets and material quotas, emptied into the open air. Within 20 minutes of the first emergence, I estimated that approximately 80% of the population was outdoors. They were standing in the snow, not walking through it to reach a destination, not working in it, standing, faces turned upward toward the falling precipitation, arms slightly extended. Some had their eyes closed. Some had their mouths open. I realized with a start to catch snowflakes on their tongues. They were deliberately ingesting frozen atmospheric precipitation. I checked the communication logs. Normal work coordination traffic had dropped to near zero. The reconstruction site transmissions, the daily check-ins, the material requests, the task assignments had gone silent. I cross-referenced with the work schedule. Work stoppage, 97%. I stared at the number, 97%. On a day with moderate snowfall, light wind, and temperatures well within the operational range specified in my own advisory, conditions that I had explicitly designated as manageable, 97% of the settlement's workforce had stopped working. I initiated an incident log, classification, mass behavioral disruption, environmental trigger, cause, first snowfall event. I did not yet understand what I was documenting.
What they did with it.
The precipitation was frozen water. The humans treated it as something else entirely. I decided to investigate in person. Remote observation was insufficient. The cameras showed me the behavior but not the context. I needed proximity data. I needed to understand what the humans thought they were doing. I dressed according to my own cold weather advisory: insulated outer layer, thermal underlayer, protective head covering, sealed footwear. The advisory had been thorough. I was warm when I stepped outside. The snow was still falling. It fell on my shoulders, on my face shield, on my outstretched hand when I raised it to examine the crystal structure in person. The crystals were consistent with my earlier analysis. Stellar dendrites, delicate, six-branched. They melted on my thermal glove within 3 seconds. The settlement was transformed. Not only visually, I had observed the visual transformation from the cameras, but acoustically. The snow absorbed sound. The usual noise profile of the reconstruction zone, machinery, construction impacts, vehicle movement, shouted coordination, was gone. In its place, a softened quiet underlaid with a sound I had not encountered before. It took me several seconds to identify it. Laughter. Widespread, multi-source, continuous laughter coming from every direction. I walked toward the nearest concentration of outdoor activity. The open ground between the residential shelters and the eastern reconstruction site. What I found there stopped me. Children, approximately 30 of them, ranging in age from what I estimated as 3 to 12 years. They were on their knees in the snow, using their hands to compact it, shape it, roll it. They were building. The structures they built were, from an engineering standpoint, absurd. 3 children had rolled snow into a large sphere, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter, and were now placing a smaller sphere on top of it, and an even smaller sphere on top of that. The result was a roughly humanoid figure made entirely of compacted snow. They pressed stones into the upper sphere to represent eyes. They inserted a stick laterally to represent arms. One child removed her own scarf, a garment she needed for thermal protection, and wrapped it around the junction between the upper and middle sphere. They had made a representation of a human being out of frozen water, and they had given it clothing. I observed 11 such figures in various stages of construction across the open ground. Each was different sizes, different configurations, different objects used for features. Some had been given hats. One had been given a name, written in the snow beside it with a finger, Captain Frosty. I began to make notes, and then I observed something that complicated my notes considerably. A group of 4 children having completed a snow figure of particular size and detail. They had spent, by my estimate, at least 40 minutes on its construction, looked at each other, laughed, and ran directly into it. They threw their bodies against the figure and demolished it. Snow scattered. The children fell. They lay in the remains of their creation, shrieking with what I initially classified as distress and then reclassified, based on facial expression and body language, as delight. Then they stood up and began building another one. I watched this cycle, construction, demolition, reconstruction, repeat 4 times in 30 minutes. The children invested significant labor in each figure. They took visible pride in the result. Then they destroyed it with visible joy, and immediately began again. The product was not the point. The process was not oriented toward a completed structure. It was oriented toward the activity itself, the touching of snow, the shaping of it, the collaboration, the destruction, the renewal. I could not classify this. It was not construction. The structures served no function and were not intended to persist. It was not demolition training. The destruction was voluntary, of their own work. It was not ritual. There was no prescribed pattern, no repetition of specific actions. Each cycle was improvised, spontaneous, driven by momentary decisions and mutual agreement. I made a note. Children engaged in cyclical construction demolition behavior with frozen precipitation. No functional purpose identified. Duration, ongoing. Participants show no sign of fatigue or intention to stop. Emotional indicators, uniformly positive. I moved on. There was more to see. I heard shouting from the direction of the Eastern Reconstruction site and moved toward it, concerned that the behavioral disruption had escalated to conflict. The voices were loud, sharp, punctuated by impacts and exclamations. My training in post-conflict monitoring flagged the acoustic profile as potentially hostile. I rounded the corner of a half-rebuilt storage facility and found the source. Reconstruction Crew 7, 12 adults, all registered laborers assigned to structural reinforcement work on the eastern residential block. Their tools were set down. Their work was abandoned. They were arranged in 2 loose groups on opposite sides of the worksite, crouched behind improvised barriers made of stacked snow, and they were throwing compacted spheres of snow at each other. The projectiles were formed by hand, snow compressed into roughly spherical shapes approximately 8 centimeters in diameter. The participants threw them with considerable force and, in several cases, notable accuracy. Impacts produced audible sounds and visible snow dispersal on the target's clothing, face, or body. For approximately 3 seconds, I considered filing an altercation report. Then I registered the facial expressions. The participants were not angry. They were not threatened or threatening. They were, every single one of them, grinning. Several were laughing so hard they could barely stand. One woman, struck directly in the face by a projectile, fell backward into the snow, lay there for a moment, and then began laughing with such force that her body shook. She was not injured. The snow was soft. The impacts carried no damaging force. The entire exchange was, I searched for the correct term, a simulation. A simulation of combat using a harmless medium. The structure was adversarial, 2 teams, opposing positions, projectile exchange. But the function was not adversarial. The function was collective enjoyment achieved through structured physical play. I stood at the edge of the site and watched. A large man, I recognized him from the work roster as Tomasz Baretsky, lead structural reinforcer, An individual whose daily output reports I had reviewed and found consistently above average spotted me. He was crouched behind a snow barrier, face flushed, breathing hard, grinning in a way that made him nearly unrecognizable as the serious, methodical worker I had observed on previous days. "Resh Kal," he called. "You want in." I did not understand the question. "Pick a side." He gestured broadly. "We need another arm over here. Vasquez keeps flanking us." On the far side, a woman, Vasquez, presumably, was circling the barrier with an armload of preformed snow projectiles, moving with a tactical precision that would have been impressive in an actual combat scenario. She was also laughing. I declined the invitation. I told Baretsky that I was conducting an observational survey of the settlement's response to the snowfall event. He looked at me for a moment. The grin did not fade, but something in his expression shifted, a brief flicker of something I could not read. Sympathy, perhaps, or recognition of a distance he had not noticed until I named it. "Suit yourself," he said. Then he turned, scooped snow, compacted it with practiced efficiency, and hurled it at Vasquez. It struck her shoulder. She spun, returned fire. The exchange resumed. I watched for another 12 minutes. In that time, two participants who had been on opposing sides switched teams with no negotiation or apparent reason. One participant left the field entirely, sat down in the snow, tilted her face to the sky, and closed her eyes, removing herself from the activity but not from the space. No one questioned her departure. No one recruited a replacement. The game was not about winning. It was not about score or territory or dominance. It was about throwing snow at people you trusted to throw snow back and laughing when they hit you. I made a note. Reconstruction Crew 7 work stoppage, approximately 45 minutes and continuing. Activity, ritualized projectile exchange using compacted snow. Participants, 12, reduced to 11 by voluntary departure. Injuries, none. Emotional indicators, uniformly elevated positive effect. Work impact. Structural reinforcement schedule delayed by minimum half day. I added after a pause, no corrective action recommended. I did not fully understand why I wrote that last line. It was not consistent with my role. My role was to monitor and advise. The advisory was clear: maintain work schedules during manageable weather events. This weather event was manageable. The work stoppage was not. But I watched Baretsky, reliable, productive, serious Baretsky, laugh so hard he dropped his snowball, and I found I could not write the words "corrective action recommended" in the same log entry. I was returning to the monitoring station when I passed a residential shelter on the western edge of the settlement. Through the window, I saw an elderly woman. She was sitting in a chair positioned directly before the glass. The window faced north toward the open ground where the snow was falling most heavily, where the landscape stretched to the low hills on the horizon, all of it white. She was sitting very still. Her hands were folded in her lap. She was watching the snow. She was weeping, not the way humans weep in distress, loud, convulsive, accompanied by vocal indicators of pain. She was weeping quietly, steadily, the way water moves over stone, tears on her face running freely. No sound. Her eyes were open, focused on the snow beyond the window, and the tears fell as if they were a separate process, a parallel event that had nothing to do with what her eyes were seeing and everything to do with it. I stopped. My training in post-conflict monitoring includes protocols for identifying civilian distress. The indicators were present: tears, isolation, physical stillness. I was obligated to assess. I approached the shelter entrance and knocked. A voice from inside, her voice steady despite the tears, said, "It's open." I entered. The shelter was small, neat, warm. A heating unit, one of the hegemony-supplied models I had recommended in my advisory, hummed in the corner. The woman did not turn from the window. "You're the weather officer," she said. "The hegemony one." I confirmed this. "Come and sit," she said. She gestured to a second chair near the window. "You should see this." I sat. I looked through the window. I saw what I had been seeing all morning: frozen precipitation falling from a cloud layer at an accumulation rate of approximately 1.2 centimeters per hour. Stellar dendrite crystal structure. Light wind. Visibility adequate. "It's snowing," I said, aware that this was insufficient but unable to determine what else to say. She smiled. The tears continued. "Yes," she said, "it is." Her name was Marta Yanovska. She was 78 years old. She had lived in this region for her entire life. She had seen, I calculated quickly, approximately 75 first snowfalls. I asked her if she was in distress. She looked at me. The tears did not stop, but something in her expression shifted, a warmth I could not quantify, directed at me at my question, at the fact that I had asked it. "No," she said, "I am not in distress." I indicated the tears. "Ah," she said. She touched her own cheek as if noticing the moisture for the first time. "No, these are not that kind of tears. I did not know there were kinds. The last time it snowed," she said, turning back to the window, "was the second winter of the war. It snowed for 3 days. We couldn't go outside, not because of the cold, because of the shelling. We watched it from the basement, through a crack in the foundation wall. We could see about this much of the sky." She held up her hands, forming a rectangle approximately 20 centimeters wide. "We watched the snow through that crack, and we didn't know if we would live to see it stop." She was quiet for a moment. The snow fell beyond the window. It fell the way it had been falling all morning, the same rate, the same crystal structure, the same physics. Nothing about the snow had changed. "3 years," she said. 3 years since I've seen snow fall on a world that isn't burning. 3 years since I could watch it and not be afraid." I said nothing. I did not have anything in my analytical framework that addressed this. "You want to know why everyone is outside," she said. It was not a question. "You want to know why the work stopped?" I admitted that I did. She looked at me. She looked at me the way Dr. Hargrove in Sector 9 had looked at Kael'den when he asked why she stood in the rain. I would not learn about Kael'den's report for another 2 months, but when I did, I would recognize the expression. Patience. Not for a slow learner, but for someone who was missing something so fundamental that it could not be taught in words. "I am 78 years old," she said. "I did not think I would live to see another first snow. Many people I knew did not live. My husband did not live. My neighbor's son, the woman who ran the bakery on the corner, they did not live. The snow is the same snow. It falls the same way. But I am not the same woman who watched it 3 years ago through a crack in a basement wall, and the world is not the same world." She reached toward the window and placed her palm flat against the glass. On the other side, snowflakes accumulated against where her hand pressed, tiny crystals piling on the exterior ledge. Indifferent to the warmth of her palm, separated from them by a centimeter of glass. "This is the first snow of a new world," she said. "That's why they're outside. That's why the children are playing. That's why the work stopped. Not because they don't care about rebuilding. Because this moment, this snow, right now, this is what they are rebuilding for." I sat with her for 22 minutes. We did not speak again. We watched the snow together through the glass, and I recorded nothing because my instruments were at the monitoring station, and I had brought only my own 2 eyes, and they were, for the first time in my career, sufficient. When I left, she was still sitting at the window. The tears had stopped. She was smiling.
What the snow remembers.
The frozen water remembers nothing. The humans remember everything. This is the difference. I returned to the monitoring station at 11:47. The snow was still falling. My instruments confirmed an accumulation of 3 centimeters within projected parameters. The storm would continue through the afternoon. My meteorological data was clean, precise, and exactly as predicted. I sat at my terminal and began the incident report. Reconstruction Zone 14. Environmental Behavioral Incident Report Monitoring Day 47 Classification. Mass Behavioral Disruption. Environmental Trigger Summary. First significant snowfall event triggered unplanned work stoppage across the settlement. Work cessation rate, 97%. Population outdoor displacement, approximately 80%. Duration of disruption at time of filing, 6 hours 43 minutes and ongoing. Estimated productivity loss, 1,247 labor hours. Environmental conditions, moderate snowfall, stellar dendrite crystal structure, accumulation rate 1.2 centimeters per hour, temperature -2 degrees Celsius, wind 3 to 7 kilometers per hour. Conditions within operational parameters per Cold Weather Advisory Section 6. No environmental justification for work stoppage identified. Behavioral observations. Residents engaged in non-productive outdoor activities including static observation of snowfall, construction and demolition of snow formations, ritualized projectile exchange using compacted snow, and voluntary exposure to precipitation without protective gear. Recommendation. Pending I stared at the recommendation field. I had been staring at it for 9 minutes. The protocols were clear. A 97% work stoppage triggered by a manageable weather event should result in a recommendation for corrective action, schedule enforcement, productivity reminders, possible administrative intervention. The lost labor hours were real. The reconstruction timeline would slip. The data supported exactly one conclusion. The humans had behaved irrationally, and the administration should ensure it did not happen again. I could not write that recommendation. I tried. I typed the words, Recommend Administrative Reminder Cold Weather Advisory Section 6, Subsection 3, Maintain work schedules during manageable weather events. I looked at the sentence. It was accurate. It was appropriate. It was precisely what my role required me to write. I deleted it. I typed it again. I deleted it again. I saved the report with the recommendation field listed as pending and pushed back from my terminal. The problem was not the data. The data was complete. The problem was that the data described a phenomenon from the outside, and I had spent the morning on the inside. I had watched children build figures from snow and destroy them laughing. The data said, non-productive construction demolition behavior. But I had seen their faces, the concentration while building, the wild delight in destruction, the immediate pivot to building again. The data did not contain the expression on a 6-year-old girl's face when she packed snow between her mittened hands and placed it carefully on the head of a figure taller than herself. The data did not contain the sound, not the acoustic frequency, which I could measure, but the quality of the sound, when the figure was knocked down and the children screamed with joy. I had watched Baretsky's work crew abandon their tools to throw snow at each other. The data said, ritualized projectile exchange, 45+ minutes, 12 participants, 0 injuries, estimated 0. 5-day schedule delay. The data did not contain the way Vasquez moved, tactically precise, athletic, alive in her body in a way I had never seen during her regular construction shifts. The data did not contain the moment when Baretsky invited me to join, and the look on his face when I declined, not pity, not judgment, but a brief recognition that I was standing outside something he could not pull me into. I had sat with Marta Yanovska for 22 minutes. The data said, elderly female resident, no distress identified, emotional response to snowfall event. The data did not contain what she told me. The data did not contain the 3 years. The data did not contain the crack in the basement wall, or the people who did not live, or the palm pressed against the glass. The data, I realized, was a skeleton. I had the bones of the phenomenon. The bones were correctly assembled, accurately measured, properly labeled, and there was no life in them. I stood up from my terminal. I removed my data pad from my utility belt and set it on the desk. I removed my communication earpiece and placed it beside the data pad. I removed my field recording device from my chest pocket and placed it beside the earpiece. I put on my outer layer, my thermal gloves, my sealed footwear. I did not put on my face shield. I walked to the door of the monitoring station and opened it. The snow was still falling. I stepped outside, not to check instruments, not to take readings, not to observe human behavior for my incident report. I stepped outside because Marta Yanovska had told me this was the first snow of a new world, and I had been watching it through screens and data streams all day, and I had not once stood in it. The snow fell on my face. I had experienced frozen precipitation before on 3 previous post-conflict assignments in varying climates and conditions. I had recorded it, measured it, analyzed its crystal structure, calculated its accumulation rate. I had walked through it when necessary, always in full protective gear, always in transit between the monitoring station and an observation point. I had never stood still in it. I had never let it land on my face, on the bare skin between my eyes and my mouth, where my face shield would normally be. I had never tilted my head back and looked up into the falling snow and let it strike my open eyes. The sensation was, I had no data category for it. Cold. Each crystal a pinpoint of cold on warm skin, present for a fraction of a second before body heat dissolved it. The dissolution left moisture, tiny traces of water where ice had been. The accumulation of these traces made my face wet in a pattern that was random, unpredictable, different from moment to moment. I looked up. The snow fell from a sky that was the color of nothing, no blue, no gray, no darkness, a blank white overhead, and from it the snow descended, and each flake followed its own path, drifting, turning, catching air currents I could not see, arriving at the ground at my face, by a route no model could have predicted for any individual crystal. I stood there. The settlement was quiet around me. In the distance I could hear the faint sounds of children, their voices carrying through the snow-softened air. Somewhere, someone was laughing. The snow accumulated on my shoulders, on my arms, on the top of my head. I did not time how long I stood there. This was, I believe, the first time in my professional career that I failed to record the duration of an observation. I do not know if it was 5 minutes or 20. I understood, while standing there, what Marta Yanovska had been trying to tell me. The snow was the same. Every year in every temperate zone, on every world where atmospheric conditions permit it, frozen water crystallizes and falls. The physics do not change. The crystal structures are predictable. The accumulation rates are modelable. I had built a 14-page advisory around the absolute predictability of snow, and the advisory was correct. The snow was the same, but the humans were not. The children building snow figures had not built snow figures last year. Last year they were in shelters, or in basements, or in transit between refugee zones, or, for some of them, not yet born. The snow they were shaping with their mittened hands was the first snow their hands had ever shaped. The same substance, the same physics, the same crystalline water that had fallen on this ground for millennia, but these hands were new to it. Baretsky's work crew had not thrown snowballs last winter. Last winter, I had read his personnel file, recovering from injuries sustained during the final offensive. He could not raise his right arm above his shoulder for 4 months. Today he threw snowballs with that arm, overhand, with force and accuracy. The snow did not know this. Baretsky knew. Marta Yanovska had watched snow through a crack in a basement wall while the world burned above her. Today she watched it through a full window in a warm shelter in a settlement that was rebuilding in a world that was no longer on fire. The snow fell the same way. The woman behind the glass was not the same woman. She had survived something the snow had not witnessed, and the snow's indifferent, beautiful annual return was proof, not of the snow's constancy, but of her endurance. This was what I had missed. This was the error in my models. I had modeled the weather and assumed the humans were a constant. I had treated the seasonal transition as the variable and the population as the fixed parameter against which the variable acted. It was the reverse. The snow was the constant. It came every year. It would come every year. It did not remember, did not grieve, did not recover, did not rebuild. It simply fell. The humans were the variable. They changed year to year, season to season, day to day. They were injured and they healed. They lost and they grieved and they continued. They were born and they grew and they aged and they watched the snow from different windows in different years with different eyes. And every first snowfall was experienced by people who were not the same people who had experienced the last one. The disruption I had documented, the 97% work stoppage, the mass outdoor displacement, the abandoned tools and ignored schedules, was not a failure of discipline. It was not irrational behavior. It was a recognition. The entire settlement had walked outside to stand in the snow because the snow was proof that the world still turned, that season still changed, that winter still came the way it always came, and that they were still here to feel it land on their faces. They were not reacting to a meteorological event. They were reacting to their own survival. I went back inside. I sat at my terminal. I opened the incident report and looked at the empty recommendation field. I typed, "No corrective action recommended. See supplemental observation." Then I opened a new document and I wrote the supplemental observation. It was not formatted according to hegemony environmental monitoring division standards. It did not contain data tables or accumulation projections or behavioral classification codes. It was, I am aware of this, closer to what humans call a personal essay than to an official report. I wrote it anyway. I wrote about the children and their snow figures. I wrote about Baretsky and the snowball fight. I wrote about Marta Yanovska and the window and the crack in the basement wall and the 3 years between snows. I wrote about standing in the snowfall with no instruments, no data pad, no face shield, and feeling the crystals dissolve on my skin. And I wrote this: the first snow is not, for humans, a weather event. It is a temporal marker, a point at which the planet demonstrates its continuity, and the humans measure themselves against that continuity. The snow is unchanged. They are changed. Every year, the same frozen water falls on different people, people who have loved and lost and rebuilt and aged since the last time they felt this particular cold on their faces. The wonder they express is not wonder at the snow. It is wonder at themselves, at the fact that they are here, that the world continued and they continued with it. I have monitored seasonal transitions on 4 worlds. On every previous assignment, I treated weather as the phenomenon and population response as a secondary variable. I now understand that I had the relationship inverted. The weather is the background, constant, predictable, indifferent. The people are the phenomenon. They are what changes. They are what makes the same snow, falling in the same way from the same type of clouds at the same time of year, into something that stops a settlement in its tracks and brings 1,100 people into the streets to stand with their faces turned toward the sky. Wonder is not a response to novelty. Humans do not go outside because snow is new. Snow is ancient, routine, chemically unremarkable. Humans go outside because they are new to this year, this moment, this particular configuration of loss and recovery and presence. They go outside to prove to themselves that they can still feel it. And each year, because they are different from who they were, they feel it differently, and the feeling is always, somehow, the first time. The first snow is not the first snow. It is the first time these people who have become who they are through everything that has happened since the last snow stand in it and discover that they are still capable of wonder. Accumulation, 11, 4 centimeters. Duration, 13 hours, 22 minutes. Crystal structure, stellar dendrites consistent with models. Recommendation, let them stand in it. I filed the supplemental observation. I saved the incident report. I turned off my terminal. Outside the monitoring station window, the snow was beginning to slow. The accumulation on the ground was deep enough that the children had graduated from building snow figures to throwing themselves into it, falling backward, arms spread, leaving body-shaped impressions in the surface. The shapes had a name, I would later learn. Humans call them snow angels. I watched for a few minutes. Then I put on my outer layer again, without my data pad, without my earpiece, without my recording device, and I went back outside. The snow was lighter now, the last flakes drifting down from a cloud layer that was beginning to thin. The light was changing, the uniform white overhead developing texture, depth, the suggestion of blue behind the gray. I walked to the open ground where the children were playing. I did not make notes. I did not count participants or estimate durations or classify behaviors. I stood at the edge of the field and I watched, and the snow landed on my face and melted there, and I let it. A child, one of the younger ones, perhaps 4 years old, ran up to me. She had snow in her hair and on her eyelashes, and her cheeks were red with cold and exertion. She held out her mittened hand. In it was a snowball, small, imperfect, already beginning to soften in the warmth of her grip. She said, "This is for you." I took it. I held it in my ungloved hand. It was cold. It was already melting, the warmth of my palm accelerating the phase transition. In a few seconds it would be water, and the water would drip through my fingers and there would be nothing left. I held it until it was gone. The child watched, then smiled, then ran away to make another one. The snow stopped falling at 17:39. Total accumulation, 11, 4 centimeters. Duration, 13 hours and 22 minutes, consistent with models. The settlement returned to its reconstruction schedule the following morning. Productivity metrics for the remainder of the week were, I noted this in my weekly summary, 14% above the pre-snowfall baseline. I did not include an explanation for the productivity increase in my summary. I did not need to. I understood it, even if I could not quantify it. They had remembered why they were rebuilding.
The Grudge. The arbitration protocols.
Some species resolve disputes. Humans resolve something else entirely. I have arbitrated disputes in 6 hegemony reconstruction zones across 4 species for the Conflict Resolution Division. The methodology is standardized. When 2 parties present a grievance, the process follows 5 sequential steps: evidence collection, fault assessment, proportional restitution calculation, restitution delivery, and dispute closure. It functions because it is built on a principle that holds true across every known species. When a wrong is committed, a proportional material correction restores equilibrium. The damaged party receives compensation. The offending party provides it. The file is closed. I have arbitrated 1,142 disputes. Property damage, resource theft, territorial encroachment, accidental injury, contractual violation. The specifics vary. The mechanism does not. My closure rate across 6 reconstruction zones is 99.6%. The system has never failed. I arrived in Human Reconstruction Zone 14 with my arbitration templates and the expectation that human disputes would be numerous but ultimately resolvable through the standard protocols. I was assigned 116 active cases on my first day. The first 30 cases proceeded as expected. Reconstruction Zone 14 was a densely populated human settlement built on the ruins of a mid-sized coastal city. Disputes arose from proximity and scarcity. A shared wall collapsed. A water allocation was miscounted. A boundary marker was moved. Standard reconstruction zone conflicts. Case RZ14-0003. A human male, Tomas Grudge, reported that a neighbor's construction activity had cracked his shelter foundation. Evidence confirmed the crack. Fault was assigned. Restitution was calculated at the cost of repair plus a 12% inconvenience surcharge. The neighbor, Petra Velk, accepted. Payment was arranged. Case resolved. Cases 4 through 30 followed the same pattern. Evidence, fault, restitution, closure. By the end of my third day, I had resolved 30 cases and felt the familiar satisfaction of a system functioning as designed. On day 4, I reopened case RZ14-0003. Because Tomas Grudge filed a secondary complaint. The complaint was not about the restitution. The foundation had been repaired. The surcharge had been paid. The material dimension of the dispute was fully resolved. I reviewed the file twice to confirm this before meeting with Grudge. He was a large man with heavy hands and a weathered face that conveyed sustained displeasure. I informed him that, according to the case file, all restitution had been delivered and the dispute was formally closed. "It's not closed," he said. I displayed the file. Evidence collected, fault assigned, restitution calculated, restitution delivered, all 5 stages complete. The record indicates otherwise. Your record is wrong. I asked him to specify the deficiency. Had the repair been inadequate? Was the surcharge insufficient? Had additional damage occurred? "The repair's fine," he said. "The money's fine." Then the dispute is resolved. The dispute is not resolved because she never said sorry. I searched my arbitration lexicon. The word sorry appeared in the Hegemony Standard Communication Index as an expression indicating acknowledgement of fault. The fault assessment was formal and documented. I said, Petra Velk's responsibility for the damage is a matter of record. Her acknowledgement is implicit in her acceptance of the restitution terms. Grudge stared at me with an expression I would later learn to recognize, the particular human look that means you are missing something so obvious that explaining it feels exhausting. "She accepted the terms because she had to," he said. "That's not the same as being sorry. She hasn't spoken to me since. She hasn't looked me in the eye. She hasn't said, 'Tomas, I'm sorry I cracked your foundation.' She just paid the money and walked away. The restitution was delivered in full. I don't care about the restitution." He said this with a vehemence that made no procedural sense. The restitution was the resolution. That was the entire mechanism. I care that my neighbor broke something of mine and doesn't care that she broke it. The money fixes the wall. It doesn't fix that. I asked him what that referred to. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "The fact that we used to be on good terms and now we're not. You can't put a number on that." I logged the interaction and attempted to classify it. The hegemony framework operates on a single axis: material harm and material compensation. This is not a simplification. It is a principle derived from observation of 31 species. When the material balance is restored, the conflict ends. There is no residual. Grudge was describing a residual. He was telling me that the crack in his foundation had created two injuries, one physical and one that I had no instrument to measure. The physical injury was repaired. The other persisted, and it could only be repaired by something Petra Velk had not provided: specific words spoken with specific intent, accompanied by genuine regret. I assumed Grudge was an outlier. Over the following week, I discovered he was representative. Of my first 60 closed cases, 14 were reopened by one or both parties. In every instance, the material restitution had been delivered. In every instance, the stated reason for continued grievance had nothing to do with material compensation. He never acknowledged what he did. She acted like it didn't matter. He paid, but he was angry about it, like I was the one who did something wrong. She said sorry, but she didn't mean it. I could tell. The humans were tracking something my system could not measure: sincerity, intent, emotional authenticity. And evaluating these invisible quantities with a precision I found unsettling, because they all seemed to agree on the assessments even though the criteria were never stated. Petra Velk's apology, when she eventually provided one at my recommendation, was rejected by Grudge because, he said, "She only said it because you told her to." The system was not failing. It was encountering a dimension it was not built to perceive.
The 3 cases.
Forgiveness is not a transaction. It is a door that only opens from the inside. On day 18, I returned to Units 14-7A and 14-7B, the adjacent shelters occupied by Tomas Grudge and Petra Velk. The wall had been repaired. The surcharge had been paid. Their file was closed. But I had begun to understand that my files and the humans' files were different documents entirely. I observed them over the course of a morning. Their doors were 3 meters apart. Grudge emerged at 06:40 for his construction crew shift. Velk emerged at 06:55 for the same purpose. They worked on the same crew rebuilding the seawall. Grudge walked east. Velk waited until he was out of visual range, then walked the same direction. Their crew supervisor sighed when I asked. "They've been like that since the wall thing. It's stupid. They used to eat dinner together." Grudge's jaw tightened when I raised the subject. "She knows what she needs to do." Velk crossed her arms. "I paid what your system told me to pay. I'm not going to grovel. He is requesting an apology. And I'm not giving one. Not because he demanded it through some alien arbitration office. If he wanted an apology, he should have talked to me like a neighbor instead of filing a complaint. You damaged his property, and I would have fixed it myself if he'd given me a day. Instead, he ran to you. So I paid the fine and I'm done." Both were maintaining detailed emotional records that contradicted the material record entirely. In Grudge's accounting, Velk owed a debt of remorse. In Velk's accounting, Grudge had committed an offense of his own, treating a neighbor like a stranger. Both accounts were internally consistent. Both were invisible to my system. And both were preventing two people who had been friends from speaking, despite living 3 meters apart. I attempted mediation. I brought them both to my office, presented the material facts, and proposed what seemed to me a logical solution. It appears that both parties are owed apologies. I recommend a simultaneous exchange. Grudge said, That's not how it works. Velk said, "You can't order someone to be sorry." They agreed on this, that an apology could not be compelled, that it had to arise from genuine internal experience, that a directed apology was no apology at all. They said this in almost the same words, with almost the same conviction, looking at the floor instead of at each other. I dismissed them and sat in my office for a long time. Their conflict existed in a space that no external authority could access. The door was locked and only they held the keys, and neither was willing to turn theirs. I updated my case notes. Dispute materially resolved. Emotionally unresolved. No arbitration mechanism available. Recommend monitoring. It was the first time in 1142 cases that I had written those words. Case RZ14-0089 arrived as a standard injury complaint. A man named Del Corin, while volunteering to clear debris from a collapsed residential block, had inadvertently caused a structural beam to shift. The beam struck and broke the arm of a 7-year-old child named Maddie Baskin. The child's mother, Sierra Baskin, was present. The arm was set and healing. The case was straightforward. Fault assessment, 80% Corin, 20% ambient hazard. Restitution, medical costs plus surcharges. A moderate sum well within Corin's capacity to pay. I summoned both parties. Del Corin arrived first, a thin man with hands that would not stop moving. He had been to the medical station 3 times to check on the child. He had brought food to the Baskin shelter twice. He looked, to use a human expression I was learning to interpret, wrecked. Sierra Baskin arrived carrying Maddie on her hip, the child's arm in a lightweight cast. She sat down across from Corin and looked at him with an expression I could not classify. I presented the fault assessment and the restitution calculation. I explained the payment terms. I asked if both parties accepted. Corin nodded immediately. "I'll pay it. I'll pay whatever you need. I'm so sorry. God, I'm so sorry." His voice fractured. "I think about it every night. If I'd checked the beam first. If I'd told the kids to move back. I can't." He stopped. His hands were shaking. I turned to Baskin for her acceptance. "I don't want it," she said. I asked her to clarify. "I don't want the restitution. I'm not accepting it." I explained that the restitution was calculated according to hegemony standard and represented fair compensation for the documented injury. She was entitled to it. The fault assessment was clear. "I know," she said, "and I'm telling you I don't want it. I forgive him. I had no procedure for this. In 1142 cases, no injured party had ever refused restitution. Baskin was not disputing the amount. She was canceling the debt, unilaterally, without receiving anything in return. "I need to understand," I said, and I meant it more earnestly than I had meant anything in my professional career. "You were harmed. Your child was harmed. The fault has been established. You are entitled to compensation. Why are you refusing it?" Baskin shifted Maddie on her hip. The child was playing with the strap of her mother's bag, unconcerned with the proceedings. "Because he was trying to help," she said. "He was out there in the heat clearing rubble so families like mine could have safe places to live. He didn't have to be there. He volunteered. And something went wrong and my kid got hurt, and that's terrible, but it was an accident. He didn't choose to hurt Maddie. The fault assessment. I don't care about the fault assessment. I care about what kind of person he is. And he's the kind of person who volunteers to clear rubble and then visits my kid 3 times to make sure she's okay and brings us food and can't sleep because he feels so guilty." She looked at Corin, who was staring at the table, his jaw clenched. "Del, look at me." He looked up. His eyes were wet. "It was an accident," she said. "I forgive you. Completely. I need you to hear that. The beam was an accident and Maddie's fine. She thinks the cast is cool. She's been showing it off to every kid in the block." Baskin's voice was steady in a way that I found remarkable given the subject matter. "I'm not going to let you carry this. You were helping us. Something went wrong. It's forgiven. It's done." Corin made a sound that was not a word. He pressed his hands over his face. His shoulders moved in the pattern I had learned to recognize as human weeping. Baskin reached across the table and put her hand on his arm. "It's done," she said again, quieter. I sat in my arbitration chair and watched a debt dissolve. Not through payment, not through exchange, through a declaration that the debt did not need to exist. Baskin had the right to demand compensation and chose, instead, to grant absolution. She gave Corin something that my system could not quantify, could not record, could not file. She gave him release from guilt. And it cost her nothing material and meant everything. I marked the case as closed, but I added a note, the second anomalous note in my career: dispute resolved through unilateral forgiveness. No restitution exchanged. Both parties report satisfaction. No precedent in hegemony conflict resolution records. I asked Baskin as she was leaving why she had chosen forgiveness. She paused at the door, Maddie's small hand tangled in her hair. "Because holding onto it would hurt me more than it hurt him," she said. "Anger's heavy. I've got enough to carry." Case RZ14-0104 was not filed by either party. It was referred to me by the zone's community liaison, a human woman named Adela Voss, who described it as the saddest thing in the settlement. The case involved two women, Kira Das, age 51, assigned to the zone's agricultural planning team, and Avin Mar, age 49, assigned to the medical supply distribution center. They lived on opposite sides of the settlement, a distance of approximately 800 meters. According to Voss, they had been inseparable before the war, best friends since they were girls, 30 years. Their kids grew up together. They were, in the way that humans have, they were family without the blood. Then something happened. During the evacuation, when the hegemony forces were advancing and the city was emptying, the two women had an argument. Voss did not know the details. No one did. All anyone knows is that Kira said something and Avin hasn't spoken to her since. 4 years. I reviewed the file. No material dispute, no property damage, no theft, no injury. The grievance, such as it was, consisted entirely of words spoken under duress 4 years ago. There was no restitution to calculate because there was nothing material to restore. I interviewed them separately. Kira Das was a compact woman who held herself with a rigidity that suggested something inside her was being held in place by force. I asked her about Avin Mar. She was quiet for 11 seconds. I counted. "We were friends," she said. "You are no longer friends." "No. Can you describe the nature of the dispute?" I said something I shouldn't have said. "What did you say?" "That's between me and Avin. MS. Mar has not filed a complaint. However, the community liaison has expressed concern about the ongoing estrangement. As a conflict resolution officer, I am authorized to offer mediation services. Avin won't talk to me. Have you attempted to contact her?" Another long silence. 12 seconds. "No. In 4 years. No. May I ask why?" Kira Das looked at me with an expression I had seen before in Grudge, in Velk, in a dozen other humans whose emotional accounting did not match their material circumstances. It was an expression of pain so deeply held that it had become structural, load-bearing, part of the architecture of the self. Because what I said was bad enough that she should be the one to decide when she's ready, if she ever is. Avin Mar was taller than Kira, with short gray hair and steady hands that sorted medical supplies with mechanical precision while she spoke to me. She did not stop working during our interview. "Kira Das," she said when I raised the name. Her hands paused for 1/2 second, then resumed sorting. "What about her?" I am investigating an unresolved interpersonal conflict between yourself and MS. Das, referred by the community liaison. There's no conflict. You have not spoken to MS. Das in approximately 4 years. That's not a conflict. That's a choice. MS. Das has indicated that she made a statement during the evacuation that caused the estrangement. She has expressed willingness to engage in mediation. Mar's hand stopped. She set down a packet of antiseptic strips with excessive care. She said that. She indicated that what she said was her phrasing bad enough that you should be the one to decide when you're ready. Avon Mar was still for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was different, lower, rougher, stripped of the clinical distance she had maintained. She said something during the evacuation, when we were deciding who would go on which transport. My daughter was on one list, her son was on another. There weren't enough seats. And Mar stopped. She chose her son. I would have done the same, any parent would have. But what she said while she was doing it, the way she said it, the words she used about my daughter, I can't. She picked up the antiseptic strips again. It has been 4 years, I said. Both children survived the evacuation. I know. Both are here in the settlement. I know. MS. Das appears to experience significant distress regarding the estrangement. Good. Mar said this with a flatness that I initially classified as cruelty. Then she said very quietly, I don't mean that, I don't mean good, I mean, she exhaled. I miss her every day. She was my best friend for 30 years. There's a hole in my life shaped exactly like her and nothing fills it and nothing's going to. And I still can't talk to her, because every time I think about picking up the comm and calling her, I hear what she said about Yara and I can't. If she apologized, she could apologize every day for the rest of her life, and it wouldn't change the fact that in the worst moment of our lives, when everything was falling apart, she looked at me and said what she said. That's who she was in that moment. I can't unknow that. I attempted one more approach. Is it possible that the person she was in that moment under extreme duress, facing the potential loss of her child, is not representative of who she is in general? Mar looked at me. Of course it's possible, it's probable. I know Kira, I know she's kind, I know she loves Yara like her own. I know she was terrified and she said something terrible because she was terrified. I know all of that. She paused. And I still can't forgive her. Not yet, maybe not ever. I don't know. This causes you pain. Every single day. Then why maintain it? Avon Mar set down the supplies she was holding. She looked at me with an expression that was not angry, not cold, not rigid. It was exhausted. Exhausted and honest in a way that most humans are not. Because some things matter more than being comfortable, she said. What she said about my daughter, that mattered. It mattered enough that I can't just smooth it over and pretend it didn't happen. If I forgive her before I'm ready, it's a lie, and Kira would know it was a lie, and it would be worse than the silence. She picked up the supplies again. When I'm ready, she said, I'll know, and if I'm never ready, that tells me something too. I sat in my office that evening and reviewed all 3 cases simultaneously. Grudge and Velk. Material dispute resolved, emotional dispute active, 2 neighbors in silence. The debt, an unspoken apology. Baskin and Corin, material dispute dissolved by unilateral forgiveness. No restitution exchanged, full resolution. The gift, release from guilt. The cost, nothing. Das and Mar, no material dispute at all. 4 years of silence over words spoken in fear. The barrier to resolution. The injured party is not ready and readiness cannot be compelled. 3 cases. 3 entirely different outcomes. And the variable that determined each outcome was not the severity of the offense. It was something internal to the injured party. Something I could not measure, could not predict, could not influence. Forgiveness, as practiced by humans, was a spectrum, from Baskin's immediate release to Mars' indefinite withholding. And the position on that spectrum was determined not by the offense but by the forgiver. Something in Baskin allowed her to release Corin's debt. Something in Mar prevented her from releasing Doss's. Both were acting correctly, not by any external standard, but by an internal one that each recognized as authoritative.
The weight of mercy.
They carry their wounds not because they must, but because the wounds mean something. My 45-day arbitration cycle concluded with the following statistics: 116 cases assigned, 89 materially resolved, 0 outstanding material claims, 27 outstanding non-material claims. My closure rate by hegemony standards was 100%, and 27 cases remained open by a metric the system did not recognize. I attempted to draft my report. Resolution rate, 100%. Anomalies, none. I deleted the draft. I started again. Anomalies, 27 cases in which material resolution did not produce dispute closure. Root cause. Humans maintain a parallel conflict resolution framework operating on non-material metrics including sincerity of apology, emotional authenticity, relational history, and a concept they call forgiveness, for which the hegemony standard arbitration taxonomy has no equivalent category. It was accurate. It was also incomprehensible to anyone who had not sat across from Thomas Grudge and watched him reject a fully paid restitution, because it was not accompanied by the correct words spoken with the correct emotional intent. I spent my final evening walking through the settlement. It was not a protocol activity. I was doing something the humans would call thinking it through. I passed Block 7. Units 14-7A and 14-7B. Gresh's lights were on. Velk's lights were on. 3 meters of silence between them. I passed the medical distribution center and thought of Avon Mar's hands sorting supplies with mechanical precision, the same hands that could not reach across 800 meters to pick up a comm unit. I passed Sierra Baskin's shelter. Through her window, I could see her on the floor with Maddie, the child's cast covered in colorful markings drawn by other children. Baskin was laughing. Del Corin was there too, sitting by the door, drinking from a cup, looking at the child with uncomplicated relief. He had been absorbed into the household. Baskin's forgiveness had done that, taken a stranger who broke her daughter's arm and made him a guest in her home. That was the thing I could not capture in my report. Forgiveness, when given, did not merely resolve a dispute. It created something. It built a bridge where there had been a gap. Baskin and Corin were becoming neighbors, perhaps friends, something they would never have been without the injury and the forgiveness that followed it. And the grudge was not the opposite of forgiveness. It was its dark reflection. You do not hold a grudge against someone you do not care about. You do not maintain 4 years of silence over words spoken by a stranger. You maintain them over words spoken by someone you loved, because the words landed in a place that only love could have opened. Avon Mar's grudge against Kira Das was not hatred. It was wounded love, 30 years of friendship transformed into a wound that would not close, because the friendship had been deep enough that the betrayal went all the way down. I filed my report on day 46. Standard format, standard metrics, 100% material closure rate. Attached, as an appendix, I included a supplementary document that I titled Preliminary Observations on Non-Material Dispute Resolution in Homo Sapiens, a Framework Deficiency Report. The supplementary document will not be read. I am aware of this. Framework deficiency reports from field officers are archived and rarely reviewed. But I wrote it anyway because the record should exist, even if no one reads it. The document described what I had observed, that humans process conflict along at least two simultaneous axes, the material and the emotional, and that resolution of one axis does not guarantee resolution of the other. That the emotional axis operates on a currency the hegemony has no mechanism to measure. The sincerity of remorse, the authenticity of apology, the weight of relational history, the invisible architecture of trust. And at the center of this system, the variable that determines outcomes more than any other, is a capacity I can describe but cannot explain. The humans call it forgiveness. Forgiveness is not a transaction. It is not an exchange. It is not calculated, and it cannot be compelled. It is a unilateral decision by the injured party to release the offending party from a debt that the injured party is fully entitled to collect. It is, in the most precise terms I can find, a gift given freely, with no expectation of return, at a cost to the giver that is real but willingly borne. Some humans give this gift easily, instinctively, as Sarah Baskin did, not because the injury was small but because she understood that carrying the resentment would diminish her more than releasing it. She forgave Del Corin not for his sake but for her own, and in doing so, she freed them both. Some humans withhold this gift, not out of cruelty, but out of a respect for the magnitude of the wound. Avon Mar does not refuse to forgive Kira Das because she hates her. She refuses because forgiveness, for her, must be genuine, and she is not yet capable of the genuine article. She holds her grudge like a wound she will not let heal prematurely, because a scar that forms over infection is worse than an open wound that heals clean. And some humans, Tomas Gresh, Petra Velk, are caught between. The forgiveness is available but conditional, withheld not permanently but pending, waiting for something that cannot be ordered or produced on demand, an authentic gesture of remorse from someone who means it. I added one final paragraph to my report, a personal observation. It is the first personal observation I have included in a professional document in 17 years of service. The hegemony conflict resolution framework assumes that all disputes can be resolved through external arbitration, that an impartial third party, applying standardized metrics, can restore balance between any two parties in conflict. This assumption holds for every species in the hegemony database. It does not hold for humans, not because humans are irrational, not because they are difficult, but because they have developed a dimension of conflict and resolution that transcends material accounting. They have the capacity to grant mercy, to cancel debts they are owed, to release others from obligations that are rightfully theirs to collect. And they have the capacity to withhold mercy, to maintain grievances not out of greed, but out of a conviction that some injuries are too significant to be papered over with payment. Both capacities, the granting and the withholding, arise from the same source, the extraordinary value that humans place on their relationships with one another. A species that did not care deeply about its bonds would have no use for forgiveness, because there would be nothing to forgive. A species that did not invest profoundly in trust would have no grudges, because broken trust would carry no weight. The grudge is not a failure of resolution. It is evidence of how much the relationship mattered. The forgiveness is not a failure of accounting. It is evidence of a generosity that our frameworks cannot contain. I recommend no changes to the hegemony conflict resolution protocols. The protocols function as designed. The limitation is not in the protocols, but in the framework's assumption that all conflict is material. Humans have demonstrated that some conflict is relational, rooted in trust, loyalty, love, and expectation, and that relational conflict operates by rules that no external system can adjudicate. Forgiveness cannot be arbitrated. It can only be given. And the giving, or the withholding, is, I believe, one of the most significant things humans do. I sealed the report and submitted it for archiving. On my way to the transport, I passed through Block 7 one last time. I did not intend to stop. There was no procedural reason to stop. My cycle was complete, but I stopped. Tomas Grudge was standing outside his unit 14-7A. He was holding 2 cups of something hot. I could see the steam in the evening air. He was looking at the door of Unit 14-7B, Petrovelk's door. He stood there for a long time, holding the 2 cups, not moving. Then he took a breath, walked 3 meters, and knocked. I did not stay to see if the door opened. It was not my dispute. It was not my resolution. It was not my gift to give. But he knocked. And as I walked to the transport, I thought about Avin Mar and Kira Das, 800 meters apart, 4 years of silence, a wound that might or might not heal. I thought about Sierra Baskin saying, "I forgive you," like it was the easiest and the bravest thing in the world. I thought about Gresh's 2 cups of tea, held out like an offering to a door that might not open. And I thought, this is what it means to matter to someone. Not the wall, not the beam, not the words spoken during an evacuation 4 years ago. The mattering. The terrible, beautiful fact that these small, fragile creatures care about each other with an intensity that makes betrayal devastating and forgiveness miraculous, and grudges, even grudges, a kind of proof. Proof that the connection was real. Proof that it mattered. Proof that some bonds are so deep that breaking them leaves a wound that no restitution can heal, and no arbitration can close. Only mercy can do that. And mercy, unlike restitution, cannot be calculated. It can only be chosen.